Gone are the days that I try to tell myself apart. Now I just wanna dance, hold my drink up in the air. Nights like this are becoming so rare. Can't stop now, throw my hands up in the air. I got work in the morning, but I just don't care. Singing oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance the pain away. Oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. My body's never felt so alive. Sweating out all the imperfections, that's how we make it by. Now I just wanna dance, hold my drink up in the air. Nights like this are becoming so rare. Oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance the pain away. Oh yo yo, yeah oh yo, oh yo yo, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. and no one can hear me, and you let me down so I can call. Baby you are a monster, baby you will leave me again, baby you are a monster, baby you will leave me again. I'm drowning in this crazy room. There's no one to save me, 'cause I'm on my own here, yeah. Tears are falling out my cigarette, and no one can hear me, and you let me down so I can call you. I don't need help, babe, I'm falling into the same thing, 'cause I just live this. I wanna heal him, please don't hurt my feelings, yeah.
패치노트 4.03에 온 걸 환영한다 요원. 이렇게 또 보는군. 그럼 집중해. 하나씩 배워들 가라고. 먼저 내 소식이다. 지형상에서 아군과 적이 바라보는 상황이라면 내 궁극기가 아군과 적의 시야를 가려도 미니맵에서는 위치 정보를 계속 확인할 수 있었다. 하지만 이번 패치부터는 내 궁극기가 마치 연막처럼 위치 정보를 차단하게 바뀐다. 미니맵을 잘 보라고. 같은 원리로 흔히 말하는 삥이 내 궁극기 뒤편에서 터져도 지형상 삥을 맞는 위치라면 눈이 멀어버렸었지. 근데 이젠 삥을 안 맞게 되는 거다. 어때? 나 은퇴하려면 아직 멀었어. 시스템 패치도 알려주마. 이제 데스매치에서 죽으면 좀 더 먼 거리에서 다시 살아날 거다. 그리고 다시 살아나는 시간도 더 빨라졌지. 이제 제대로 써보자고. 어때? 내 스프레이 실력이? 응? 이게 아니라고? 이거로군. 이제 수집품에서 스프레이를 좀 더 직관적으로 미리 볼 수 있을 거다. 몇몇 스프레이가 잘 안 보였는데 훌륭해. 마지막으로 지난 패치에서 적용됐지만 레이즈가 알려주지 않은 소식을 갖고 왔다. 바로 마지막으로 사용한 아이템 장착 기능과 가장 강력한 무기 우선 기능이다. 마지막으로 사용한 아이템 장착 기능의 단축키를 설정하고 가장 강력한 무기 우선 기능을 꺼짐으로 설정하면 현재 상태에서 바로 전에 들고 있던 무기를 꺼내게 된다. 잘 봐라. 칼 들고 있다, 권총 들고. 단축키를 누르면 칼을 들지. 만약 가장 강력한 무기 우선 기능을 켜짐으로 한다면 벤달, 칼, 권총, 그리고 단축키를 누르면 칼이 아니라 벤달을 든다. 어때? 이해됐지? 아쉽게도 난 가야 할 시간이 다 된 것 같군. 맞다. 나를 아니 노땅이라고 부르던데. 어쩔 TV 저쩔 TV. 노땅 안 하면 그만이야. 이런 유행어도 안다고. 그럼 구독과 좋아요도 꾹 눌러라.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노리는 것들이 꼴 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 얄파가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴로서 저렇게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가겠어 네 몫을 내 못가 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool At least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the floor
대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려 넣어버스 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 looking like demons 자식 날고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 끄나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself I'm so bossy, I'm so bad. I told myself.
저는 JS 올마이티라는 유튜브 채널을 운영하는 김지수라고 하고요. 3D 모델링이랑 3D 프린터를 활용해서 게임, 영화, 드라마 등 다양한 스태츄를 만들고 있습니다. 예전에 제가 발로란트 킬조이 스태츄를 개인적으로 만든 적이 있었는데요. 작업하는 과정을 담은 영상을 많은 분들이 좋아해 주셨어요. 관계자분들께서 그걸 좋게 봐주셨는지 ZNR을 맞이해서 특별한 스태츄 한번 만들어 보는 게 어떻냐 하고 제안해 주셨습니다. Z는 빠른 기동성을 이용해서 바람같이 전장을 누비고 단검을 던지는 능력을 지닌 한국 국적의 요원이잖아요. 그렇지 않아도 킬조이 다음으로 어떤 요원을 만들어 볼까 하고 투표를 해본 적이 있었는데 발로란트 플레이어 대다수가 Z를 원하시더라고요. 찾아보니까 가장 많이 플레이되는 요원이 Z더라고요. 그때 인기를 실감했죠. Z를 위한 프로젝트이기도 했고 Z가 게임 내에서 타격대 역할인 점과 옆에 있는 다른 요원들에 비해 작은 체구를 보완하기 위해서 가장 앞에 배치를 해봤습니다. 물론 발로란트는 팀워크가 중요한 게임이기 때문에 다른 요원이 Z와 합을 맞추는 모습을 보여주고 싶어서 Z를 중심으로 다른 요원들을 양쪽에 적절하게 배치를 해봤고요. 베이스 부분은 제가 발로란트 안에서 가장 인상 깊게 느꼈던 프랙처 맵에서 컨셉을 따왔어요. 중앙의 지형이 반으로 갈라져 있는 걸 기준으로 정글과 사막이 동시에 보이는 모습이 아주 마음에 들더라고요. 그리고 그 갈라진 틈 사이로 새어나오는 빛을 표현해주기 위해서 LED를 밑에 한번 심어봤습니다.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 벤소미 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내가 쓰면 뱅뱅 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 댄서니 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 하니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type
옷 질감의 디테일도 살려주고 Z 특유의 역동적인 느낌을 주기 위해서 다리 비율을 살짝 다르게 해서 포즈를 과장시켜 보았고요. 그리고 Z 허리 벨트에 묶인 저고리의 일부를 더 늘어뜨려가지고 속도감을 극대화시켰습니다. 가운데 Z 밑에 있는 건 프랙처 뒷배경에 있는 풍력 발전기 같은 것을 약간 축소해서 넣어봤습니다. 브리치는 바로 옆에서 Z의 도약을 도와주고요. 바이퍼는 스파이크를 설치를 할 준비를 하고 그 옆에 소바와 체인버는 주변을 경계하는 모습을 한번 담아봤습니다. 처음으로 이렇게 여러 명이 등장하는 디오라마 형태의 스태츄를 오랜 기간 동안 만들어 봤는데 끝내고 나니까 홀가분하기도 하고 보람찬 작업이었습니다. 열심히 만든 스태츄 이쁘게 봐주시고 발로란트도 많이 즐겨주세요. 나에게 Z는 기회다? 두 가지 의미가 있는데요. 실제로 게임 안에서도 궁극기를 활용해서 혼자서 대역전극의 기회를 노려볼 수 있는 요원이잖아요. Z를 통해서 라이엇 게임즈와 함께 작업을 할 수 있는 기회가 주어져서 저에게도 더욱 의미 있는 요원이 되었습니다.
Goes out, going forward from Han. He's in the market. Doesn't spot it. Think moves instantly. Mows down one. Looks for a couple more targets. Gets a second. Redwater will find Sylvan as well. Just go ahead and nail everybody on the side of WGS. Great aim. Shut down on that long alert. Han trying to get a kill there with the Marshall. Not able to find One quick pop flash out. There's the push from Redwater, and he's going to be good for 2 more. 3 kills on the board. Other 2 members of WGS working outside of Luca. He's certainly on for the ace right now. Swing comes in, he tries to stabilize. Swing out wide. Not be ready for this. Bogdan tucked away in the corner. They are not. He gets the headshot. The over heel coming through the top him up.
Great sell by Redwater. Really wanted to bait that. Moves, tries to get into short aim and shut down. Sylvan is nuts today.
Continuing to look phenomenal. Second kill. Godlike tries to shift over to the side. Dive, but Sylvan finds third, finds a fourth.
Just all over the map. And he is just an
Look
absolute
at this
nuisance.
guy. Look at Stacks.
Oh my god.
Stacks does not give a damn. 3 kills, all of them headshots. Buzz confirms the position of the last 2. Stacks.
Love to see it.
Classic.
Oh, Stacks.
Stacks just tucks away.
They don't think he's here.
They have no idea. He's gonna go for the peak. Spots 1, lines it up, gets the second headshot. Looks for a third, he's got it. Can he see 4? He spots them in hell.
Loving through our memories, hand in hand, you and me, we were making plans to be forever, babe. I know you don't need me, but I see you and me, we can make it happen. Be my forever, babe. Leave the light on for me, oh, honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I mean it. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know you'd be stronger on your own, different place, but I need you here to be forever, babe. I'll take all my chances on a life here with you, 'cause you make it better. It's you forever, babe. Leave the light on for me, but honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I mean it. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. You and me, we will be better together. You and me, we will be, yeah. Leave the light on for me, but honey, let me down slowly. I've never been a dreamer till I met you. I know I don't deserve it, but honey, I mean it. I've never been a dreamer till I met you.
Baby, you will leave me again, baby, you are a monster, baby, you will leave me again. Baby, you. I'm drowning in this crazy room. There's no one to save me, 'cause I'm on my own here, yeah. Tears are falling out my cigarette, and no one can hear me. And you let me down so I can call you. I don't need help, babe, I won't fall into the same thing, 'cause I just live this. I want a healing. Please don't hurt my feelings.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to Day 2 of Valorant Challengers Korea. I'm Tasteless, and joined with me is Chobra. How are you doing, brother?
I am super stoked to be here, Tasteless. I mean, we're in this new studio and stadium. If you watched yesterday, you already saw it, but we've kind of moved venues, new stages starting, new year for Valorant. There's just a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, we're down here in Digital Media City. This studio is a real treat to be in. And for us as casters, we're kind of part of the action. We're part of the stage. We're still in the midst of COVID down here, so we can't have an audience yet, but when we do get that chance, we're going to let you guys know. We'd love to have you guys join us down here.
Yeah, in fact, some of you at home might know Digital Media City because it's been featured in The Avengers, one of the Avengers movies.
Oh, I did not know that,
Some of the scenes are actually just about a couple blocks away from us. This is kind of that area in Seoul where all the TV stations, they've all kind of moved here and conglomerated. So there's a bunch of different studios here, but obviously we've got our own little esports stadium here now in Sangam.
That's right. So amazing venue to be casting out of here. And of course, we're going on into year 2 here of Valorant, an esport that is still very young. A lot of high expectations last year for Korea.
Yeah.
As an esport powerhouse, people were asking, how are they going to perform? And unfortunately, I think they did not meet the expectations for some of the Korean fans and for some of the foreign fans of Korean esports, but we're here to turn a new leaf and see what they can bring this year.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we've already had the Open Qualifier, which had the most teams participating so far in VCT Korea, 42 teams down to the 8 we see now on screen. And like you said, Tasteless, I think, listen, it was fair for Korean fans to have expectations based on what we saw within the region, right, within our own league. And there were some sparks, right, when we had some of the teams like Neuter and F4Q and Vision Strikers, now known as DRX, when they went to the international stage, but they were always just missing that one extra step to really kind of hit the home run. So we'll see what they can do this year.
So we've got many of the same players that we had last year, some of the same team names, but there has been some shuffling of the players moving around to different teams, and we're still kind of forming. And I mentioned this last year, but I think we're still in that case here now in Korea of cementing each team as far as who's going to have that cohesion.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we've already seen at the very least is that individual players have been building up their stories. And I mean, if you look at the schedule here, obviously with the round robin league format, Tastes, we have so much Valorant here in VC Korea this time.
Yeah, it's going to be Valorant for the next 4 afternoons through the evenings here straight. So if you're joining us now, just mark it down in your calendar. You don't want to miss any of these games. Tonight, we are going to have HolyMolly versus Damwon Gaming Kia, and then ONS Slayers versus Maru Gaming.
Yeah, there's 2 team names on screen that you're wondering how to read. It's HolyMolly and then ONS Slayers. 2 is pronounced E in Korea. That's why it's Slayers, in case you're wondering. And then
2 is E in Korea.
Yeah. And then HolyMolly, I found out that they basically did a kind of Twitter vote with their fans, because they were originally calling themselves Brimstone, but you can't call yourself an Asian once you're in the official league, because that would be
chaos for us to cast.
So they did a little vote, and it was HolyMolly. In Korea, you pronounce Molly as well. It's just written the same way in the Korean alphabet, so that's kind of a play on words with the rhyme, and there's HolyMolly for us going up against Damwon Gaming Kia, which is one of the most kind of expected teams to perform this stage.
Certainly. I mean, Damwon Gaming Kia truly is a major fixture here in Korean esports, a major multi-gaming team, and they have, of course, had, I would say, a very good performance last year, but I think they still want to achieve even more coming here into the second year.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Damwon Kia is definitely one of the teams, like you said, where you could see the potential, you could see that the talent was definitely there. It was never a matter of, if the players could perform. It was a matter of how does that cohesion work. But their opponents today, it's going to be HolyMolly, another team that actually, if you've been following all throughout last year, they're pretty much all familiar names.
Right. Jingbungi and 10X for me personally are names that are just etched into my memory from those insane plays that they had here yesterday. But I do have some question marks about how exactly they're going to be able to hang with a force like Damwon Gaming Kia.
Yeah, that's the big question, right? Some interesting facts about HolyMolly is they only practiced for 9 days together before the qualifiers this time, and they were able to still power through, only dropping 3 maps. before they made it here to the main stage. And it's no surprise. I mean, Harry used to be on Muyaho Rio, also known as Bear Claw, all back in the day. 10X used to be part of that crew. Like you said, Jin Boo-E kind of came through, taken after his brother, who plays professionally in another game. And then we have Felix and Hermes, who also had some experience. So individually, they've still got some experience here in VCT.
Yeah, I think as each player kind of operating as an independent unit, absolutely they have the skill set. We got to see if they have that symbiosis here. Now, Damwon Gaming Kia here, these guys are just phenomenal. And this entire lineup here, there's so much to say about each one of these players.
Yeah, so all these players are just cracked at what they do. I mean, we've seen Esperanza do his thing on F4Q last year, really bringing up that team together. And then Junghai really grew as one of the better smoke players here in Korea. Texture, of course, always contending for the top jet. And then Xe also joining recently from XTNL. I mean, this was a guy who was sometimes just hard carrying TNL in his flex role.
Yeah, Xe was an absolute beast back on TNL, and it's going to be interesting to see, how he's going to function here as a player. Certainly an amazing asset for the team to pick up on. And I think we're going to be jumping into our match momentarily here. But first, let's take a closer look at Jin Boo-E.
Yeah, so Jin Boo-E, I mean, one of the things about Jin Boo-E is that he is a great initiator that Korea has really found last year. He wasn't afraid to start picking up the KO. We've seen him play a lot of the different types of initiators, and you can see that in his stats too. And then look at that headshot percentage, 35% during the qualifiers.
Insane.
That is a very high number given the number of rounds they played, and then 120 assists as well. So always really filling in his spot on the team as they need. But his other numbers are also no slouches.
Yeah, and I think, you look at all the players on this team, it's hard to even pick a key player, but I think Jin Boo-E is absolutely someone that we're going to have to watch for here as he goes into what is, I think, going to be a little bit of a David versus Goliath match for his team. On the other side, we've got Esperanza. This guy, of course, a legendary player.
Yeah, I mean, when he joined, everyone in Korea kind of knew Esperanza's good. Once he joined F4Q, though, he really had a chance to shine because what he brought to the team outside of individual skill is the way he was playing Sova, the way he was really bringing together the initiation the team really needed on F4Q last year, helped propel that team, to Masters Berlin. So a huge boon when he was on that roster, and now he's over on Damwon Gaming Kia, of course, kind of splitting apart with his ex-teammate from F4Q, Zumba, who we'll be seeing later today in the second match.
That's right. And, this is one of these major players that was in that shuffle that we talked about as we transitioned from 2021 into 2022. Again, we've, on some level, I think cemented the players who we're going to be seeing often here in Korea, but where they belong and who they form an allegiance with, is still changing, and we saw that happen here now.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of shuffles in. Damwon Gaming Kia, again, a team that was consistently growing into that top 4, top 3 in terms of overall teams last year in Korea. But now, of course, they have Solo, who was the IGL for Newturn last year as their head coach, which has mattered a lot. And look at this, Tasteless. Everyone always says Korea doesn't play new maps. They're conservative. Well, guess what? It's Fracture.
Yeah, we've got Fracture for map 2, which is really exciting. We're going to start this off on Haven, and if we're lucky enough to get a game 3, we're going to end it on Bind. Now, Icebox and Ascent were both banned here by HolyMolly, and Damwon Gaming Kia banning Breeze and Split. Now, it is true, not just in the Valorant meta in Korea, but in the Korean meta in other games, they do tend to try to dodge early maps, but there is also in the map ban pick meta an idea of like, well, they'll probably ban this map, so let's let them ban that so we can ban the other one, and that may be how we ended up with Fracture rotated in here as well.
Yeah, I do find it interesting. I'm very curious because HolyMolly picked it. That's no surprise. I mean, you're kind of the underdog here. You want to throw a wild card out there, but at the same time, Damwon Gaming Kia, led by Solo, who was on Newturn, who was really good at Bind, which didn't have a mid, right? Bind doesn't have a mid. Fracture's also kind of weird in that front, so we'll have to wait for that in map 2, see what Solo has brought to the table here for Damwon.
We're going on to the agent selection now, and we're going to see if they lock in their regulars.
Well, it's no regulars. It's Neon locked in for 10x.
Wow.
We saw Neon yesterday. Secret was playing it on Desperado to not... I mean, he played well, but the team was not able to really bring any rounds home against DRX. But another one today against Damwon Kia.
Yeah, I thought it might have been an anomaly when we saw that pick yesterday, but we're seeing it once more here again on day 2. Very exciting stuff. They weren't quite able to leverage that agent as well as I think they would have hoped. But let's see if Korea's really onto something or if this is going to fizzle out pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Neon has her strengths, but one of the biggest things I think a lot of teams are still trying to figure out is just Neon's good, but her pacing is so different from every other agent in the game that can your team really be cohesive? You have to have so much prep and so many reps behind you to get that down to a T.
Yeah, the way that she moves, there isn't any other agent in the game that's even like that, and I think there's still a lot to unpack with this agent here specifically. Over here to Damwon Gaming Kia, I mean, that's a pretty standard selection. It's one we've certainly seen last year, and we're going to see it again here as we go into this game.
Yeah, I think Damwon Gaming Kia kind of going the safe route there, but this is going to be map 1, Tasteless.
Let's do this, guys. Game 1 is ready. HolyMolly versus Damwon Gaming Kia in this best of 3. Let's go. We're going to start this off on Haven here.
Yeah, and just right before we start, since we didn't have too much time, but to touch on the composition from Damwon, again, if you've watched a lot of Valorant, it's very familiar, right? You see the Killjoy almost all the time here, along with the Astra and the Sova on Haven. And then we got a little bit, sometimes the Raze over the Jet or double Duelist, but these days Sky on top of that Sova provides so much, because Sova then can really just do his thing on gaining intel, and then Sky can kind of be the extra intel, but the actual initiator once you're going into the site. So you have a couple more options, especially when you want to do something like they're poised to now, going to C long. You don't have to waste the drone just to get into the site. You can rely on Sky to open that up.
It looks like we are ready to go into C right now here. As HolyMolly's going to come in here. Neon sprinting in now with the shorty, takes a shot. We have the Astro Orb up here blocking vision as the spike is now being planted. Coming here from behind. Oh, beautiful setup here by Hermes.
This is some big brain play here for the pistol round. You know that you have the Neon, you rush in, and you expect them to immediately rotate because of the speed. You leave Hermes back in spawn. He goes for a trade, not too bad. Okay, Intro still staying alive as well.
Looks like Intro goes now. The spike ticks away. Shots fired over here as Esperanza takes down Phoenix. Jabuni takes down Esperanza. 10x with a kill on Junghai.
10x! Oh my gosh. Okay, well, it is going to be XC who does finally clean up the site, but I mean, 10x, okay, so one thing's very clear. 10x knows how to play Neon. That much is super clear because he's always jumping with his sprint on. You can get some advantageous angles that way. You get the extra speed to kind of jump above people. You have the shorty, so your aim being shaken up by that jump doesn't matter. I'm just surprised. I can't believe he dashed into the site with a shorty and shot at him from the middle of the site.
It was crazy. I mean, you could tell like a Neon by, how comfortable they are with the movement. And here's the setup that we saw earlier on. The camp into spawn, the panic caused over here from HolyMolly with the Neon running in so quickly. They ran through the backside, trying to get into a position, and were punished for it. But ultimately, with good gunplay, with good control, Axie closes that out, getting that final kill in the defuse. Now on to round 2.
Oh, Texture tried to shut down the Neon from range with the Marshall, but it's not going to work out. The Judge is out from HolyMolly. 10x with the force buy on the Judge. I mean, they did get the plant, but they realize they have to play aggressive, so they want to get the rounds they can, especially while they have attack here. They get another plant, and they're positioned fairly well. You've got Neon up close right next to Elbow, waiting for anyone to come in with that Judge. You've got 2 people in the back of sight, and then C long is covered as well. You got that trademark, so you don't have to worry about anyone coming from your own spawn.
Okay, the Astro Orb goes away. Nice shots here, beautifully done. A bit of a trade. They haven't managed to get into the position just yet. Shot down here from Harry's with a double kill, and Felix closes that out. Beautifully done. Tied up 1-1 here. And what's already started to be an exciting match. A lot of action over here on the C. You could see they're able to get a position that is, frankly, very unusual for early game Valorant. They can close that out and lock them out, get the spike plant, and secure that.
I mean, this is what you want with Neon, is basically when you do, I mean, you don't want to rush every round, but when you do, that timing is just so different than what everyone's used to in the past year. So taking advantage of that, the force buy does work out, and we saw a lot of force buys, especially from the Latin Brazil teams last year at Champions. I think a lot of the Korean players kind of taking notes from that on how that can be useful. 10x is just, he knows his angles for his stuns here.
Intro almost not spotted there. Here he gets the kill. 10X pops around here, doesn't find anything.
The observer just can't keep up with the screen, man.
It is crazy to watch. A double orb setup here to block.
I mean, you just have to, you just have to wait here. You can't really do much. You've only got the pistols. You have one shot, right? And it has to be perfectly synced up. You've already lost your jet. Not much you can do from window here. Everyone just falling like flies.
Failed pop flash down there. 10X gets the double kill to close that out. A flawless victory. HolyMolly now takes the lead. And I'll tell you, seeing these Neon plays is really exciting. I mean, it is a bit of a burden here for the observers to try to keep up with. It's kind of insane to try to watch the action unfold, but you can see they're able to get these positions very quickly.
I mean, I also just think it's so smart. If you are prepared enough to do this, and 10X, again, he spent some time on New Turn as well. He had very, very good technical skill on his own, being able to pick up the Neon, and their economy is so safe right now because they're off of that force buy in round 2. Damwon Gaming, they need this win with the rifles. If they lose, I mean, even 3 rifles here, even if they win the round, this is looking dangerous for Damwon.
Well, Texture gets a kill on it. Harry to start things off. Looks like 10X is going to back up a little bit here from A long. And I think they may be deciding whether or not they want to actually commit to A. We've still got Jingbungi down here, waiting for a shot to come.
Yeah, this is the round where HolyMolly, I mean, you're still off of these. This is your kind of extra bonus here as everyone still had. Ooh, nice shot from
Texture.
So yeah, you're still back just to the Spectres and the Judge. So again, losing the round right now is in itself is not a big deal for HolyMolly. In fact, what you want to do here is you wanted to have made sure you did enough conditioning, and they pushed A again. They tried to do it again. So next round is where you want to pay attention. Ooh, nice catch on that jump
down there from Texture.
Texture was ready for that.
Hermes comes around, takes down Esperanza.
Okay, so Damwon, if they lose more rifles here, it's not a good sign. Your economy's still not in a healthy state right now. You can't buy again next round. They need to play this perfectly.
Whoa, okay. Definitely did not have a good read on where the positions were. We're 2-2 now here as DWG KIA does win that round, only dropping a player. I think things are going to balance out a little bit better here economically as we move into the 5th round.
Yeah, dropping one, I mean, it's fine, right? Obviously, if you go for dropping no one and getting flawless, that's the most ideal, but still, it's only one. You can try to even that out given kind of the positions you're playing, so not a bad round at all. But at the same time, HolyMolly, I mean, they saved up so many creds here coming into round 5 that they should be fine. Now, the big question is how do you start to change your pace? We're already seeing a difference. They're splitting pressure between A and then keeping an eye on mid for HolyMolly.
Yeah, this time a lot more mid-pressure. They are approaching Garage. Garage is actually empty here. Nobody is peeking it right now, although they may have Esperanza rotate back through there.
Well, so a lot of noise made in Garage, which means, especially without any extra tools, right? They didn't spawn any alarm bots yet, no turret there. Ooh, 10x falling is kind of big. So one of the big advantages if you have only that one Neon as your duelist is you can still make noise and then rotate to get to your team as you're trying to strike a site. Now you don't have that leisure anymore, and Texture knows he wants to clear out A main as much as possible. Oh, and he's ready for that.
Texture is just absolutely brutal. Takes out Hermes and retracts the position back to the back of A long. It looks like the rest of HolyMolly may end up following here. They do still have Harry probing in the middle, trying to find any clues, any signs of weakness. They don't. They decide to instead go back through the crosshairs of Texture. Felix does manage to get the kill, but I don't think A is going to be a good committal, and it doesn't look like HolyMolly thinks so either. A rotation back over here, up towards window, perhaps over to B or C.
Yeah, only 20 seconds left. Now, you bought your rifles. I think they're just going to go for the save here. It's 2v4. You know that at least extra backup has come to A, but you've spotted no one else that whole time, right? You didn't have eyes on C. You didn't have eyes on Garage because you left it after the first part of the round. So you know that Damwon Gaming has played this smart, and they were just waiting for the retake fight. Texture was the only one out in A main. HolyMolly making the correct decision here to save, make sure that they're the advantage they had in economy is still able to keep them going in the next round.
Absolutely. Texture really holding down A, but I think, a smart play coming here from Damwon Gaming. You could see, I mean, they had to come back and try to save that ultimately, and yeah, rather than burn through their weapons.
Yeah, I think just Texture pushing up first, and then once he gets an extra kill, backing off as the team. You saw them all positioning outside of the site in C near their spawn. B was the only one they were keeping a close eye on to make sure they don't get caught by surprise.
Looks like Jet might try to go for a pick here down into A, but nobody's going to be appearing there. Instead, a slow push into B.
Oh, you've got the
watch
ultimate
out.
ready. The
power of
overdrive.
Zeus!
We saw Secret getting a lot of kills with this yesterday. See what he can do. He's already run. Oh, he doesn't tag him.
Unreal.
Not a single hit.
Yeah, I mean, well, other than the bot, the turret. And so I think this round is nearly over here, yeah.
Oh, he scraped him right before we switched to him, so you still saw a little bit of health down from Junghai. But yeah, you're right. I mean, he clears the turret, and he's not able to clear the site. So they were kind of working off of that right there. Buys were a little bit mixed because they had saved the previous round, so they're relying on that Neon Ultimate. Again, up to this round, it's okay for HolyMolly. It's doable, but if you lose here, sure, you have a kind of the losing streak going, so you'll still be able to bounce back every other round. But if you lose here, and Texture's got the op now, if you don't take that out of his hands, what are you going to do here on Haven?
Looks like Texture may be going for another peek down here from a short scene if he can maybe get a kill. Doesn't look like there's going to be anybody on the other end of those crosshairs. Meanwhile, 10X leaning up towards Garage. I think from here on out, they're probably going to be looking for a pick, anything they can get before they try to, make any hard decisions.
Yeah, just trying to get as much information as possible. Now, one of the downsides of this type of comp for HolyMolly is, again, without that Sova, you don't have any concrete information, right? You always kind of have to guess based on your other utility. They are going to go for a strike. Breach does fill that role well in trying to actually initiate onto a site.
Seekers come out here as the push into A comes forward. And Zhonghai does go down along with Esperanza. C is going to be where the plant is.
That was an excellent ultimate coming out from Felix, just timed as they confirm there's at least one on site. Felix still staying in that garage, picks up another kill.
HolyMolly's going to win this game. Texture definitely not going to try to come into the C site. Try to carry that op into the next round. Maybe try to go back towards defender spawn, see if he can get some kind of an exit frag. But again, keeping this op carried into the next round, extremely important.
Yeah, so I think both sides are very aware, and I want to give props to both teams, of how they need to play that out, right? HolyMolly, since they can't gain any concrete info like Sova, or even KO, right, just confirming exactly how many members are in one zone, they need to force a lot of this utility or force an advantageous trade early so they have the advantage. Meanwhile, in DWG KIA, they understand that they don't ever need to really push out and take risks, because HolyMolly, they need to strike when they use their utility, because if they use a bunch of their skills and they can't take over a section of the map, they've lost their advantage. Here, I mean, it's just really good trade after good trade. The Rolling Thunder here off of the ultimate from Sky. Really well done from HolyMolly.
Yeah, an excellent play from them, and definitely an important one, is they needed to get more control over the progress of the first half here. As we go into round 8 now, again, that op from Texture is still in the game. This time it's going to be positioned over here at B.
Just making sure there's no crazy peaks out in mid, but that op has also allowed Esperanza to push up real far through window. He will get spotted by that trademark, so now HolyMolly, they have to strike, right? They saw that go off. Oh, and Texture!
Well flashed! I can't believe it.
Oh my gosh, and the ult is popped as well. The Blade Star, he goes again, another headshot!
Some of the sickest defense ever, completely shutting that down. And now Hermes quietly waits over in A lobby. And we'll see if they can actually scout out Hermes and try to get a kill here. But with the spike marooned over at A, there's nothing left to do but try to save your weapon.
Yep. Well, here's the thing. Oh, well, now he saw him, so he's going down. But they knew pretty much exactly where he was since Esperanza had pushed up so far. He took care of the trademark. He didn't get caught in any crossfire, so he's fairly well aware that they're all rushing onto the A site. And HolyMolly, I mean, they made the call. They were already poised to strike, but as soon as that trademark pops off, they know they have to go in. But Texture.
That was insane, dude.
This was such a good hold.
Oh, my God. And then over here with the flank, beautifully done. And even getting that final kill with the op at the end of the match. Here it is now. Hermes pops out. Goodbye.
Yeah, and what can you do here? Again, you have to use so much of your utility for Breach or Sky to take care of this op wherever you want to strike early. Damwon this time just playing full retake on A site. They don't have anything on there. They want to make sure that should HolyMolly go for a kind of crazy other strat on one of the other sites, they're ready to block that. They know how to retake the site. They've got a couple ultimates ready as well. Of course, you've got the Cosmic Divide and then the Hunter's Fury.
Patience exhibited here from Damwon Gaming Kia. They're going to be going for the retake here. Chingbungi immediately shuts down XP. Esperanza here. Nice play with the arrows here onto Harry.
I don't know if he knows Hermes. Intro wins that. Okay, that's big. They needed that. Now, the Cosmic Divide had already gone down.
Beautiful ping.
Oh my,
That is insane!
Coming through the smoke. So here's the thing. Hermes was able to get that Cosmic Divide up, trying to get them that advantage, but as he falls, the flank falls apart, and then they have to still cover both angles. They can't just wait for the Cosmic Divide and wait for someone to peek through, and the rest of the team's already on the site. So Damwon Gaming Kia, they knew exactly what their plan was. Let's just leave A. We can go for the retake. We'll go for the fast flank through mid. Sure, Exi gets taken out, but Intro... So he did actually see his elbow, but not aware of it. Intro's still able to win that fight against Hermes, and then you see they're already just in the middle of this fight as Jet pops down from heaven, and Texture able to clean up the site.
Very clutch play. 6-3 now as we go into round 10. You know, burning through their ultis pretty quickly there in that last round here. It's going to be a tough round, I think, here for HolyMolly. They don't have adequate funds, and of course Damwon Gaming Kia is really starting to build momentum here.
Yeah, HolyMolly, I mean, right now they do have the Tour de Force ready for Harry, so if they wanted to, they could go for a near full buy, but I think probably it's round 10. It's a hard choice, right? Because if you stay here, you still only got 2 more rounds to go. I think you use a Tour de Force, just even out so you can full buy next round, try to make something happen with that, but you're seeing the comp differential just come into play, and Damwon was caught off guard early by the Neon, but that advantage has long worn off for HolyMolly. HolyMolly with the timeout. I mean, they want to figure out how
This makes a lot of sense. This is definitely a good time to try to deliberate on how you want to handle this, because the rest of the rounds, they're going to be rippling from this point onward here. Do you want to try to, save, or do you want to try to buy in and make it work?
Now, Damwon still has their own Cosmic Divide. They still have the lockdown, so they can still play fairly safe, fairly conservative, and wait for these retakes. They just want to make sure they don't lose full control of Garage and mid, because you do that, and you kind of just don't have any extra information on rotations.
There is presence here from HolyMolly in Garage. We see Zhonghai debating peeking here. Nice snipe from XC. Pop flash around the corner. XC takes out 2 more.
I thought he was going to flash and just get out of the window.
All right, Esperanza takes out Hermes.
Yeah. After we watched XE, that was a little that was a little different.
That was a little bit of a different fight.
But wow,
Harry here.
I mean, this is one of those situations where it's like, okay, well, it's a free op, right? The Tour de Force is a free op. You don't lose it. It goes away after this round, so you want to do something with it, but it's also like, what can you do 1v4?
I mean, try to look for picks, I guess.
I mean, we already have some highlights of some players that go for these crazy clutches with the Tour de Force, so we'll see if Harry can do it. Oh, no.
Oh, he sees him. Okay.
Yep. Harry has no idea, though.
Quiet pull up here.
Oh my God, Esperanza. Don't go for the knife. Don't do it.
Oh!
He wanted to.
Shot him with a spike in hand. Beautifully done. 7-3, a tough round. We wouldn't really expect HolyMolly to actually come out here with a win, but Damwon Gaming Kia was such a dominant performance, absolutely shutting that down. Round 11 here, though, much more important for HolyMolly. They're going to buy in, and this is one, where if they could win certain rounds, this would be one they would need to.
I mean, they absolutely need to. Your composition had Neon. You're trying to work off of these attacks. Granted, you don't have the Sova, but you're really just trying to strike with the complete set pieces here. You've already lost so much momentum. Esperanza does have the Odin, but he's not going to go for any type of spam through the wall. He just wanted to peek a main, and he gets chased out. Now, he still has the Odin, so we'll see if he can hold down the site if they choose to push in from HolyMolly.
Bit of conservative behavior here over here from HolyMolly, not overextending just yet.
Oh, I like this.
They are setting up Astro Orbs, but they haven't committed to anything just yet. Cosmic Divide now splitting the map in half, creating an ambiguity over here on HolyMolly's side.
Yeah, and the way it was set up, you still have members keeping an eye on B. You have all the Killjoy utility on C. Use that early. You've been sitting on that ultimate for so long for Chunghai. You might as well use it to make sure this round is uncomfortable for HolyMolly. And now they just leave the site getting ready for a retake. A bit of an overreaction from Dom1 after they saw no one in A main. But I think they'll be okay and ready for the retake as long as they just wait for everyone. The lockdown's still available as well.
Yeah, important moment to see if that's going to be taken advantage of here, perhaps over in A-Link.
Yeah, he's poised for it. Yep,
yeah, here we go. So A-Link lockdown comes into play.
And the Seeker's giving a little bit of information, but are we going to see the Rolling Thunder here from Felix? I think that may as well just secure the round here. That buys so much time.
Yeah, big hiccup there. Diffuse has started once more, but we're going to have another hiccup inbound over here. They fake the sound of the Diffuse, come in again. That's going to drive him out once more.
Oh, this is just...
Ooh! Felix with the kill there on Exi. Hermes takes out Intro.
That is just dirty. I mean, Felix single-handedly buying all the time in the world. Rolling Thunder, Fault Line, you've got the Aftershock. You had the Flash coming in as well. It's just all of his utility.
It was really sick, and you could see they really took full advantage of the assets they had there to drag that moment out. They could not get the Diffuse. That's going to make it 7-4, but that's not enough here for HolyMolly. Ideally, they get that to 7-5. That's as close as you can get before it becomes even. And the question now is, they burned through a decent amount of their utility. They should have some decent weaponry coming into this, but how are they going to handle the final round here in the first half?
You just said it was as close as it gets to even. I'm sitting here looking at the numbers. I'm like, wait, what? But 7-5, that's 2 points differential. And then I'm like, oh, right,
wait,
but then you
6 and 6 is even.
That was a bit of a Castermath moment for me there. All right, just the same push they did in the pistol round here works out.
Yeah, you're right. It is basically the same setup that they had in the first round to start things off here. They're going to have a plant over for C-Long if they need.
Look at the minimap. Texture is so scared of Hermes still in spawn.
Yeah. He's damaged goods from that first round, but nobody's actually camping in spawn. We've got the Al drone coming out here now looking for intel.
So Harry going down means that trademark, of course, doesn't activate. So Hermes has to constantly keep an eye out here. Behind him, he is going to spot too. Oh, and he goes down. That is just a flank. Now open against HolyMolly.
Oh, and Damwon Gaming Kia, it looked for a little bit like HolyMolly might be able to hang on there and maybe not win with kills, but win with time. But in the nick of time there, 4 seconds remaining. Damwon Gaming Kia steps it up. It's now 8-4.
Yeah, and now we will have, of course, that halftime so that teams can kind of review what they want to do as they switch. I'm curious on how HolyMolly is going to play this. I mean, given what I know about the team and the players and their composition right now, my assumption would be that they want to play aggressive. I mean, you've got the Neon where you can just pretty much, if you're able to bolt out and either spot no one or win a duel, you secure one part of the map, which is huge for Haven, having 3 sites. But if they can't win that duel, I mean, this is Solo's team now. We have to remember that, right? They are Kia is under Solo, and what does Solo like to do? He likes to just fish for you non-stop, waiting for you to push out before he goes for a site.
I gotta say, the Neon plays were really something else. Like, we got to see these positions that you couldn't have imagined before this agent was incorporated here. So excited to see more and more usage of this here in Korea. We're gonna start now. The second half here, this is going to be, hold on.
A little bit of back and forth here in Garage. Now, I don't know if Damwon expects them to be 2 in Garage.
Yeah, we see them backing out through window, all the way around through garden towards lobby, tiptoeing into A. XC in the back is beginning to step back here to try to meet up along with 10X.
And just in case anyone's wondering, it is Damwon attacking. So we'll wait for that to be updated here for all of us.
Yeah, the graphic is a little bit weird.
Yeah, we'll keep you on radio here as you can tell what's going on. And 10X tries to push through, but not getting the kill.
Yeah, unfortunately so. Exi with the wall bang takes out Jinbungi. Not the ball bang, but the wall bang, sorry. And coming back around, you can see here with the spike, Texture is shut down immediately. Exi fighting back.
Oh, Exi! with the
Exy, it was a ball bang. I can't believe
Oh
it.
my gosh.
That was insane.
Well, I mean, as soon as the fault line hit, I thought it was over, and I was getting ready to say, well, this is what Breach is good at.
Right,
He can win you duels with that support he can do as an initiator, but Exy he just stands there. He's like, well, I'm stunned, but my crosshair is still on your head.
Yeah. Well, it turns out that clicking on heads is a good ability to have in the game. It's a good skill to carry with you. So that means it's going to be 9-4. We usually expect there to be a 10-4 to follow, unless there is some kind of plot twist here, and this meta with these two teams.
Yeah, and no force by here from HolyMolly.
Right.
I mean, as much as you would want to, given the score line, on Haven you just risk so much trying to push out aggressively with a force buy on defense. So they're just going to accept this round as a saving round and see what they can do. Oh, that drone is going to spot him at the end, and Texture just takes him out right away.
Good kill there by Texture. With the shutdown, now a 5 versus 4 here. Rotation over here into C lobby. In the very back is their Chamber Harry peering out. They don't see anything just yet.
Now, you always have to remember the Headhunter, though. This is the biggest advantage that Chamber gives, right? It's the eco advantage. You always are a threat, but not able to find the hits he wants here against Texture.
Doesn't get those connections. Texture is just tearing through this team right now. They get to set up the plant over here. Phoenix sprays out, and shots are fired back there through the Astra Orb. A peek over here is going to get him shot in the back. Beautifully done. 10-4.
Texture. I mean, there's a reason why he's always contending for that best Jet spot among some of the other ones we have. Of course, this season we have RB on DRX back on Jet. He's been playing out of his mind, but Texture has been so good, and I think, again, under the guidance of Solo and the teammates, they've really been able to figure out how to support him even better as one of these great Jets in Korea.
Yeah, Texture with that killer instinct just comes through, wiping that team out immediately. Now, this is going to be the moment that HolyMolly needs to have a turning point here. They are going to have superior weaponry by advantage as we go into the next round. But before I can even finish that thought, Texture already takes out 10X again here.
Damwon, they just know now. They know, okay, well, 10X is good at Neon, but therefore what he's going to do is he's going to try to take full advantage of what Neon can do, which is really change up the pacing of the game. He's going to try to rush out. He gets taken down immediately.
I mean, they're basically preempting the Neon, shutting that down, and then playing a beautiful game from there on out. So plant for B over here. We've got a C-heavy side on here for HolyMolly.
And they've got their bases covered as well. You've got that turret in the attacker spawn, making sure no one's flanking in from A or C long.
We do have Zhonghai set up here for window, so if we do get to the down to the wire here, we definitely need to watch for that. Texture lurking over here in the Astra bubble. Pops out with a kill and disappears again.
He spotted Harry too. It was a good attempt from Texture. Harry still wins that duel, but they can't do anything with only 2 members left on HolyMolly. Harry's good, man. I'm glad to see him back. I was so sad to see him. He took a break after a brief stint on TNL after he left Rio, and then we didn't see him for the later half of the year. Now he's back on HolyMolly, and he's good.
It's still a great shot, but, you know, a tiny victory within the bigger loss as it's 11-4 now.
It's looking rough, Tasteless.
It really is. The Texture, though, I mean, this guy's hunting ability is insane.
He's on point today.
Now let's watch 10X as we go into this next round. We've seen, you know, I think the setup's already become a little bit predictable. You know, with the knowledge of the map, they kind of know, all right, you know, Neon's going to try to pop out here, so let's deal with that first, and then let's figure out where our advantages lie. It looks like that Neon duel is about to come here.
Oh, he's going to try to push out through the drone! Oh, man, it was a good call from 10X. He's heard the drone, and he's like, well, when is Silva most susceptible? When he launches the drone. He's able to pick off Texture. He does get traded off, but now this starts the domino effect as the 3 remaining members of Damwon still able to take advantage of the first part of the site. Jimbungi's still hiding.
Yeah. Jimbungi with a double kill over there.
Okay.
That's it, 11-5. Nicely done.
Oh, I think
the start of a long journey here to a recovery, possibly.
Yeah, well, I think what 10X did was he caused enough chaos and gained enough information that Damwon felt the pressure to just push in off of that. Well, if Neon's hiding with the judge and there was no backup from window, we should just try to rush in. So you see him get the 1 kill. He tries to go for another trade. But after that, it's just so much speed. And we're just taking a tour of Haven. Beautiful sky.
Lots of beautiful lava rocks here on this map.
The lava rocks, man. I love it.
So, a quick rush in here. We've got Texture's ulti procced.
Okay, well, this is... All right, we're just going to see 2 of the dissipates come through. You're just going to try to refresh that on the side of Hermes for HolyMolly's defense. Because you heard the rush, you do that just to buy some time. Those stars will come back, and then you'll have a time to reposition should you need to.
A little bit of sandbagging there on the movement.
Absolutely. And that's okay for Damwon as well. Sure, they made noise, but they were already poised to use the Blade Storm anyway. In fact, what this has done has drawn a lot of attention to A, but Damwon still have 2 players on the lurk. So now HolyMolly can't leave A site either. They just kind of have to wait. Their rotation is a bit slow. And what does this do? It allows Damwon to go to A.
Look at this. They're going to get free reign over on A. Hermes isn't going to be in position in time to do anything from window.
Esperanza didn't spot Jimbungi, but he goes down to Junghai.
Esperanza just lurking behind the bubble. Oh, beautiful shot.
Oh, almost able to just take full control. Intro there for the backup, though, through the Nebula.
Harry takes out Texture.
Just the crossfire. Good teamwork there from Exi as well.
And now, I mean, it's a fight to play for overtime, but that's hard to imagine with the way the rest of this game is already gone. Beautiful strategic play there to cause a lot of confusion, to start to lean into A, back up, generate distractions on the other side, and it worked. They basically had HolyMolly out of position, and even though I think it was not as easy of a setup as they had wanted, it was a bit of a chaotic fight over today, they managed to take it.
Yeah, well, HolyMolly, they started rotating, and then they caught themselves, which was really important, and they heard that Nebula go off in the window, so they were able to try to get back in time. 10x, okay, he does get a... But here's the thing, if you simply trade, you've lost your advantage as Neon.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's just a 4-4.
Yeah, and
the
you
edge
pushed
is
out.
gone.
Yeah, and you got information, but what, in the first 3 seconds of the round, you can basically just reset. The default hasn't changed for Damwon, and especially on a team like Damwon with the players they have and Solo's coaching, they're not fazed by that. There's no numbers advantage, so as defenders, you're still playing on the back foot, and you can see that from the members of HolyMolly. I mean, you're kind of trying to figure out if you basically want to group up at this point, try to play it safe. Of course, Harry will be okay with the rendezvous. He can teleport out if he needs to.
Okay, a pop into B with the plant down here now. We've got smokes on either side of the B entry point for the defenders. And, I mean, this is looking pretty tough here for HolyMolly. They're going to have to give it their all here as we are running out of match here for Game 1.
Yeah, I also think it's a pretty big... It doesn't matter at this point in retrospect, but... Oh, they're going to go for the push out on the lockdown. They get cleaned up. But I think it's a bit unfortunate that Harry didn't donate his Vandal at the start of the round and go for his tour de force, so they still had another member not playing with a rifle, 2 members not playing with a rifle this round, as it was potentially the last round here on Haven. It looks like this will be it.
Yeah, beautiful setup. 13-5 is where the story ends for Game 1. But of course, this is a best of 3. Damwon Gaming Kia, though, nonetheless, taking the lead.
I mean, Damwon Gaming Kia, this is what I was so excited to watch. If you watch some of the games, even in the qualifiers, these players were all explosive in their own right. Even Exi and Esperanza, who joined to this team this year, they all had these carry moments. But one of the problems that Damwon had was they would get over-eager. They would get overexcited. Intro would push out too far. Texture would go for these crazy jet plays. Junghai would try to be that hero in the site. I mean, he's still one of the most clutch players on Damwon as an Astra. But now you have Solo guiding them, telling them how to keep their form throughout the entire map. And, you know, they get crushed by Neon the first couple rounds, and they're not phased. They just come right back swinging.
Yeah, and I think the fact that they're showing that kind of discipline is really exciting. Overextending and bleeding off players is one of the easiest ways for things to unravel very quickly in a game of Valorant. And so, look, they were very coordinated back there. It did seem like HolyMolly had some very cool ideas, but those ideas got solved pretty quickly there for DWG Gaming Kia. I like you pointing out that, like, yeah, I mean, it's cool that, you know, Neon could pop out of a corner and then kill you with a shotgun, but if it's a trade, or if Neon doesn't kill anybody, well, now you're just behind.
Yeah, you don't really gain much from that. It's so early on in the round, and especially as defenders, you're still on the back foot if you're even. So
and it's Haven too. You have 3 spike sites now, so you really have to have some balanced defense.
Yeah, so unfortunate for HolyMolly, but I think it was also a sign of they knew they didn't really have a chance unless they did that, unless they played aggressive, just simply not because of individual skill per se, but given the fact that this HolyMolly is a roster that played for 9 days before the qualifiers, so they're still only about a month old, whereas DWG, they kept their core roster. They have these extra additions. They have solo coaching them. They have all this structure that they've been able to keep together for a full year now.
I mean, they've got, I would say, better backing in any sense.
Sure.
Here, and you're right, HolyMolly, I think they looked independently very strong. We kind of touched on this before the match started, but they didn't quite seem to have the synergy as a team that they needed. But again, you know, it's cool to see Neon there, but it did seem, especially on the defense, to not behoove them at all.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, and I think they knew that. They had to make something happen on attack, but Texture also being a huge help with that 2.2 KDA. I mean, that's one of the reasons I think, despite the win, it's 13-5 rather than, you know, something a little closer, as Texture's being able to, we saw that hold on A site with the AWP and then the Blade Storm. I mean, this guy is playing at the top of his form so far.
Yeah, Texture was pretty insane. I mean, just taking shots like, you know, like there was nothing that HolyMolly could do back there. What do you think about, you know, looking at the Neon back there with 10x, maybe on the defense, dialing it back from just relying on like judges or shorties and stuff like that, and maybe trying to play a little bit differently? You can still rotate quickly.
Are you asking me this because I always play with judges and shorties when we play together? Like, that's all I ever do. I'm like, well, they'll hide in this corner with a judge. They'll never see it.
Now I'll be here, and if they don't look, I kill them.
I mean, I think... Well, we can talk about this when we prep for the next map as well, but there are some other things you can do.
Guys, we've got a short break. When we come back, the fight continues on with HolyMolly versus DWG Gaming Kia. We'll see you in a minute.
I'm not a joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I got a new love. He runs for miles. 67 fast back. Oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show. Watch me as I go. Should look both ways before you cross me, baby. 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on.
before you cross me, baby, cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
Spent too many nights trying to make it through the dark. Gone are the days that I try to tell myself apart. Now I just wanna dance, hold my drink up in the air. Nights like this are becoming so rare. Can't stop now, throw my hands up in the air. I got work in the morning, but I just don't care. Singing ho-ee-oh-ee-oh, yeah, ho-ee-oh, ho-ee-oh-ee-oh, gonna dance the pain away. Ho-ee-oh-ee-oh, yeah, ho-ee-oh, ho-ee-oh-ee-oh, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. My body's never felt so alive. Sweating out all the imperfections. That's how we make it by. Now I just wanna dance, hold my drink up in the air. Nights like this are becoming so rare. Oh-ee-oh-ee-oh, yeah, oh-ee-oh, oh-ee-oh-ee-oh, gonna dance the pain away. Oh-ee-oh-ee-oh, yeah, oh-ee-oh, oh-ee-oh-ee-oh, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away. I just wanna dance, dance. I just wanna dance, gonna dance the pain away.
Sweetheart, it's true, the waves still crash under the boardwalk. We held hands. Sweetheart, it's true, the waves still crash. They never stop, despite my broken heart. I'm on the way down. I'm on the way down. I don't know how I never got past that with the girl that I don't know. I'm in the background. Your memories like a relapse. Ooh, I'm on the way down.
Coming here from behind. Oh, Dennis Esperanza. 10x with a kill on Junghai.
10x! Oh my gosh!
The Astro Orb. goes away. Nice shot.
Dangerous for Domers, and everyone still has. So next round is where you want to be.
Just comes around forward. And Jong Hai does.
Saw that go off. Oh, and Texture. Well, here's the thing. Oh, well, now the Cosmic Divide had already gotten.
Beautiful ping. See Jong Hai evading, peeking here. Nice snipe from XC. Pop flash around the corner.
He gets through the round here. That buys so much time.
Yeah, you can see here with the spike, Texture is shut down immediately. XC fighting back.
Oh, XC!
What? Orb. A peek over here is going to get him shot in the back. In the Astra bubble. Pops out with the kill. Duel is about to come here.
Oh, he's going to try to push out through the drone.
Texture.
At this point in retrospect, but they're going to go for the push out on the Lotus will be it.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for waiting. We are getting ready to hop into game 2 now. It's HolyMolly versus Damwon Gaming Kia. Damwon Gaming Kia, a really insane performance there. I think HolyMolly had some pretty cool ideas. We saw the application of those ideas, especially in the first part of both half 1 and half 2, but ultimately this is starting to look more and more like it may be a one-sided series.
Yes, I think so, and there's no big surprise there, right? I mean, Damwon Gaming Kia, before this main stage started, a lot of people, even in Korea and also globally, were saying, I mean, this team now with these additions to the roster, to the coaching staff, this might be the team to finally really take down DRX. I mean, that's how high they were rated. So for HolyMolly to get together 9 days before the qualifiers, come here and try to put up a fight, I mean, it's a tough mountain to climb.
It's a really strong set of what we could call ringers. You know, you have a bunch of really good players.
Yeah.
They come together, but they need to get that symbiosis, that synergy that is going to make them orchestrate attacks or defend sites as well as a top-tier team. And I think the only way you're going to get that is to have more experience. And like you said, they did play well.
Yes.
They did look good, especially when you consider who they're playing against. But will they win a game here and make this 1-1? I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's always missing kind of that 2% of crispness when you're going into a site, things like that. And then we talked about it briefly right before the break, but what do you do, right? You've got this Neon that's constantly trying to push out even on defense. One of the biggest problems, again, is you didn't have any agents that are able to secure intel for you, right? You get a little bit from the sky. I mean, you can try to work off of the breach, but those are all things where you still need to peek out, push out with your own body to get intel after your skill. So at the end of the day, I think the biggest thing was Damwon understood that. They said, even on defense, they have to push out. They have to. So we just wait.
And I think watching the Neon back there, for me, that was the most exciting part, was to see the positions that you're able to get that it's physically impossible to get before this agent was actually introduced into the game. I mean, the only agent close with the kind of mobility of that was Jet, which, of course, I think for me, casting the first year of Valorant, that was a lot for me to wrap my head around. But now, watching what Neon can do, especially like we saw on Haven on that C site where they were able to lock off Haven, before we were able to get a sentence or two out.
Yeah.
And so, how much more of that will we see in the Korean scene? Hopefully a lot more, because I think it makes for some very interesting and cool plays.
Yeah, I mean, we're 2 for 2, right? 1 Neon a day so far in day 1 and day 2. So we'll see if more show up. There's the MVP, Sky XE being played by XE, and then we had Texture on that Jet.
I'm calling for a recount. We voted Texture.
We both voted Texture.
The English cast voted Texture.
I was torn, though. I think XE did so much for them kind of behind the scenes and set a lot of that up and still was putting up numbers, which, again, that's what he's always known for. When he's playing these flex and initiator roles, he's still putting up the kills, still putting up the numbers there for the rest of the team.
It is going to be a little bit here, and then we hop into Map 2. Now, Map 2 is going to be on Fracture, which, honestly, I didn't think we were going to have Fracture for, a couple days, but it looks like it's our lucky day, my friend. We're going to get to cast on this map and see what some Korean Pro Valorant looks like on the newest map in the lineup, and, of course, a lot of interesting ideas at play here. And then, of course, what agents are going to be selected for this.
Yes, absolutely. I am curious. During the qualifiers, HolyMolly showed them picking up and taking on after Gambit And what Gambit played on Fracture last year with the Brimstone and the Sage, a little bit unconventional from what most people expected. Gambit has still shown that they're willing to continue with that over at EMEA, but more people are now used to that, having seen how Gambit plays it. So HolyMolly, I'm interested if they still stick with that comp here and how well brushed up they are, because that's a composition where you need to have your timings very, very clear on what you want to do.
Yeah, and I think Fracture is a map that's going to allow the really smart and better teams to express that, because there are, I think, so many ways to look at this map, especially when you consider all the possible, agents, the combinations of them, of course, with their abilities. And we're going to see, again, another Neon locked in over here for HolyMolly.
No. Oh, man.
10x with the Brimstone.
I mean... Okay.
And a Cypher selection here as well.
Yeah, so this is still the same, except it's going to be... I mean, we have the Neon instead of the Rays here for HolyMolly, but... Oh, man, but Rays just offers so much. On the side of DWG Gaming Kia, I mean, you've got the Breach. The Sage, again, we're starting to see a lot more Sage play here and there, but you still got, I mean, Viper oftentimes picked over the Sage along with the Astra, kind of going for those double smokes. The Breach is kind of a mainstay. Rays and Jet, somewhat interchangeable. I feel like Rays offers more if it's just a single duelist here. And then the Chamber, of course, getting so much coverage, and again, so much economy advantage through a lot of his skills.
Right. Yeah, very cool selections here for both teams. We're actually going to jump right into this game. Wow, we're just moving right along here. Guys, this is Game 2. The map is Fracture. HolyMolly versus DWG Gaming Kia. DWG Gaming Kia with a 1-0 lead in this best of 3.
Right, Fracture, Neon on Fracture. I mean, listen, I like it.
All right, here we go. Immediately out the gates here. Sagewall coming down to lock out that position just behind Dish.
Yeah, that's going to have to stop them for a little bit. The fast lane comes through, and that's going to give them all the time they need to get onto site. So again, the advantage of Neon is very clear. He spotted him with a peek. Can they get the trade? Ooh, Texture's still going to win out at the end of the day, but Harry comes through.
Blow for blow here. Harry beginning to take that lead now. And the spike ticks away. An approach in here through the middle of A.
HolyMolly's well poised for this. It's also a 3v2. You know exactly where they're going to be. The spike is well spotted from Hall. Just drawing some attention to buy time for Felix to go check.
Oh, and Brimstone smokes have not been put out here yet. Whipped shot over there on intro. Tries to pop shot again. Gets the kill.
Oh, and you've got the fault line coming in as well. They just have to play it slow. I mean, you can go out one by one just to double check. Spamming through the Nebula, and they're going to pick it up.
No other option than to try to commit. But Zhonghai is killed off there. HolyMolly, once again, with a strong start like we saw on Haven. But after a couple rounds, we got to ask ourselves and look at the results. Can they keep that going? But again, very cool opening strat here, immediately diving in onto A. And basically locking out any opportunities for a spike defuse as that game minute out here.
Yeah, I really like how they set that up. I mean, you're using the Neon's fast lane instead of the Sage Wall. It gives a little more coverage as you're dropping down over from Satellite onto the site on the top side of the map. Going to go for that fault line again, allow Hermes to push all the way up. Now, what this will do, though, is it will condition them to constantly check for it.
That was sick. That was insane.
My gosh, he knew he had the speed advantage. He was ready for it this time. He's like, well, they got to be waiting for us because there was no fault line. There was no Sage Wall stopping us at Satellite. So it's another easy plant here, but still down to 3v3.
That was actually ingenious. By the way, Hermes takes out Zhonghai to have the Sage Wall try to come up to make them run above.
Yeah, it was a good setup.
But yeah, unfortunately shot down at the last second.
No, Hermes just constantly gaining information with these peaks. He definitely, personally, he wants the kill. He wants to get the kill here.
Yeah.
But XC doesn't have too many options.
Okay, just behind A door, we've got XC lurking. Oh,
a little too close to that door as he was going for the fault line. Yeah, he wanted to put it up and then open the door immediately. Timing just a bit off, but just seeing if he can take off at least one extra gun. Not able to do so. Of course, we had that Vandal as well on Harry, so that's going to carry through, and this starts to add up once again. But HolyMolly had that advantage in that last map as well. They weren't able to keep it all the way through the first half, so we'll see what they do. Now, the first 2 rounds has already forced Damwon to put so much attention onto Satellite on the right side of the map.
Yeah, they're really respecting the possibility of an attack over there, but this time it's going to be from attacker side bridge in through the B bench right now. Shanghai awaiting around the corner.
He's waiting in that nebula, not able to stay alive for the moment, gives up one gun, but the spike gets dropped right on sight.
Is insane. Hermes with the bunny hop comes through and guns down intro.
That's Neon for you. That is Neon.
We're going to have a sight into spike plant, I should say, into the backside of the B site.
Oh, they want to win this. Oh, Hermes had a chance to try to just go for the plant. They wanted to try to go for a win, make it a 2v2, but now it's a 1v3, and Damwon will be able to get the win on their bye round.
Yeah, very important round to win. A bit of a chaotic excursion onto the B site. And it looks like there may be plans to come back into A. At least that's what they're signaling here onto the minimap. But this time it's not going to be coming in from the dish site. Instead, it's going to be through A hall. And, I mean, it looks like from what they're signaling possibly a pop into the door. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. What I'm a little bit disappointed by from HolyMolly, and I say disappointed simply because they do the previous steps so well in knowing what their comp can do, trying to condition them, but they only condition them for so few rounds that things just change up so much. Oh,
Laser fingers.
Again, not able to get a kill. That is unfortunate.
Beforehand, I would have thought if we saw Neon, that would be the kind of the big peak moment would be that. But so far, not able to make the shots connect. Of course, the damage output of that is insane. HolyMolly with a different tempo this time around. Harry over here onto the A-drop site, trying to peek up here. Damwon Gaming Kia, I think, has a pretty decent defensive setup over here. Texture about to pop around this corner.
Oh, no.
No way.
Oh, that
back
timing.
turn. Oh, my God.
And there were two as well, trying to come for the backup, but Damwon was prepared for that. I mean, this all fell apart when the Neon able to get in through the door safely, but not able to pick up any kills with that overdrive. And after that, I mean, sure, you still have your utility, but you don't have anyone who can really drive through to the deep parts of the site. So HolyMolly, we're locked out. Harry all alone. Gotta save this Vandal.
They can watch the spike over here. Harry is just going to have to let the clock run out. And it doesn't look like they're going to have anybody try to hunt Harry down here. So a little bit of downtime here. Damwon Gaming Kia, as we get further along into the first half, similar to the last game that we had on Haven, they do seem to be able to get control pretty quickly, despite the fact that HolyMolly, I think, has some of the coolest opening pistol round strats we could ask for.
Well, with that Neon, yeah, you get a lot of action on that pistol round. But we'll see if they can bring things back here. Oh, Texture even gets the hunt on Harry, too.
Wow.
That hurts. I mean, that was the one silver lining that HolyMolly were hoping for. And now you're just tied up and not able to do much. Of course, Hermes can get some form of buy here since he used the overdrive last round. Just going to be a Guardian.
And this was an unfortunate moment. Back turned over there, and this was where the spike was forced, I should say dropped over in the A hall, so they could cover that easily.
Yeah, well, now what do you do? I wish they would spend some more time trying to force action at Satellite. I mean, you spent your early rounds, sure, it's the pistol round, but you spent so much time doing that to try to keep attention there. But right now, Damwon Kia has realized, okay, that's not their default anymore. On buy rounds, they actually stay on the south side of the map, so we don't need to invest too much on that north side, and now it's been cleared.
I think you're right. I think the game does give you enough time to fiddle with certain sides of the map and maybe try to bait out attention over there, but they've basically gone through every rotation you could imagine at this point in time, and we're only in the 5th round. This time it does appear to be pressure play over into B from the attacker side spawn.
Yeah, that's the important thing you need to remember is, yes, you want to have a variety of actions ready, but the problem becomes we do see a little bit of action over by the door on A. We saw Neon putting up her wall, the fast lane, but no one even really caring about it, no one even in the sight lines for it, so it's not going to add too much pressure. Okay, a little bit of a trade there.
Hermes whips the shot there. XC with another shutdown. Looks like Harry's going to try to come through now. And again, very clean play overall there from Damwon Gaming Kia. Getting kills, only dropping one player as funds begin to pile up. And, you know, we're going to start to see a real dilemma here for HolyMolly, especially if they can't pull something off in this next round.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's kind of reminiscent of how Haven went, and also just statistically on Valorant, right, at this point with the economy, that if you're not able to get a win, you're going to keep on just bouncing back every other round. That really starts to limit the choices you have. Damwon playing really well with that chamber, taking advantage of the tour de force, gives over the Vandal to his teammate Esperanza, and he's able to use that skill, and he's pushed out far.
10X just around the corner. Whips the shot. Intro with a knife pull hops away. Going to try to get another one, and 10X says no.
That matters a lot. The fact that he pushed out of B into B main, he was trying to get so much map advantage and steps just too far away. I mean, if he got the kill, it wouldn't have mattered, but misses that first shot, and now that opens up the entire site. Oh, they're just going to push out. They want these kills.
Yeah, they're going for it.
Oh, excellent gravity
moment. The gravity wall's so good.
well.
Hermes is shut down. Esperanza lives on in the match. And going to heal up for a second. Almost went for... Oh, no, okay.
He thought about it, but
yeah,
just given the situation and the timing, and then you had to wait for the wall because of how that was set up. So just decides to ditch the idea of rezzing someone for now, but he's able to pick up a kill.
Hold on. It's a 2 versus 3. Not a lot of time on the clock. Felix gets the kill on Esperanza. HolyMolly looking like they're going to close this one out. XC tries anyways.
Yeah, well, XC just trying to get whatever he can. Of course, they were sitting pretty comfortable for this round and the next economically on the creds. So doing what damage he can was a bit more important. Unfortunately, not able to do too much. HolyMolly, they make it. I mean, this was the biggest thing. 10X just ready for that repeat, and he makes the right call. As soon as it happens, just go for the smokes and push in.
Pretty impressive. Push back there from 10X. As we go into the next round, it's going to be a 2-3 split here from south to north.
Yeah, and just we do have the Cypher, of course, now continuing to get info on satellites.
And they're going to shuttle the spike back through middle again.
Yeah, I think not seeing any action pushing out to the north side. On trying to make sure that they're prepped for something. And it's on the breach as well, so you want that to be where you're making your main push. Breach can also help. I mean, with the range of his fault line, he can really clear things up for the Neon as well if they wanted to go for a pinch.
I think we're going to have a duel come here with Esperanza and Jingbungi. Still got Harry up on top from a drop.
And that's a lot of time bought by Esperanza, though, and they still haven't really secured anything. They secured satellite, but not onto the site there. A little bit of a Roomba mistake there.
Gravity wins on that for the Boombot. And they're going to go back on to B. Intro waiting patiently here. The breach, Brimstone Smoke should give away the plans over here. Hermes takes out Intro.
Again, Neon, if you know where to look, the moment you slide in, you're going to have that advantage. Really well played by HolyMolly. They forced so much utility out of that Sage. XC just going for the immediate retake with the Rolling Thunder.
Esperanza moving through now. He's going to try to pop up the ramp. Over here, looking around the corner. And whiffs the shot.
Tried to time it with the assist, but not able to get it.
XC does manage to take out Jingbungi, but it's just him versus 3.
Oh no, poor XC. Okay.
Not much time left on this spike. All they have to do is run the clock. HolyMolly so close to taking the lead here, 4-3. Looking for an exit frag, doesn't find one, and doesn't get the kill there on a Harry. Harry closes that out. 2 rifles carry on into the 8th round. As HolyMolly is really beginning to look a lot more organized, a lot stronger here on the attacking side on Fracture. And we're kind of seeing why they picked this map. They really have a lot of cool ideas at play.
Yes, they understand how they want to use the map. Again, just forcing so much utility and rotation to that A site and then immediately rotating back to B. I like that XC and Damwon chose to go for the immediate counter. going onto the site with the retake. The Rolling Thunder comes out right away after it's been planted, but unfortunately, not enough members on the site. Everyone was still already somewhat in position for HolyMolly.
So quietly, the spike is pushed up through the B side towards tree. As per usual, so far, they do have Harry lurking up here by satellite, and they're going to have the Neon just dash over here into B. They check the corner, nobody there. Up in tower, though. Immediately shot down. The spike planted regardless here by Felix.
Hermes is on point with his shots after he dashes in. Jumps over the wall as well. Good understanding of what Neon can do. Of course, with that speed, you get a little bit more distance on your jumps. And I like that despite the Sage Wall coming up. Okay, intro.
Intro with a pretty good shutdown there. Going to come around the corner. Needs to give some cover. Ooh! Gets stunned there.
Oh.
And 10X nuking that area.
He got the half, but wasn't able to get out in time, so that only leaves Junghai, and that's a good win. Again, the orbital strike is one of the biggest reasons why Brimstone is still somewhat toyed with here by different teams.
Of course. I mean, the ability, no matter what the distance is relative to that spike plant, you can just punish from that area is huge.
Yeah, so really, really good usage. And then now you have Hermes back with the overdrive on Neon as well, so we'll see how he can make that work for HolyMolly. I like what I'm seeing from HolyMolly here. There's a lot deeper understanding of how they want to force utility out of Dom1 and kind of keep them locked onto certain sites here on Fracture compared to Haven.
Whoa, Hermes! They're bumping into each other. This is chaos.
Oh, that is just slightly unfortunate, Felix. Probably a bit sorry, but we do have the res coming out from Jin Bung-yi.
It should be an easy plant over here onto A. And I don't know if Xe and Junghai could really contest this.
Oh, and Harry gets that kill too. So yeah, not much Xe can do. I mean, he just has the Sheriff just trying to do damage, and damage is done.
And it looks like he might try to pop through A door.
Now he knows Harry's near spawn, so he knows he has to cover both angles.
I feel
if he
like
goes
Harry's
through
got
here.
this shot. Oh, whiffs it. Cyber Gauge coming out. But it doesn't look like Xe's going to go through there. Instead, he's waiting to maybe try to get a kill on the other side. 10X stops that from occurring. And we're now 6-3 here.
And also just there, I mean, you knew Xe was trapped. You had to leave the site at some point anyway. I love that Hermes just sprinting forward and jumping around to draw attention, and 10X just goes for the kill here on Xe at the end, kind of going for the bait and switch.
It was a weird start because we saw the Neon try to run away, and then it was players crashing into each other. So
good decision-making from HolyMolly, though. I mean, they had a little bit of that traffic jam going into A, but they win the trade, so they go for the res again, making sure they have the numbers advantage, and that means the overdrive is still ready for Hermes.
Okay, a push in here from B bench. Sage wall comes down. B is naked. They're going to get a quick plan here. Hermes with the ulti. Laser fingers, go, go.
Yeah, just spamming through that smoke. I mean, just trying to get whatever chip damage he can. Keep them at bay. Now, because of those brimstone smokes, they just ended. You don't have too much time. We see the Cosmic Divide coming out, though. Oh, Jin Bung-yi.
Beautiful shot. Slow orb planted over there to impede that movement. Junghai gets the kill on Harry.
Oh, Jin Bung-yi!
And it looks like Hermes closes out on intro. Xe kills Hermes. Felix takes out Xe. But ultimately, the defuse is going to get off here after Junghai gets that final kill in the nick of time.
Yeah, well played with the Cosmic Divide. The thing is, Jin Bung-yi, if he had gotten one extra kill there, I think this falls apart, right? Because the Cosmic Divide was poised to make sure towers locked out and that whole side of Arcade where they got a free entry on the side of HolyMolly was locked away. They simply had to clear Jin Bung-yi. And initially, I mean, look at this. He just holds it down, buys time, gets his orb, gets an extra kill. But eventually, a die to intro.
Important round there. Dom1 Gaming Kia. This time, and again, I got to really praise HolyMolly for the rotation of strats here.
Yeah,
they are trying every angle. They really have thought of everything on this map. Ooh. Oh, a whiff shot there. That is rough.
Yeah, so he has to teleport back as well. So Rendezvous back, that's on cooldown. You've kind of given up hull control. You don't have any other ways to check anything right now. You see the Rays coming to support, I think, primarily just to scout out either Satellite or Halls. But that means 3 members locked in on A site, and HolyMolly fairly aware that this should be happening.
All right, Felix about to go here with a stun into the B site. And we've got Hermes immediately running up, getting the kill on Esperanza in tower.
Yeah, but the counter Rolling Thunder does make sure that they don't lose too much of the site. The spike's still not in yet, but Hermes has control.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Felix to get in here and actually get that plant. It's going to be in the corner of B. And he's going to sit on spike, basically try to camp it out. On the outside, Intro and Zhonghai looking for opportunities. They're outgunned, but if they take it slowly, they might try to be able to pull this off.
Yeah, so they realize that you can still hide away from the gravity well. They're aware that someone still has to be on the spike, and Intro gets it.
Intro's game sense is so good. Goes for the bait, doesn't work. Whiffs shot, not much time left. Another one, he doesn't commit. Does not get that one either. Intro gets that kill, but there's one more player in the game, Harry. And Harry's going to try to come up here. I don't think there's enough time in the world to pull this off. And all he has to do is peek. Yeah, and that's going to be it. The spike, I think, was going to go off no matter what. But beautiful bait out there, 4-7.
I mean, Intro, you saw him aiming high on that tower because he suspected the Neon was there, right? So the Neon's always going to jump peek. So he was trying to be ready for that. Unfortunately, the Neon for once actually just walks out, and you're like 2 feet above their head. And you're like, oh no, where'd she go? So not able to get that quick kill. And Hermes staying alive, getting the extra kill, and now picking up the op here. No, okay. I was going to say, I don't think you need it. You're in the lead.
Yeah.
And you're doing, I mean, sure, it's the last round, but still, just why take that risk?
And so, once again, as this started, we're going to be back up around Dish. Texture just below here from A drop onto A site. They've got Intro back here, but he's not actually covering this area. And Texture is going to get bled off immediately here. They're going to lose control of this site. And again, just like it started in this series, it's going to end that way, it looks like as well. 10X comes down here, immediately wipes out Exy. And now goes for that plant.
That was such a good bait setup right at Satellite, just making sure they're ready for the crossfire as soon as they hear anyone pushing up from defense. There's the HolyMolly from HolyMolly here, trying to keep them away.
Wow.
And the orbital strike as well, 8-4, Chaseless.
Talk about domination, man. Can they do that well when the shoe is on the other foot? I mean, I think that Neon, especially on attacking side, creates opportunities that we haven't seen before, but is she going to have that kind of functionality on the defending side? Obviously, she's a very fast agent. She can get from A to B very quickly, but this is very important here for Damwon Gaming Kia. Overall, they would ideally want to close this out with a 2-0 victory, but they are really getting their feet put to the fire here with HolyMolly. HolyMolly is showing an understanding of a map that is truly on another level. I mean, this is a map we didn't know how much we would see on. Now I just want to see more and more of this map because the strategies coming out here on the attacking side are fascinating, and the way that they're rotating them is brilliant. They're really keeping Damwon Gaming Kia on their toes. Let's go into the second half here. This is round 13. And immediately, Texture, before I'm even looking at the monitor, is already dead.
Yeah, we just got some early trades.
Right into that.
Oh, Intro is waiting! The lurk! Oh, my goodness. I mean, that was still pretty decent value, unfortunately.
2v2. Headshot, Hermes!
Almost.
I got Exy versus
Easy one.
He's got the spike. Of course, you know, you could rotate back to B. You've got over a minute on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, Jinbungi choosing to rotate. I mean, at this point, it's a dice roll for Jinbungi, so he's just choosing to rotate, see if he can get that advantage. But Exy playing one step ahead, just waiting for that A site to clear.
Now, Exy is below half health here, so a couple shots here from a Ghost, and he's out. 40 seconds left, although, unfortunately for Jinbungi, he's not in the right spot. He does decide to heal up. Not even a reload has been done here from Exy, as he knows the single audio cue could put him in jeopardy. And he's going to decide to go ahead and plant. on to the A site. Now, that's going to cue Jingbungi to come back around, but, you know, in a 1-versus-1 pistol round, this is going to be pretty exciting, man. But again,
yeah, this
it's
can go either way.
so important right now for Damwon Gaming Kia that they win this round. They need that
Yes.
momentum. The first round in a half is the most important round, and it ripples through the rest of the game.
Oh, man. So XE, he has the fault line, but he doesn't have too many good opportunities to use it. He uses it just to change his position. Now, Jinbungi's fairly aware that he's on the site.
Oh, whiffs the shot. Jingbungi coming around the side.
XE just needs to stay alive. He just needs to buy time.
Oh!
Whoa! Okay, well, I mean, I guess if you get the kill, then that works out
What
too.
if you just kill him, Chobra?
10 HP.
What if that's all you need to do?
I should have never doubted XE. I should have never doubted XE. I actually, this brings me flashbacks to when he was on TNL. Like, he was down to like a 1v3 on Icebox with a Marshall. And I was like, I don't know if this can happen. I was casting with Artosa. I was like, I don't know if this can happen. Artosa's like, well, XE's the best player in the world, so it's going to happen. And he just manifests the clutch into existence.
Okay, so that was such an important moment. 5-8 now, round advantage here for Damwon Gaming Kia.
Well, okay, and we see a lot more Bulldogs now all around the world when you're going for, you know, these buys on the second round, or maybe when you're going for those half buys in the middle of a map, just really realizing what value it can bring if you can continue to carry that through and build up creds for maybe the rest of your teammates on some of those other rounds.
They're stacking A. This is, I think, not the worst idea here. I think sometimes, you know, one of the rounds in a half that you could be the most creative is if you're down in the second or first half. You know, and if you try to super stack A, right? Like, if they go for A, maybe you can just kind of outposition them during the invasion. And look, this is a setup to come into A, so maybe this gamble's going to pay off here for HolyMolly.
It could. I mean, especially with the composition they have. They don't have any ways to buy too much time on their own. One already on the second floor, though. Texture finally gets taken down. Oof, just gets sprayed down by Junghai from the stairs there. And it's just low.
Yeah, okay.
10x.
Did not matter.
Unfortunately not, but I agree. I think it was.
Yeah.
I think that's what they had to do. I mean, sure, you have the Cypher. Maybe Harry could have if you invested into his utility, but they decide just to go for the full save. You know, you didn't have too much setup. You had the spy cam on B just in case. And then you say, well, we can't really hold too much time if we're not buying our utility, so let's just stack.
Yeah, let's just stack and roll the dice, and they got the roll they wanted. Texture just with an insane invasion onto the site to get that high ground. XE closing that out with a ghost, and it's 6-8. Things are going to start to even up. This is the round, though. HolyMolly could pull it back.
Wow, super aggressive relay boat just to try to take advantage again of the fast peaks from Neon. He gets the information of multiple members and the breach flash coming through as well. So Neon backing up. But this is what I like, is that they no longer feel the pressure from HolyMolly to push out with Neon every round because of what else they have. You have the Brim, you have the Cypher, you have the Sage to hold a site for a lot longer than you did in that previous map on Haven.
All right, intro. Certainly not trying to be quiet over there onto the A site. But it wasn't just to generate sound. He's actually going to try to push into A with the rest of the team. Zhonghai may decide to go back around, though, to B. Only Cypher covering on the B side of the map. Heavy stacking onto A, although Felix is doing a rotation into the... No, he's not doing a rotation to the back. I thought he was going to turn around.
Yeah, Felix is torn right now because they don't have any confirmation.
Oh, my God.
But this still got the job done. The purpose of Texture going in was to draw them, confirm to HolyMolly that they're going to B. But unfortunately, 10x still alive on site here, finally gets cleared on A, but they're not able to break into the site.
Yeah, they're locked out for now. Are they going to try to commit anyways? She's going to try to run back maybe through door?
Just trying to make sound, trying to bring them out onto the site. Yep, yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do with the Neon, though, since you can hear that sprint so clearly. It kind of gives you an idea of what that movement's going to be. But Damwon had a good idea, right? They were able to push into halls, And then they say, okay, well, now everyone's rotating to A, so what should we do? We still have 2 members. They never pushed out a B main. I am going to jump onto site, but he gets hit by the tripwire. Such a good setup from Harry.
Yeah.
After he kills him, he hears no more movement, says, okay, everyone stay at A. I don't need you guys over here at B. HolyMolly able to hold off the offense here from Damwon.
Yeah, that clutch at B truly allowing the hold at A to occur. We've got stacking up here at attacker side bridge. But it looks like, honestly, HolyMolly, at least positionally, is going to be ready for this. The question is, can they actually get the shots? Can their utility connect?
HolyMolly, so we're trying to get rid of that spy cam, and he's not able to. He saw the spray everywhere. But hey, guess what? Get rid of the guy controlling it. It's not going to do any work.
Felix going to hop up into tower. Intro looking for any kills here. And, you know, HolyMolly, you know, I don't know that they can actually hold this position for much longer. It's a 2 versus 1 right now. And this is going to be Jinbungi way out, slowly creeping through arcade. They hear the spike quietly. I think she's going to come up through tower, which is, I think, not a bad idea. Although
you've got the Spectre, so you can try to get these close ranges.
Unfortunately, just to the right of the dome of Zhonghai. Another win here. Damwon Gaming Kia nipping at the heels here of HolyMolly. You know, really flexing here for them on the attacker's side. Again, there's so many variables you have to be computing, especially at high levels like this. And they're able to get in there.
Yeah, now that was a costly round for Damwon as well. So it's a little bit, you know, it's not a comfortable full buy, but you still have the Tour de Force, I believe, is online. Yep, so you see everyone being able to hand that over. In fact, they're actually going to be able to just kind of toss things back and forth and make it all even out thanks to the Tour de Force. So again, this is some of the biggest advantages. Chamber, very good on defense on a lot of maps. Sometimes a little iffy on offense, but single-handedly with the Headhunter and the Tour de Force, you can save up so many creds for your team.
Yeah, it really is a crazy booster to your economy overall if you utilize it correctly. Boombot's going to come out here. This is going to let Texture lurk back over right by the entry point here of A-Hall, which I think is a smart move.
Yeah, just waiting to see if there's any movement. Now, HolyMolly not overreacting to anything. Keeps that breach near the center so you can always provide support where necessary.
We should mention as well, HolyMolly, this is a budget round for them. We don't expect them to win, and A site could not be more exposed here. So they're just going to tiptoe in and just take the site. So we're going to see what the plans are for a retake here as Esperanza goes for that plant.
Does Hermes use his overdrive here? I mean, there's arguments on both sides. Yep, okay, so I believe we just heard it. Yeah, Hermes has it ready to go. He's at the forefront.
Oh,
gets one!
Gets one! Tries to commit onto the smoke. Nothing behind that, and is taken out by Exy. And, I mean, this is really a story of better guns.
Oh, so unfortunate.
But I'll tell you what, that was a lot closer than I think anybody expected it to be.
There's
Let's see if Harry can still pull it off.
Oh, but
Not
the
over yet.
slow orb is going to buy a lot of time. He has to start going into the site. He knows that.
Yeah, they just both pop out at the same time. Crosshair cannot be 2 places at once. 8 to 9 as things are getting more and more even. But again, you know, Neon using the ultimate there was insane. You can really see the kind of damage that does. And, of course, the confusion and chaos that causes on the other side.
Well, the big thing there was if Exy wasn't on the lurk, the Neon was still alive. Hermes still able to live, got another relay bolt off as well. Hermes was going to go onto that site if Exy didn't get the flank. So Exy on the lurk really shutting down that Neon was huge, able to buy enough time and stop the relentless assault on that retake. Damwon now brings it back to 8-9.
Okay, immediately with a dash in, but Texture with a shutdown.
Texture was stunned up too.
Texture's stuck behind this position, but tries to pop out. 10X goes for the shutdown. A res here from Esperanza. Texture's back in business. 5 to 2 as Damwon Gaming Kia is looking to even this out 9 to 9.
Yeah, Damwon knows. I mean, they've still been kind of on the edge here for the economy, so they need to make sure they get every advantage they can, and they will. All 5 members still alive.
Spike plant boost as well. As I gotta say, I mean, these rounds are getting more and more impressive there. Let's see what the rotation's going to be as we go into round 18. You know, what started out as a very impressive first half from HolyMolly. You know, we're seeing the attacking side here with Damwon Gaming Kia really pulling this back together.
Yeah, it's another story again of another composition where you can't confirm any intel through your utility, right? You always have to peek out. You always have to work off of something, off of the fault line, off the slow orb to confirm where the attackers are. So you're a little bit pressed. I mean, Neon has the speed to try to make that work, but Texture.
Here we go.
Texture.
Oh!
Okay, he gets
Takes
traded.
out here. Yeah. Takes him out. Esperanza getting the kill on Chigbungi. 10X fights back, taking down Intro. A 3 versus 3 right now as a spike is quietly moved through tower. Jongi coming around. Hermes back, pointed over here to where the scope is probably going to be. What am I talking about? Through the wall.
Hermes, I got thrown off for a little bit
like,
on that angle
what is
as
this
well.
part of the map?
No, Hermes just really sticking close to that corner. But unfortunately, 10X not able to win that duel either. So Hermes last one.
That was a caster just fracture problem there.
Just fracture
Just
problems.
fracture things, guys.
Honestly, I personally love fracture. I love fracture. But it is a headache to look at the
This
mini-map.
middle area,
And then also the X-ray we have for observers as well sometimes. And you're like, okay, well, exactly where are you, right? So, well, hopefully we see more Korean teams picking it, though. I'm glad that HolyMolly felt prepared enough. A lot of times you see these underdog teams pick it just for the sake of throwing a curveball, but I do think they practice this legitimately. Yeah, I do think so. It's just their composition has some limits here on defense.
I totally agree. And the games have been really insane on this map.
Well, we'll see. Taking things a bit slower now. You do have a couple ults on the side of HolyMolly, the Orbital Strike and the Res.
Texture making some sound here with the boom bot and firing some shots over there onto the B arcade side of the map. And really it's just Cypher waiting here. Xy's going to come in here and try to stun that side as they're going to move in and dive onto B.
Okay, so Harry's pushed out through the Cosmic Divide, but the Sage Wall is there.
Oh, nice shot here by Harry.
That's huge. That is so much value from pushing out on the Cosmic Divide, and you get out thanks to the Cosmic Divide. Now you have a 5v4 retake with the Orbital Strike. All of your utilities still ready to go.
Okay, so Orbital Strike comes down there. Meanwhile, Bungi takes down Esperanza. Diffuse is starting now. It isn't a halfway commit. Stun will come through here, hiccuping that once more. Texture. Oh, hold on.
Over the wall. Texture.
Okay.
He's still alive.
Nades. They commit. Is there any way to interrupt this? There's a little bit of one.
No, but they got
Yeah,
that
they're
half.
okay. They got it.
Woo! HolyMolly, really good retake, and it all started with Harry pushing out through that Cosmic Divide, taking out the chamber that lessens one person, but also any of the intel on some of these rotations.
That's right.
So really good play, and I love that the Orbital Strike and then the Aftershock just confirm literally no one on site. They're either in the top side of tower or outside of the site, so we can all go in, put up our own Sage Wall, and start the defuse.
Yeah, and that was really down to just a couple seconds, so pretty impressive retake there from HolyMolly. It's 10-10 now. Again, the first to 13 is going to be moving on, but this is looking like it could go either way. A lot of important utilities spent, though, in that last round to try to retake that site. Let's see what happens in round 21 as we are back to pushing up to Dish, this time from Damwon Gaming Kia.
More timing for Harry, but Jimbungi's still alive. He needs to stay alive, but not able to make it happen.
Oh, man. Yeah, they are not in a position to have any control of A. We see the Neon sprinting here. Hermes darting across the map, or was, but again, this should be an easy closer here for Damwon Gaming Kia. They're going to set up the Sage Wall. They're going to go ahead and plant out here onto the edge, exposed side of A.
Yeah, and this just secures in case there's anyone pushing out through B. In fact, it's actually just a bit of a kind of loop-de-loop as we had HolyMolly actually pushing out. They're going to be going all the way around just to save the guns they have here.
Right, and I think that's a much better move than trying to actually trade into this. So it's going to be a quiet ending here in this round as Damwon Gaming Kia is going to pop up into the lead, 11-10. The Vandal and the Phantom are going to be carried on into the next round here. Although I will say, you know, the way they tried to hold that A site, I think there were too many agents sticking out in spots. They didn't really,
they got caught off guard.
They were hit
think
one by one.
something that's important to note is Damwon hasn't until this round, actually made any strong effort to push through through satellite.
That's
so once they started seeing the trades happen, okay, Hermes gets one, okay, but once they started seeing those trades happen, you see HolyMolly kind of frantically try to go to support their teammates, but like you said, it ends up just being picked off one by one and gives up the free side on A. So Damwon, but this is what I was talking about. HolyMolly, and this is where you see kind of the experience and the structure make the difference, is that HolyMolly had good ideas, but in terms of thinking long-term, conditioning the enemy team, really saving certain strats for specific rounds, that's where Damwon comes on top. They saved that until it came kind of to a make-or-break timing, and now they have the advantage 11-10.
Okay, so we have Texture going to dive in now. Boombot's going to ping-pong out.
Good. I mean, because of that previous round, so much attention spent onto Dish, so much utility spent there as well. Now, they haven't come into sight, but that's fine for Damwon. They can back off if they need to. They know no one's pushed up too far into spawn, but they have to be wary of B main.
Yeah, they've got 10X and Hermes just around the corner.
They are aware.
I don't believe that Damwon KIA is audible at this point in time, so
if Damwon wins this 2v2, they get the free side on A. Hermes going to get the first kill.
okay, it's a trade-off, but Hermes survives and now escapes back towards the B side. So it's a 3-stack over here for Damwon KIA. Nowhere clear that they can go just yet. Esperanza with the res onto Texture, even this out to a 4v4.
Okay, so we're back to square one. 40 seconds still on the clock.
Yeah, this could go anyway, but they are going to have to get a spike plant pretty soon here.
Now, they don't have Brimstone, so they don't really have any easy way to entry into sight.
Back to A?
Trying to just make some noise with the Sage Wall. That does lock up 3 people, but Harry still sitting at A. If he even gets 1 kill, that could be enough time to block them off. And you see Jin Bungi frantically running to provide crossfire. There's only 13 seconds on the clock.
Texture shot down, spike dropped. Intro takes it back. They need to get the spike planted immediately if they're going to do this, and they do not. It's 11-11. Insane shot there from Jin Bungi.
Trying to get the rest to try to get the rifle back, but
not enough time. Save that.
Wow. Holy moly. I like that. So they win the duel, and then they don't overextend on either side. They start rotating, but they stick close to their defense spawn in the center of the map, and then they start hearing some footsteps. So then what we saw in the previous round was they kind of stop. Are they going back to A now that we've won the duel? And then they hear the res, and they say, okay, well, if they're rezzing, they want to go for a head-on fight. So let's stack here, leave Harry at A. It all pays off to tie at 11-11 here. And Damwon trying to make something happen at Dish again.
Yeah, once again, the Dish play. Now, the ice wall has been thrown up over here. And we have the Brimstone smokes up here. And it's going to be actually Texture popping through here, looking for a target, finds it, and gets the kill there, but trades himself off in the process.
Oh, and the Molly keeping his teammates away as well.
Oh, Exy is so sick. All right, so the spike is going to get planted here. I was worried he wouldn't be able to get in there for a second, but good shooting by him. Intro shuts down Hermes. Hop peeks over around the corner. It's just Felix and Harry locked out.
Yeah, I mean,
the crossfire is pretty insane here, too. It's going to be very hard to get any good entry.
I mean, this is a tough call, right? Because if you lose this, you know you have to play for overtime. But at the same time, you kind of want to save. It looks so tough.
All right, Felix gets a kill there.
I mean, this is doable. Not too much time, though.
Yeah, I mean, all they need to do is run the clock, I think.
Well,
And Exy sees it, and
okay, he's just choosing to do a full save. I think initially what he wanted was trying to get at least 1 more kill if he is going to save, right?
Yeah.
Try to do some damage there. Of course, we do have some decent creds still on some of these members. You can see Junghai still sitting at 4,300 for Damwon.
Overtime, go.
Let's
do this, man.
That's something I hear a lot when we play together. Go. So HolyMolly, that's what they got to do.
I didn't think that Exy was going to get in there for a little bit. It looks like the spike carrier was actually locked out, but he had an amazing shot there. Got that plant on outside, and we're here in the 11th hour of this round. It's either going to be a big victory here for Damwon KIA, or we're going to get the dream, which would be overtime.
Hermes looks like he might be prepped to push out of A. He has the help from Breach. They've got some pings. Oh, you see some of the smokes coming into A halls as well. So very cautious, but making noise on the door, and they don't see anything. So HolyMolly's already kind of wondering. There's question marks everywhere. Where are they going?
We've seen Harry in this spot before.
Yeah, the double stack, of course, as well.
So they see him. They don't give it away just yet. Shots fired. It doesn't connect. Felix takes out Texture.
Yeah, good backup from Felix now.
Oh, Harry is insane!
It finally works out. They've been sitting in that position so many times together. As soon as Harry spots it and they hear extra move with the wall to boost both of them over and get those easy shots.
And they just weren't ready from that kind of an angle. So now it's Xe and Zhonghee. Again, it's not over yet, but it's hard to imagine them getting a win here. They're stuck up in B tower, excuse me.
The craziest part is they've seen those two agents in that position, but they haven't had to deal with the boost up over the wall yet.
Yeah.
And so Damo just gets caught completely unaware. Spike's still not planted here.
Harry gets another kill. And that's going to be it. Oh my God. Overtime. Let's go.
Wow.
That
is
insane,
incredible,
man. That was such a clutch play. You mentioned it before, Chobra, at the last second, having the combination of a Sage Wall ready when you have the Cypher cam. And, he didn't just click right away. He said, okay, is it just going to be their chamber coming? No, I see 3.
And then they have Felix come in first, right?
Yeah.
From spawn, and they're like, it kind of trains him to look at the common angles. Okay, they're going to walk through spawn. They're going to walk through on our right side. And then you just boost over. Harry's able to get 2 off of that boost. Huge moves from HolyMolly. Clearly much more prepared than they were on Haven. And now we go into overtime on Fracture.
And you got to think, all the different plays, whether it's on to A or to B that we've seen, and there's been so many, and so many mind games that are built off of the previous games. What are we going to see when it all comes down to the wire? It is DWG KIA over here on the defender side. HolyMolly here to play the spike at A or B. And we are seeing a little bit of buildup over here outside of B bench.
Yeah, just sitting in those sewers. Trying to be ready to go either way. Not much, secure information on either side. Now,
10x with the shot. He has to back up. Not a single bullet connects there.
But with the information that they got off of that, they saw 10x and there was no backup from the side of bench, so they know they're all towards the lower half of the map.
Intro here with the peaks. Hermes is going to pull away. They've definitely burned through some utility here trying to deny any movement in here. 10x is going to commit with the Brimstone smokes, which basically means they need to commit to the B site.
Oh, Esperanza was not spotted by that cam.
Oh my God, Texture is insane! 13-12. An easy shutdown onto B. They had a bad read. And now we have the swap. It's going to be the spike back over to DWG KIA. HolyMolly needs to stop them, or they are losing this best of 3.
That is true, yeah. Of course, DWG KIA already took 1 map on Haven, so HolyMolly, I mean, if they can even take this 1 map off, right, and take it to the 3rd map, which, by the way, it is bind. So statistically speaking, DWG KIA used to already be good at bind. Solo was a mastermind at bind, so it's looking a little tough even if they go to map 3, but it would be a huge story to start off the stage, and Hermes with a good push out.
Before we can even really get started talking about this round, we already have it down to a 3 versus 3. And Hermes, again, is still in the game. He wasn't traded off, so you can get some pop kills here pretty quickly. We have the ice wall coming down over here to A. They're going to come through A door and try to come around from the side.
Yeah, now they've made enough noise in Hall to have someone locked positions there. Still not clear of exactly where everyone is, but Xe is upstairs. They need to check this. Oh, we see the res coming out from Esperanza.
Well, Xe gets a kill onto Harry. Things looking a bit grim. Felix is still left in the fight, but less than 10% HP. He's taken out. And DWG KIA wins that 14-12 in an insane match on Fracture.
I got to give credit to HolyMolly, right? It was very clear what they practiced. And I think they showed some promise with Neon. I don't think everyone's sold on her yet, just given what we saw. but they were still able to make it work and really give DWG KIA a run for their money there. So good props to HolyMolly, but at the end of the day, no upset here.
Yeah, very clutch play there at the end. I am so impressed, though, with just the overall play from both the teams there onto Fracture. There were so many interesting ideas. Again, ideas and strats that build into later parts and later rounds. Like, for instance, the lack of DWG KIA really using Dish there until the very end.
Yeah, and again, this is something, and I think a lot of this comes from not only DWG KIA being together mostly for the last year, but also Solo bringing in that experience across tactical FPSs on, well, there's certain things that carry on over time in terms of how you want to condition each other, how you want to pace yourselves through a map, and really diversify your playbook.
So this is going to be a 2-0 victory, but I think the real thrill of this series was captured on the map Fracture here. So much fun to see, you know, these two teams constantly outmaneuvering each other and outsmarting each other. Props to DWG KIA for having impeccable setups there on the B site. When we just thought HolyMolly might be able to take it, they didn't quite have the right read. They were shut down immediately. And, you know, it was a chaotic final round there when the spike was given to DWG, and they're like looking for a place to go, and immediately there's a trade-off there, 3-3.
Yeah, I mean, it came down to the wire. HolyMolly did have a chance here on Fracture, but at the end of the day, DWG KIA proving why they're kind of the team that people expect to potentially combat DRX this year here in Korea.
Yeah. You know, HolyMolly played so much better than they did on Haven.
Oh, absolutely. There's no
like
question about that.
You give them a more complex map. No disrespect to Haven, but I think, you know, there is so much to Fracture to unpack.
But Haven has 3 sites.
Haven's missed. What are you talking about, Tasteless? Fracture's missing one of the letters for the sites. There's no C site.
But no, Fracture is a very complicated map, right? There's so much to consider on both sides, attack and defense. Hermes, I think, had a pretty good performance, as we see from his numbers. In fact, a 1.6 KDA, doing solid for himself. But Esperanza had some really good ideas for DWG KIA. We saw that boost, or the boost coming from Jimbungi earlier, but Esperanza really just holding off a lot of these angles, and then also still putting up the number. Again, Esperanza, Exi, these are guys that can play different positions and still do their job on the scoreboard.
Yeah. I can't get over how cool that setup was to bring us to overtime.
Jimbungi and Harry, man, yeah, on HolyMolly.
Yeah.
That setup was good, and I think that's the craziest thing is Damwon had spotted them in that corner prior, in one of the rounds prior, but it didn't connect that that's what the setup was for. And HolyMolly just kind of taking their bets that they're still not prepared for it, and they're able to shut down Damwon to take it to overtime. So that was a cool way to end the normal rounds there before we go into OT.
So it does end with a 2-0. DWG KIA, you know, once again reaffirming their position here in Valorant Challengers Korea. They are a real threat. They've always been, you know, one of the teams that is you want to watch for as far as who's going to be on top, but that continues on here into the start of 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I am very excited for the stage. We have so many good stories with kind of the players splitting and going different ways. We have certain teams like Damwon, maybe even ONS Slayers, that are poised to potentially contend DRX, also known as Vision Strikers, DRX Vision Strikers. Now we have our MVPs. Exi, of course, won on the first map, and then Esperanza coming up on Fracture. So 2 different MVPs here for DWG KIA.
Yeah, and I mean, what an all-star lineup here. You know, Exi was insane on Haven. Really, there were so many important picks that Exi was, you know, executing back there to control that. And, you know, overall, with the 2 teams that we had here, the Neon plays were very, very cool. Like, it's really exciting to see Korea really grab an agent early on and start experimenting with it. I know last year Korea was a bit more conservative with the new agents that we had. Maybe not with Astra so much, but certainly.
Well, even Astra, I think. I mean, took a little while until Zumba
Actually, that's true.
shut down Vision Strikers, right? And then everyone's like, okay, well, this is a good Asian.
Viper wasn't picked that much right
No.
away. Yoru, I guess that's just a Yoru thing, but
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. But yeah, even Viper, like after some of those patches, of course, EMEA, some of the front runners there for Viper. And of course, we all know what Nats did with Viper last year on Gambit. But Korea, even after watching that, Korea wasn't picking Viper up very quickly. They were very hesitant.
And you know, with some of these regions, they do end up with siloed metas, and then we have to ask ourselves: is this actually a meta that's behind or a meta that's ahead? And you don't really know until you put these teams together and have them actually fight it out. But at least now we're seeing them elect to grab new agents right away and actually have some very cool ideas expressed with those agents.
Yes, and I think that's some of the joys of Valorant is I've seen other players or even analysts or commentators kind of talk about this, in that there's no like one golden meta in Valorant, right? Because there's so much more to that. Sure, you have different utilities and skills, but you still need your aim. You still need kind of these basic tactics in these FPSs. So that all comes together where you say, okay, well, this is kind of the current meta, but that doesn't mean it's golden. You can still bring another comp and make it work as long as you're aware of what your pluses and minuses are.
And I do like that Riot is introducing maps like Fracture, where even though players like me, I bend my brain into a pretzel and I can't figure out how to play on a map like that, you get really good players that know how to move, know how to exploit parts of that map. And talk about an exciting game you can get on a map like that because of stuff.
I love Fracture. I know probably the wider audience disagrees with me on that simply because in your own ranked games you kind of want to avoid it because not enough players are used to it. But I love it. I love just this crazy aspect. It's just so different. I'm still on the fence as well. Like, do I think it's really good, right? Do I want more maps like Fracture? I don't know. But it is different.
Do we want it to get even crazier than Fracture?
Yes.
We want it, maybe even more three-dimensional levels.
We want
Fracture,
sites.
but with teleporters.
With teleporters and 4 sites. 2 more on each side.
That's right. No, 4 sites, but no C. We go right to D and E.
Oh, my
That's
gosh.
how we step it up.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
These are my new maps. As I just have a C and a D site, they're like, well, this doesn't
you're like,
really change anything. And I'm like, well, the letters are not the same. That is an immutable fact.
Oh, man. That just reminds me back in, this is a long time ago now that I'm saying this, but back in high school, one of the pranks that the seniors would often do is bring a bunch of cows. Don't ask why we have cows in our neighborhood. Cows into the school, but they would number them 1, 2, and 4, and the teachers would have to find the 3rd cow that doesn't exist.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
So this was going on before we were even – wow, okay.
I actually wonder how they brought the cows into the school. I've always wondered. But that's their first match.
Sad news is that they killed the cows afterwards.
No, they did not. They did not. Do not report our school for that. They did not do that. But here's our results from the first match. Of course, we're still got another best of 3 waiting for us today. On Slayers versus Maru Gaming.
That's right. We're going to have a short break before we go to that match. I think we do have an interview coming here as well.
Yeah, we'll have an interview here in a little bit as well.
Here's our overall schedule. Be sure to join all of us here, doing Valorant Challengers Korea. We're going to be on the same time every evening, so you've got many more days of top-tier Korean Valorant. I do think this region still shows so much promise, so much potential. You really can't count Korea out. Any game they start to give enough attention to, enough people start to join on the servers and play, there's going to be a threat on the global scene. And again, I think this game is going to continue to expand and flourish here in Korea in years to come.
Yeah, I saw a guy on one of the forums, I forget which, that said something like, after watching some of the plays yesterday, they said, well, if Korea ever wins a major event worldwide, I will gift everyone in this thread a skin pack. And I'm looking at you like, listen, I understand that you think it might take a while, which I agree with. I think it might.
Yeah.
But if Korea continues to play this, like the only way that statement is true is if Korea quits the game as a region. Because the way that Korea analyzes a game, at some point they will contend for
and
a
imagine
title.
Losing everything you own because of a bet over skin packs. Imagine that. Like, what
Some
happened?
of these skins get pricey, man. Some of these skins get pricey.
This is true. So, what an exciting, series we had back there. Again, we're only halfway through the matches here tonight for Valorant, but definitely for day 2, an amazing start.
I mean, we've We've had Neon twice today. We had Neon yesterday. Secret from Desperado played Neon yesterday. This is very unlike Korea. I mean, yes, it's the underdog teams bringing it out to try to throw a curveball, but it's still crazy.
It's funny because getting ready for this season, you're always aware, there's a new agent, but we'll see what how much of a role this agent actually plays. So to see it actually come over and over again like this is exciting. And again, I think, the new agents that have been introduced to the game in combination with the new maps have made for a lot of interesting growth.
A lot of interesting growth except for an Icebox. Icebox is still Sage, Viper. You got your Jet.
That is true. Icebox
Killjoy.
did turn out to be pretty vanilla as far as play, though. But, some of these other maps has been crazy.
Yes, we've seen a lot, like KO seeing a lot of play now finally as people have had more time to get used to what he can provide for different teams in different regions. Of course, Chamber, it's kind of a mainstay already. Just right off the bat, he offers so much. And now Neon's starting to creep her way in. We've seen her in other regions, too, pop up now and then. We'll see if she's able to really kind of carve another piece of the pie for herself.
It's cool to see an agent that can dash like that, just to have that mechanic and to slide and everything, and how much that can change the game in general.
Yeah, I got to be honest, like, personally, I still have so much trouble just, like, wrapping my head around Neon when I'm playing her. Like, in my head, I get it all.
I've tried I actually can't play her at all.
Yeah, I see the timing in my head. I'm like, I sprint and I throw my relay bolt here, and then it bounces there, and then I slide out to the right, and I kill them with the judge. It, like, all plays out.
Your screen's just moving so fast. It's like the Blair Witch project.
So, and then it never comes to fruition. Not for me, at least.
Not for me either. So, again, we got a little bit of downtime. There's more stuff happening
Just
on the
waiting
Korean
for
end
the
of production.
yeah,
but then you're going to have your moment, right? You're going down there to do the interview.
This is my moment.
This is it.
Yeah, over 30 years of my life just for this
Your
moment.
entire career was built up. So he's going to be going down to the main stage. Is this correct? And you're going to be interviewing
I'm not telling you.
The players?
Maybe I'll shadow step up. Maybe I'll turn to Ohm and shadow step up into the audience there, do a little interview.
Some of our players were actually, they're sick. They weren't able to be at the studio. So, we're casting here in the studio now, but our players are actually playing from home. So the interview format is a little bit different. We'll see more about that in a second. First, some highlights for you guys to take a look at on the games that we just casted here. See? So you guys could see, back here. And again, the Haven game was I guess we're going to be doing not the Haven game, guys.
Just
bad. Just Fracture.
So much action in Fracture.
Yeah.
We just don't have room for Haven anymore.
Right. No. I don't even remember Haven happening. That was the best of one. Really, again, great plays on both sides here.
You gotta see that Neon was very well prepped by HolyMolly.
All right, Chobra is going to head down to the stage here. We're going to get ready to interview our winning team, Damwon Gaming Kia, that we saw barely become victorious back here in this match. Again, interesting comps used right away here in Korea. Of course, having Chamber come out, but Neon as well with some amazing plays. And of course, as has always been the case in Korea, we've got a lot of great breach stuff coming here. And this was a treat, man. My first cast actually here on Fracture, which I'll tell you, Fracture's a bit of a weird map to cast from because of the way the map is set up. But, man, you can really get an appreciation for the different approaches each of these teams have, or even the fake outs trying to rotate back into A or to B. Here we're seeing a quick shot. Zhonghai just murdering here. Not as many great laser finger plays as I was expecting. Really, it looks like Neon came down more to, just being able to dash out and get surprise kills. And again, guys, we did go into overtime here. Pretty insane play. I can't wait to capture, not this moment here as much, but the game after this where we saw the Sage Cypher combination. Here it is now, using that Sage wall along with the Cypher's camera to spot and shut them down over here. In the end, it was 2 victories over for Damwon Gaming Kia. Perfect offense, perfect defense. And enough of my talking, guys. Let's go to an interview and see Chobra talking to our winning team. Chobra, take it away, buddy.
All right, welcome back, everyone, here on the main stage now. I just had to hop right down, and we've got the winners of that previous match. It's going to be Xe and Esperanza, who took the MVPs for Damwon Gaming Kia. Let's first hear just how they're feeling off of that win. First, we'll hear from Xe and then Esperanza. 네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 승리를 축하드립니다. 엑시 선수하고 에스페란자 선수를 잠깐 만나볼 텐데요. 엑시 선수 먼저 지금 승리를 한 기분이 어떠신가요?
일단 승리를 해서 기분은 많이 좋은 것 같아요.
네, 그럼 오늘 그래도 활약은 잘해주셨는데 컨디션은 좀 어떠신지 여쭤봐도 될까요?
오늘 일어났을 때부터 컨디션 좋다라는 걸 느끼긴 했어요.
아, 네, 알겠습니다. So first of all, XC just says, well, of course we feel good off of that win, and quite frankly, today I woke up and I was like, I'm in form today. I just felt it right off the bat. Let's hear from Esperanza as well. 에스페란자 선수는 오늘 이제 담원 기아를 합류하면서 첫 승을 거두셨는데 기분이 어떠신가요?
세 팀에서 좋은 출발한 것 같아서 기분이 너무 좋습니다.
아, 네, 감사합니다. Even for Esperanza, he just said, well, you know, I had a good start on a new team, so I think I'm feeling good about that. Well, let's ask about these curveballs that came out from the other team, HolyMolly. First, we got to talk about Neon. 네, 그럼 먼저 이제 상대방이 오늘 좀 여러 변수를 준비해 왔는데 네온이 두 번이나 등장을 했습니다. 엑시 선수 먼저 여쭤보고 싶은데 네온이 등장한 걸 예상은 하셨는지, 그리고 나왔을 때 그래도 좀 당황하거나 뭔가 새로운 준비를 해야겠다는 생각이 드셨는지 궁금한데요.
네온 나왔다고 해서 크게 뭐 흔들리거나 이런 건 없었고 오히려 좀 더 상대 파악하기는 쉬웠던 것 같아요.
아, 알겠습니다. So with Neon coming out, it actually didn't make anything more difficult. If anything, I think it actually made things a bit more one-dimensional, easier to figure out what they wanted to do. Then let's talk about Fracture with Esperanza. 그럼 에스페란자 선수에게는 이번에 프랙처를 또 상대방이 픽하는 모습을 보여줬는데, 저희가 보통 생각할 때는 한국 팀들이 새 맵을 조금 피하는 경향이 있지 않나 예상했지만, 혹시 담원 기아 측에서는 오늘은 프랙처 나올 수도 있겠다 예상하셨었나요?
네, 상대방이 프랙처를 좀 좋아하는 것 같아서 어느 정도 생각은 해놨었고요. 역시나 나와서 네, 당황하진 않은 것 같습니다.
아, 알겠습니다. Yeah, we actually thought HolyMolly seemed to prefer Fracture just given what we saw from them. So we weren't too surprised, and you know, when it got picked, we said, okay, I mean, it's kind of as we expected, no big deal. I also want to ask, during the pre-interview, Damwon Kia picked Icebox as their preferred map, and historically they've kind of avoided it. I wonder how well prepared they are. 네, 그러면 두 선수 다 제가 잠깐 여쭤보고 싶은 게, 이번에 아이스박스를 그래도 좀 선호하는 맵으로 픽을 하셨는데, 작년엔 담원 기아가 이제 역설적으로 좀 그 맵을 피하는 경향이 있었는데 이번엔 확실히 준비를 하신 건가요? 엑시 선수 먼저 들어보겠습니다.
일단 저희는 자신감이 있기 때문에 상대팀이 픽한 걸 마다하진 않고 있어요.
아, 알겠습니다. 에스페란자 선수도 아이스박스에 대해서 같은 생각이신가요?
네, 저희가 이제 우승하려면 모든 맵을 해야 된다라고 생각을 하기 때문에 열심히 준비했고요. 그만큼 그 아이스박스 맵을 잘해서 자신 있습니다.
알겠습니다. So XC says, I mean, first of all, we are confident, and also therefore, I mean, we don't want to hide from anything that the opponents pick, so we have it prepared. And Esperanza wants to add that if we want to win, we have to be good on every map. So that's why we prepped, and we're confident on Icebox coming in. Well, let's just hear some parting words from these two players before we let them go after that first win. 네, 그럼 마지막으로 XC 선수 먼저 오늘 승리에 대해서 팬들에게, 해외에 계신 팬들에게도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
해외에서도 응원을 해주셔서 너무 감사드리고 좀 더 좋은 모습으로 다음 대회에 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
So XC says, first of all, thanks for all the fans cheering for us even abroad, and we'll continue to improve on our next match to show you even better form. Now on to Esperanza. 그럼 에스페란자 선수도 해외 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드립니다.
해외 계신 팬 여러분 정말 응원해 주셔서 감사하고 마스터즈나 챔피언스 같은 세계 대회에서 뵐 수 있도록 더 노력하겠습니다.
아, 네, 알겠습니다. So thanks once again to all the fans around the world, and we'll make sure we go to an international stage so we can show you even more games on an international tournament. Once again, these were the MVPs for Damwon Gaming Kia. We'll be right back after a break for the second match of the day. 네, 감사합니다.
네.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, it's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. It's been a weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow. Weekend here in this bed we can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Useless trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Sure to get a find one. It's just Link left to find. No way he closes that out. Tripwire in his way too. Dashing in. What is he doing? Saya player.
Fight control. They're actually trying to clear back in towards Showers, but there's still presence here to be noted. Defo 1 just swings on out, finds nothing for it. Shower preoccupied though now by the Molotov. This is going to be too much of a bother. The laptop was... Chronicles a god right now, playing above his station.
Arcade made a really active play for the orb over there at Arcade. That's the tour de force out.
Very scary.
Oh,
Someone's gonna walk straight into it, completely dry.
but look where that tour de force is now, Tan. It's coming right at them.
Oh no! Absolute catastrophe as Ye finds perfect time with the force and annihilates the entire team. 合計4人でリテイクが始まります。コブラにまずは勝負をさせる。1人取った。1人取った。強すぎる。ブレードストップ。3人目。4人目。ラント雷。いいですか？22.
Ele viu o Cucuruto, não acerta a Dicted, já leva o John. 4 contra 2 agora, o tempo vai passando, sobra apenas o Cauã que vai tentando ganhar tempo. Ele vai de um lado pro outro, que é isso? Um tapa e vai levar mais um, meu Deus! Meu Deus! Uma máquina! Cauãzinho! Highlight absurdo!
Bit adventurous. Well, he has to hold though, because if they rush back into him and if he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful. But he fucking every single one of them. Are you kidding me? Forsaken is the beast.
This looks like a pretty comfortable hold here for Liquid initially. Na'Vi struggling to find a way back in.
That's the way. That's the way you get back in. They're gonna all just all get the Yampi. That's big work and so get. What a time to come alive.
What if we're just stuck here and we can't boot camp? Hey, it's Awesome from 100 Thieves, and this is my VCT story. So we're heading to Challengers 3 playoffs to boot camp in Dallas. We just stopped in LA to do some content, and we're talking about the flight tomorrow because we're all going to fly to Dallas and boot camp with the team. I asked Nitro because, you know, he's experienced and I don't usually fly with other people. I usually just fly with my parents. They always show up like really early. They're fine with waiting and sitting for 2 hours as long as we get to the flight. Now, Nitro gave me his golden rule. 1 hour for local, 2 hour for international. I questioned him like a lot. I was like, are you sure about this? He's like, yeah, trust me, I got it. And Steele was backing him up as well. I was like, Josh, are you sure about this? And he's like, yeah. We're taking the Uber and we get to the airport and we notice something's off. The line, it's stretching from the building all the way around, and it's like packed to the brim. This is bad. Right now, we're just trying to figure out where the entrance is. We kind of have to cut the line right now, or else we just don't make it. But then we get stopped by a person in the line, and they just make it into a massive scene. What if we're just stuck here and we can't boot camp? We're messaging 100 Thieves like, yo, I think we missed our flight. In all honesty, we might need to reschedule. I'm looking at a Nitro like, bro, I trusted you, man. He's like, it's a Saturday. That's the exception to the golden rule. We have a week and a half before the biggest tournament of our Valorant careers. Steele decides to take one for the team and go find an agent. He's looking far and wide, and he found an agent, and he like stopped him like, yo, I need help. And then the miracle happened. He's like,
Okay, humans, I will fulfill my purpose.
and luckily the agent came outside and he got us checked in at like the separate area, and it was so nice.
Let's go.
We eventually got through security and we finally got seated down. It was the best feeling in my life. I was like so worried. And then we messaged 100C like, we're good, don't worry, we got it solved. And then we get an announcement. The flight's been delayed. There's just no way. And now we just realized that we didn't have to go through all that hassle, and all that anxiety we got was pointless. Eventually, we land in Dallas and the boot camp goes smoothly and we qualify to Berlin. Thank you for listening to my VCT story, and check us out in the next event, and hopefully in Champions if we're there. Peace.
Y el Delsic va y se sienta encima, y al segundo se suena como... Hola, mi nombre es Nax, soy de Crew y esta es mi historia del VCT. Bueno, este era nuestra segunda Masters, el Master Berlín. Te llevan a un lugar lejano de la ciudad, donde es como un galpón con una producción súper bonita, gigante, y había un estilo como de griego antiguo. Entonces como que ya veníamos psicológicamente preparados para esa sesión de 3-4 horas de fotos y videos y cosas. Aunque ahora en Berlín fue mucho más entretenido, las hicieron más didácticas como del equipo junto. En Islandia eran más como tomas de a dos o individuales, por el lugar donde se grababan las cosas, en donde estaban unas cabezas como griegas de estas súper antiguas, y ahí estábamos todo el equipo y empezamos a tomarnos unas fotos individuales, risas, todo. Y en eso el camarógrafo empieza como a emocionarse y nos dice como una foto grupal ahí con las cabezas griegas. Y ahí el camarógrafo mira al Delsic y le dice como, siéntate ahí arriba de la cabeza. Klaus le dice, no, se va a romper eso, no te sentí. Y el camarógrafo, no, sí. Va a estar buena. Y el Delsic va y se sienta encima, y al segundo se suena como... Y se va para abajo y rompe toda la cabeza y queda todo ahí, y todos riéndose en el medio. Y luego de eso, cuando seguimos con las sesiones de fotos, limpiaron todo, sacaron los restos, quedó como una máscara rota de la estatua, como la mitad de la cara, like this. Y ahí el camarógrafo se le ocurrió como usarla para otras sesiones de fotos, en donde nos poníamos la máscara tapándonos un lado y mientras nos sacan la foto, y estuvo súper bueno, salieron buenas fotos. Bueno, esta fue mi historia del VCT, agradezco todo el apoyo de Latinoamérica y nos vemos en la Champions.
In addition to being the youngest, he's also like the most gullible. Hey guys, this is Ben Kai from PaperX, and this is my VCT story. Getting to Masters Berlin was our goal as PaperX for the entire year. So me, Davai, Shiba, Mindfreak, and Forsaken, it was our first time meeting each other in real life. We wanted to introduce them into like the culture of the team, right? I think Mindfreak was the guy that I teased the most, and I'll just act very like sweet to him. I'll be like, "Oh sayang," like basically calling someone baby and stuff. Like, "Oh sayang, you're so good, you're so good. I'm gonna give you a hug when you come to Berlin." Oh sayang. And like the very first time we met, like when he came into the practice room, I basically bear hugged him onto the floor. It's like a good like icebreaker, you know, because I didn't want like first meetings to be very awkward and like, "Oh hello, yeah, hi, it's me," like, you know, those kind of meetings. I just don't like believe in those. We have like a culture in our team of like pranking the youngest member, and unfortunately for us that was Forsaken, which happens to be the star of the team as well. So when we got there, we just started like planning what kind of different pranks we were gonna do to him. So the first one was when he got there, he had to quarantine in the hotel room for about 5 days. Riot gave us like a daily budget to spend on like room service, right? And every day, like, we basically just used whatever budget we had left, and we bought the desserts in the hotel. We just sent like numerous cheesecake and brownies to Forsaken's room. Like, it was just like stockpiling. Like one day we just visited his room and it was just stockpiling on the side. It was just damn funny to us. So there was a day where we ordered a lot of pizza. Forsaken was still in quarantine, right? His girlfriend ordered pizza for us, and she ordered like one pizza just for him.
That'll work.
We basically separated the pizza into individual slices,
You are divided.
and we put them all in different boxes. And we stacked all of the boxes up, and then we just gave Forsaken like all of the pizza boxes all stacked together with one slice in each of the box. Right before his quarantine ended, we prank called his room, acting like the hotel receptionist, and we were basically like, "Oh, guten Tag, you cannot go for your tournament tomorrow? You have to stay in the room for 5 more days." In addition to being the youngest, he's also like the most gullible. Forsaken just started panicking and freaking out, and he's like, but I have a tournament tomorrow." That was like how we made it memorable for us as a team. This has been Benkai from PaperX. Thanks for watching my VCT story. Hopefully we'll see you guys in VCT 2022, where we'll be able to prank more of our teammates, especially you, Forsaken.
All hail Forsaken. Let's go.
It was like Romeo and Juliet, honestly, without the dying. Just us both losing. Hello everyone, it's Bosa from Fnatic, and this is my VCT story. Alright, so it was a sunny day in Iceland, and I was wearing all my Fnatic merch. I had the jersey on, the jacket. I was looking pretty fly as I came through the door. I remember seeing all the other teams, and when you're playing against these teams, you're sizing them up. You want to look like you're relaxed, you want to look like you're chilled. So I was there joking around with my teammates, and I did notice a few players from Crazy Raccoon looking over as if like pointing and talking like, "Oh, that must be Fnatic," like rocking up in all their stuff. So I headed up to my room to kind of get changed into more casual wear, and then I received a DM from a player from Crazy Raccoon. His name was Rion. It was on the lines of, "You're so handsome." And I was like, "Oh damn, I'm handsome? I'm just some skinny guy who likes to play Valorant." So anyway, I messaged him and I was like, "Hey, maybe we can meet up and carry on the conversation." So I head downstairs to the lobby, and I wasn't sure who he was, because his profile picture was a cartoon picture. So I was kind of like standing there scouring the area like, I wonder which one he is. There was this guy that kind of came up to me and he was like, "Hello, this must be him, this has to be him." And I remember talking to him for a little while, and throughout the conversation he'd just be like in awe, and he'd just be like, "Ah, you're so handsome." And I was like, in person now, and I was like, oh my goodness, like this guy's just throwing compliments at me. Like, he's the one with like the cool outfit. I'm there in Fnatic flip-flops and socks and shorts and a shirt, like not even matching with my colors. And he's just there like, "You're so handsome. Oh, you're so handsome." This guy's lost his mind. Where's his marbles gone? At the end of the conversation, I'm like, "Hey, would you like a picture, you know, like to kind of for memories and for like to remember?" And he was like nodding like, "Oh, yes, please. Yes, please." And I remember walking up to my room, up the stairs, thinking, "Oh, what a nice interaction. Like, got a nice little picture. Jeez. Oh, I wonder if he's going to post my picture. That'd be kind of cool. What a great day."
And I remember just looking through Twitter and I've seen him post. And he's not posted about us meeting, he's posted about him meeting with Tens. Now Tens must have waltzed on through that door looking like an absolute boss. The guy's gone, hey, can I get a picture of you, Tens? And Tens is like, yeah, go on. And he's only gone and bloody taken a picture with him, posted it on Twitter saying, wow, just met Tens. That's my name. What do you mean you just met Tens? You met me for 15 minutes, young man. I thought you were going to be posting about us. Damn, the nerve, the cheek of it. I'm not actually that bothered about it. Like, no hard feelings to Rion. I still talk to him. I do have another lover in the VCT, and that was Vanity. And it was like Romeo and Juliet, honestly, without the dying. Thank you to everyone for listening to my story. There's going to be plenty more when we qualify for champions, baby.
Just link left to find. No way he closes that out.
Tripwire in his way to dashing it. What is he doing? Saya player!
Fight control. They're actually trying to clear back in towards Showers, but there's still presence here to be noted. Defo 1 just swings on out, finds nothing for it. Shower preoccupied though now by the Molotov. This isn't going to be too much of a bother, but the last one was... Chronicles a god right now, playing above his station.
Arcade made a really active play for the orb over there at Arcade. That's the tour de force out.
Very scary. And someone's going to walk straight into it, completely dry.
But look where that tour de force is now, Tan. It's coming right at them.
Oh, no! Absolute catastrophe as Ye finds perfect time with the tour de force and annihilates the entire team. 始まります。コブラにまずは勝負をさせる。一人取った。強すぎる。ブレード止め。3人目。4人目。ランド雷。いいですか
ele viu o Cucuruto, não acerta a dica, já leva o John. 4 jogadores agora, o tempo vai passando, sobra apenas o Cauã que vai tentando ganhar tempo. Ele vai de um lado pro outro, que é isso? Um tapa e vai levar mais um, meu Deus! Meu Deus! Uma máquina! Cauãzinho! Highlight absurdo!
Bit adventurous. Well, he has to hold though, because if they rush back into him and if he doesn't find those strikes, that could be painful. But he fucking every single one of them. Are you kidding me? Forsaken is the beast.
This looks like a pretty comfortable hold here for Liquid initially. You know what I mean? Struggling to find a way back in.
That's the way. That's the way you get back in. Look at all the soul casting. Yeah, that's big work in soul casting. What a time to come alive.
What if we're just stuck here and we can't boot camp? Hey, it's Awesome from 100 Thieves, and this is my VCT story. So we're heading to Challengers 3 playoffs to boot camp in Dallas. We just stopped in LA to do some content, and we're talking about the flight tomorrow because we're all going to fly to Dallas and boot camp with the team. I asked Nitro because, you know, he's experienced and I don't usually fly with other people. I usually just fly with my parents. They always show up like really early. They're fine with waiting and sitting for 2 hours as long as we get to the flight. Now, Nitro gave me his golden rule. 1 hour for local, 2 hour for international. I questioned him like a lot. I was like, are you sure about this? He's like, yeah, trust me. I got it. And Steel was backing him up as well. I was like, Josh, are you sure about this? And he's like, yeah. We're taking the Uber and we get to the airport and we notice something's off. The line, it's stretching from the building all the way around and it's like packed to the brim. This is bad. Right now we're just trying to figure out where the entrance is. We kind of have to cut the line right now or else we just don't make it. But then we get stopped by a person in the line and they just make it into a massive scene. What if we're just stuck here and we can't boot camp? We're messaging 100 Thieves like, yo, I think we missed our flight. In all honesty, we might need to reschedule. I'm looking at a Nitro like, bro, I trusted you, man. He's like, it's a Saturday. That's the exception to the golden rule. We have a week and a half before the biggest tournament of our Valorant careers. Steel decides to take one for the team and go find an agent. He's looking far and wide and he found an agent and he like stopped him like, yo, I need help. And then the miracle happened. He's like,
Okay, humans, I will fulfill my purpose.
and luckily the agent came outside and he got us checked in at like the separate area, and it was so nice.
Let's go.
We eventually got through security and we finally got seated down. It was the best feeling in my life. I was like so worried. And then we messaged 100C like, we're good, don't worry, we got it solved. And then we get an announcement. The flight's been delayed. There's just no way. And now we just realized that we didn't have to go through all that hassle, and all that anxiety we got was pointless. Eventually, we land in Dallas and the boot camp goes smoothly and we qualify to Berlin. Thank you for listening to my VCT story, and check us out in the next event and hopefully in Champions if we're there. Peace.
Y el Delsic va y se sienta encima y al segundo se suena como... Hola, mi nombre es Nax, soy de Crew y esta es mi historia del VCT. Bueno, este era nuestra segunda Masters, el Master Berlín. Te llevan a un lugar lejano de la ciudad, donde es como un galpón con una producción súper bonita, gigante, y había un estilo como de griego antiguo, entonces como que ya veníamos psicológicamente preparados para esa sesión de 3-4 horas de fotos y videos y cosas. Aunque ahora en Berlín fue mucho más entretenido, las hicieron más didácticas como del equipo junto, que en Islandia eran más como tomas de a dos o individuales, por el lugar donde se grababan las cosas, en donde estaban unas cabezas como griegas de estas súper antiguas, y ahí estábamos todo el equipo y empezamos a tomarnos unas fotos individuales, risas, todo. Y en eso el camarógrafo empieza como a emocionarse y nos dice como una foto grupal ahí con las cabezas griegas. Y ahí el camarógrafo mira al Delsic y le dice como siéntate ahí arriba de la cabeza. Klaus le dice no, se va a romper eso, no te sentí. Y el camarógrafo no, sí. Va a estar buena. Y el Delsic va y se sienta encima y al segundo se suena como... Y se va para abajo y rompe toda la cabeza y queda todo ahí, y todos riéndose en el medio. Y luego de eso, cuando seguimos con las sesiones de fotos, limpiaron todo, sacaron los restos, quedó como una máscara rota de la estatua, como la mitad de la cara, like this. Y ahí el camarógrafo se le ocurrió como usarla para otras sesiones de fotos en donde nos poníamos la máscara tapándonos un lado y mientras sacaban la foto, y estuvo súper bueno, salieron buenas fotos. Bueno, esta fue mi historia del VCT, agradezco todo el apoyo de Latinoamérica y nos vemos en la Champions.
In addition to being the youngest, he's also like the most gullible. Hey guys, this is Ben Kai from PaperX, and this is my VCT story. Getting to Masters Berlin was our goal as PaperX for the entire year. So me, Davai, Shiba, Mindfreak and Forsaken, it was our first time meeting each other in real life. We wanted to introduce them into like the culture of the team, right? I think Mindfreak was the guy that I teased the most, and I'll just act very like sweet to him. I'll be like, oh sayang, like basically calling someone baby and stuff. Like, oh sayang, you're so good, I'm gonna give you a hug when you come to Berlin. Oh sayang. And like the very first time we met, like when he came into the practice room, I basically bear hugged him onto the floor. It's like a good like icebreaker, you know, because I didn't want like first meetings to be very awkward and like, oh hello, yeah, hi, it's me, like, you know, those kind of meetings. I just don't like believe in those. We have like a culture in our team of like pranking the youngest member, and unfortunately for us that was Forsaken, which happens to be the star of the team as well. So when we got there, we just started like planning what kind of different pranks we were gonna do to him. So the first one was when he got there, he had to quarantine in the hotel room for about 5 days. Riot gave us like a daily budget to spend on like room service, right? And every day, like, we basically just used whatever budget we had left, and we bought the desserts in the hotel. We just sent like numerous cheesecake and brownies to Forsaken's room. Like, it was just like stockpiling. Like, one day we just visited his room and it was just stockpiling on the side. It was just damn funny to us. So there was a day where we ordered a lot of pizza. Forsaken was still in quarantine, right? His girlfriend ordered pizza for us, and she ordered like one pizza just for him.
That'll work.
We basically separated the pizza into individual slices,
You are divided.
and we put them all in different boxes. And we stacked all of the boxes up, and then we just gave Forsaken like all of the pizza boxes all stacked together with one slice in each of the box. Right before his quarantine ended, we prank called his room, acting like the hotel receptionist, and we were basically like, "Oh, guten Tag, you cannot go for your tournament tomorrow? You have to stay in the room for 5 more days." In addition to being the youngest, he's also like the most gullible. Forsaken just started panicking and freaking out, and he's like, but I have a tournament tomorrow. That was like how we made it memorable for us as a team. This has been Benkai from PaperX. Thanks for watching my VCT story. Hopefully we'll see you guys in VCT 2022, where we'll be able to prank more of our teammates, especially you, Forsaken.
All hail Forsaken. Let's go.
It was like Romeo and Juliet, honestly, without the dying. Just us both losing. Hello everyone, it's Bosa from Fnatic, and this is my VCT story. Alright, so it was a sunny day in Iceland, and I was wearing all my Fnatic merch. I had the jersey on, the jacket. I was looking pretty fly as I came through the door. I remember seeing all the other teams, and when you're playing against these teams, you're sizing them up. You want to look like you're relaxed, you want to look like you're chilled. So I was there joking around with my teammates, and I did notice a few players from Crazy Raccoon looking over as if like pointing and talking like, oh, that must be Fnatic, like rocking up in all their stuff. So I headed up to my room to kind of get changed into more casual wear, and then I received a DM from a player from Crazy Raccoon. His name was Rion. It was on the lines of, "You're so handsome." And I was like, oh damn, I'm handsome? I'm just some skinny guy who likes to play Valorant. So anyway, I messaged him and I was like, hey, maybe we can meet up and carry on the conversation. So I head downstairs to the lobby, and I wasn't sure who he was because his profile picture was a cartoon picture. So I was kind of like standing there scouring the area like, I wonder which one he is. There's this guy that kind of came up to me and he was like, hello, this must be him, this has to be him. And I remember talking to him for a little while, and throughout the conversation he'd just be like in awe, and he'd just be like, you're so handsome. And I was like, in person now, and I was like, oh my goodness, like this guy's just throwing compliments at me. Like, he's the one with like the cool outfit. I'm there in Fnatic flip-flops and socks and shorts and a shirt, like not even matching with my colors. And he's just there like, you're so handsome. Oh, you're so handsome. This guy's lost his mind. Where's his marbles gone? At the end of the conversation, I'm like, hey, would you like a picture, you know, like to kind of for memories and for like to remember? And he was like nodding like, oh, yes, please. Yes, please. And I remember walking up to my room, up the stairs, thinking, oh, what a nice interaction. Like, got a nice little picture. Jeez. Oh, I wonder if he's going to post my picture. That'd be kind of cool. What a great day. And I remember just looking through Twitter, and I've seen him post. And he's not posted about us meeting. He's posted about him meeting with Tens. Now, Tens must have waltzed on through that door looking like an absolute boss. The guy's gone, hey, can I get a picture of you, Tens? And Tens is like, yeah, go on. And he's only gone and bloody taken a picture with him, posted it on Twitter saying, wow, just met Tens. That's my name. What do you mean you just met Tens? You met me for 15 minutes, young man. I thought you were going to be posting about us. Damn, the nerve, the cheek of it. I'm not actually that bothered about it. Like, no hard feelings to Rion. I still talk to him. I do have another lover in the VCT, and that was Vanity. And it was like Romeo and Juliet, honestly, without the dying. Thank you to everyone for listening to my story. There's going to be plenty more when we qualify for champions, baby.
Sure to get a
his way to dashing in. What is he doing? Saya player!
Fight control. They're actually trying to clear back in towards showers, but there's still presence here to be noted. Defo 1 just swings on out, finds nothing for it. Shower preoccupied though now by the Molotov. This is going to be too much of a bother. It allows Chronicles a god right now, playing above his station.
HolyMolly made a really active play for the orb over there at Arcade. That's the Tour de Horse out.
Very scary. Someone's gonna walk straight into it, completely dry.
But look where that Tour de Force is now, Tan. It's coming right at them.
Oh no! Absolute catastrophe as Ye finds perfect timing with the Tour de Force and annihilates the entire team. 合計4人でリテイクが始まります。コブラにまずは勝負をさせる。一人取った。一人取った。強すぎる。ブレード飛ぶ。3人目。4人目。ラント雷。いいですか
Ele viu o Cucuruto, não acerta a dicta, já leva o John. 4-2 agora, o tempo vai passando, sobra apenas o Cauã que vai tentando ganhar tempo. Ele vai de um lado pro outro, que é isso? Um tapa e vai levar mais um, meu Deus! Meu Deus! Uma máquina! Cauãzinho! Highlight absurdo!
Bit adventurous. Well, he has to hold though, because if they rush back into him and if he doesn't find no strike, that could be painful. But he fucking every single one of them. Are you kidding me? Forsaken is the beast.
This looks like a pretty comfortable hold here for Liquid initially. Navi struggling to find a way back in.
That's the way. That's the way you get back in. Look at the Ultra Soul Cast. Yampi, that's big work in Soul Cast. What a time to come alive.
What if we're just stuck here and we can't boot camp? Hey, it's Awesome from 100 Thieves, and this is my VCT story. So we're heading to Challengers 3 playoffs to boot camp in Dallas. We just stopped in LA to do some content, and we're talking about the flight tomorrow because we're all going to fly to Dallas and boot camp with the team. I asked Nitro because, you know, he's experienced and I don't usually fly with other people. I usually just fly with my parents. They always show up like really early. They're fine with waiting and sitting for 2 hours as long as we get to the flight. Now, Nitro gave me his golden rule. 1 hour for local, 2 hour for international. I questioned him like a lot. I was like, are you sure about this? He's like, yeah, trust me. I got it. And Steele was backing him up as well. I was like, Josh, are you sure about this? And he's like, yeah. We're taking the Uber and we get to the airport and we notice something's off. The line, it's stretching from the building all the way around and it's like packed to the brim. This is bad. Right now we're just trying to figure out where the entrance is. We kind of have to cut the line right now or else we just don't make it. But then we get stopped by a person in the line and they just make it into a massive scene. What if we're just stuck here and we can't boot camp? We're messaging 100 Thieves like, yo, I think we missed our flight. In all honesty, we might need to reschedule. I'm looking at a Nitro like, bro, I trusted you, man. He's like, it's a Saturday. That's the exception to the golden rule. We have a week and a half before the biggest tournament of our Valorant careers. Steele decides to take one for the team and go find an agent. He's looking far and wide and he found an agent and he like stopped him like, yo, I need help. And then the miracle happened. He's like,
okay, humans, I will fulfill my purpose.
And luckily the agent came outside and he got us checked in at like the separate area and it was so nice.
Let's go.
We eventually got through security and we finally got seated down. It was the best feeling in my life. I was like so worried. And then we messaged 100C like, we're good, don't worry, we got it solved. And then we get an announcement. The flight's been delayed. There's just no way. And now we just realized that we didn't have to go through all that hassle and all that anxiety we got was pointless. Eventually, we land in Dallas and the boot camp goes smoothly and we qualify to Berlin. Thank you for listening to my VCT story and check us out in the next event and hopefully in Champions if we're there. Peace.
Y el Delsic va y se sienta encima y al segundo se suena como... Hola, mi nombre es Nax, soy de Crew y esta es mi historia del VCT. Bueno, este era nuestra segunda Masters, el Master Berlín. Te llevan a un lugar lejano de la ciudad, donde es como un galpón con una producción súper bonita, gigante, y había un estilo como de griego antiguo, entonces como que ya veníamos psicológicamente preparados para esa sesión de 3-4.
Maybe I saw a strip of light by your door. Lately I can't much sleep through the night anymore. Counting sheep only wakes the mind, wondering where they're headed tonight. Do you mind if I lay down on your floor? Getting lost in the atmosphere. Your daddy left, girl, but I'm still here. 2 more years we'll be in the clear, and we're trying, we're trying. We'll take a pic on your camera phone. I don't mind if you're home alone. Barely swerving to miss the cones, but we're trying, we're trying. I don't ever want to stand in your way. Like a bird, you can always fly away. Getting down to the heart of it, where the dark and the demons live. Lift your hand if you want to be pulled from the caves. Getting lost in the atmosphere. Your daddy left, girl, but I'm still here. 2 more years we'll be in the clear, and we're trying, we're trying. We'll take a pic on your camera phone. I don't mind if you're home alone. Barely swerving to miss the cones, but we're trying, we're trying. Getting lost in a place where I pull you near. All the walls you ever can just start to disappear. Go, 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 go. Can I time to the monsters fall asleep? Hide them to be gone in a way that would lead you straight to me. Oh, 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 oh. Getting lost in the atmosphere. Your daddy left, girl, but I'm still here. 2 more years we'll be in the clear, and we're trying, we're trying. We'll take a pic on your camera phone. Take a picture. I don't mind if you're home alone. Barely swerving to miss the cones, but we're trying, we're trying. Yeah, we're trying, we're trying. Yeah, we're trying, we're trying.
Thank you for waiting, everybody. We're back and we're ready to go to the second half of the matches here tonight. This is Valorant Challengers Korea. I'm Tasteless. Joined with me is Chobra. We just saw Damwon Gaming Kia have an incredible series against HolyMolly. It wasn't 2-0, but inside that final match on Fracture was just an insane amount of amazing plays.
Yes, I mean, the fact that HolyMolly had kind of practiced Fracture as this wild card and curveball against stronger teams, and then the Neon on top, and we had that interview with XN Esperanza, and they said we somewhat thought that could happen, therefore we weren't phased. I mean, it just shows how much prep they did on both sides, but now we've got ONS Slayers and Maru Gaming coming up, Tasteless.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. It may be a little bit of a mismatch here. I think, Slayers is a very tough lineup to go against here, but we're going to see what Maru Gaming has to offer. This match is going to be played in our stadium here, unlike our previous match. In our previous match, we had some players who were sick, but now we're back to that kind of live event vibe that we got here.
They're just watching the skyline, I guess, outside.
Let's get more shots of that desk, man. What kind of snacks and drinks are on there?
Oh, man.
Oh, he's watching stream sniping.
Oh, no.
No.
Well, that's Perry, of course, from Newturn. And Perry, the coach for, or previously a player for Newturn, now the coach for OnSlayers, along with Jamin, who was the head coach for Newturn, came over as the head coach with Perry here for OnSlayers. I mean, those are all names you should be familiar with if you follow the Korea and Japan scene in VCT. On the side of Maru Gaming, couple familiar names like Chibab and Nakji specifically. Wix also a little bit of experience here, but Guanga and Delta entirely new to the main stage here at VCT.
That's right. We do have some players switching sides here, switching regions, I guess you should say here, with Korea and Japan, with these two countries being neighbors, and VALORANT really picking up in both of those areas. But here's the lineup we got now. We're going to do a little fist bump Riot style, and then we're going to be hopping into our match. It is a best of 3 as we're here in day 2 of VALORANT Challengers Korea.
Yeah, and that last player on the side of OnSlayers that you saw on your screen, King, a lot of you are probably familiar with King. He used to be on Vision Strikers. He is currently on loan to OnSlayers. So, you know, he's still kind of technically under Vision Strikers, on loan to OnSlayers, so playing with them for this stage. I mean, obviously the future can change one way or the other for both the organization and the player, but right now that's why you're seeing him on there. But all the other players, they've kind of departed their older teams, and they are now on board with OnSlayers fully as a new team here in VCT Korea.
That's right. As we mentioned in our first match, we've had some players, actually a lot of players to be frank, shuffling around to other teams. So
yes.
We have some of the teams from the past, some of them operating under different names, but we have a lot of the same players that we already saw here in the first year. Going forward here into year 2, I'm kind of hoping we have players settle down a little bit and start to really get an idea of who's going to ally with who and where the competition is really going to, I think, begin to pick up out in this region.
Well, I think, yeah, we're definitely starting to see that already in terms of even if there are shifts, you start to see these cores move together, right? Or the cores stay, and then you try to see what else you can fit in. Maybe something didn't work out. Maybe you need a little bit more flexibility. I mean, there's multiple reasons why you would have roster changes. But we're starting to see a little bit of that. Of course, kind of the stalwart team here in Korea is DRX, formerly known just as Vision Strikers, but they're now DRX Vision Strikers. They've kind of kept their core for the entire year last year, even coming in now. Sure, King has departed on loan to OnSlayers, but they still have all the players you're familiar with. So that's another team to look out for. But right now, OnSlayers, I mean, this is a team, they have members from TNL, F4Q, Vision Strikers, Crazy Raccoon, and then if you count the coaching staff, Newturn. Like, they're from all these...
They're this amalgamation of everything that we have in Korea and even outside of that area.
I mean, they're from all these top teams in Korea and Japan, so I'm very interested to see how they do here on the main stage.
We're just going to get this out of the way right now. I know that is probably breaking the syntax of your name. OnSlay Tours. 2 in Korean is E, so it does come out Slayers. So that's
yes.
That's where that's coming from.
Yeah, it's just a 4D chess with their team name in Korean, but written in English.
Yeah, it's a real struggle with the alphabet and the numbers to kind of come together and get these words out, but that is how that is said. Anyways, and looking on to Slayers themselves, I mean, again, if you followed last season, you are very familiar with a lot of these names. It is kind of cool to see King in a lineup like this.
Yes, and King, obviously, he's been with Vision Strikers through and through, so this is a new experience for him. As you can see in their photos, they were known as Esports Connected during the qualifiers, ESC for short, and they have now rebranded to OnSlayers. So it's the same team that you saw during the qualifiers if you were following how they would do. Zunba, of course, kind of the Korean Astra, the one who brought Astra to Korea, really, while he was on F4Q. Batsi used to be on Crazy Raccoon. And then you got TS, who kind of took on the mantle of IGL on TNL for most of last year. He was the last piece that joined this team. Got dead from the old F4Q days.
Right.
Now coming in. And then King, like you said, it's funny because King, if you guys watched the interview they did with the players before the season started, King says something like, well, I never realized when I was on Vision Strikers, but like I never realized how far ahead they were because you're just part of the team, and now you have to fight against them and think about what they do.
Yeah.
And you start to see how the real region shakes up.
Yeah, you realize just what a force that is, especially when you have to leave it and then try to combat it in a competitive format. So, look, I think this is certainly, I think it can be a closer match than the best of 3 we had before. But look, our first best of 3 of the afternoon, that was actually a great match, and it turned out to be extremely close on Fracture.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a treat to watch. We got Neon on Haven and Fracture. We got Fracture. So interested to see what these two teams bring up here. Maru Gaming, again, some experience. Chibob, some of you might remember him when he was on Damwon Gaming Kia, actually, and then also on Gochigaru along with Nakji, who was on that team for a little bit. Chibob, of course, playing the Jet here. Wix was on a couple different teams like Apex People early last year. But then you have Delta and Wanga, who they're new to the main stage. They've never qualified to the actual part of VCT here, so we'll see how they adjust to this competition, being on stage, playing in this organized format.
It is a different beast to be on stage, the camera right in your face, your teammates right next to you, lights coming down on you. I guess one advantage is that we don't have a live audience in here yet. We're still watching Omicron kind of burn through the country, but I think eventually we're going to be ready to open this up to a big audience, so maybe this can be a good learning experience. Some players more able to adapt under pressure than others, some actually thriving under pressure. We'll see how those two perform here tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. But I agree. I think for a lot of players in Korea who just didn't have that experience to be able to play on stages, even in other games, it'll be nice to ease them in. But Zunba is a player who has a ton of experience both here, and then, of course, he started on Overwatch, now moved on to Valorant, had a great year last year on F4Q.
Yeah, and Zunba was, really somebody the entire region was looking at the first day Valorant started here last year, where we were really wondering how is this guy going to perform. I would say he didn't perform amazingly, but he didn't do poorly either. I think he kind of came out as an established figure here. And we're going to see how he does here going into this game.
I think one of the biggest things he did was bring that Astra, right? And he used it in the match where F4Q took down Vizstrikers. I mean, he was a core part of stopping that kind of win streak, or rather at least not having any losses for Vision Strikers, and then he was able to continue work with that team to go to Masters Berlin last year, so he's got a little bit of international experience now in Valorant as well. So no surprise there that he's the key player for ONS Slayers. And then Chibob, I mean, he's one of those Korean Jets again that really likes to show off what he can do.
Yeah, Chibob has also been heavily rotated around. Not rotated, I guess he's jumped from team to team. I don't know if you want to call that a rotation so much, but we're going to see how he performs here. I would say independently, like as a unit, this guy is such a strong player. He's got some amazing gunplay at his disposal. But here he is, it's a new lineup of players. Let's see how he performs with the rest of the guys.
Yeah, 300 total kills during the qualifiers. And Chibob's one of those Jets where individually, I mean, he's just so quick on his feet. Obviously, the technical skill is just a given for any Jet player who's playing at a pro level, but his quick decision-making is so good. So once you're able to build a team around that where you can flourish, and that value now kind of continues to domino throughout your team to take advantage, I think we'll see Maru Gaming do well if they're able to kind of figure out how that works. Now, Maru Gaming also does have coaching staff as well. Anax, who used to be a player on Go and Go, are now part of the coaching staff here for Maru Gaming, so they still have a little bit of support behind them as well.
Just going off what you were saying with Chibob, the Jet, the entire team has to kind of work off the Jet, whether you're like initiating onto a site or you're trying to retake, and it'll be important they're able to kind of respond and weave and bob as Chibob does come into this site. Now our map lineup is here. It's going to be Bind, Split, and then if we're lucky enough to go to a Game 3, it'll be on Breeze.
Okay, I'm okay with this. Bind, I do think it's bold not taking that away. I guess they really felt they needed to ban Fracture. Of course, Bind, again, a map that Newturn was so well known for last year, and now Perry and Jamin coming over from Newturn as the coaching staff now for ONS Slayers. I mean, they're going to bring a lot of those ideas to this team, despite the team itself not having been around for a while. So I think that's going to be a tough one for Maru Gaming, but then they selected Split, maybe somewhere they're a little more comfortable. I remember Nakchi brought out KO for the first time in Korea on Split last year, so maybe he has some extra ideas there. And we'll see what happens on Breeze if we get to that.
Yeah, Bind is going to be a fun one to cast these two teams on here. Slayers will be on attack here, trying to initiate. Bind has always been kind of a funny map. It was the map that I was most intrigued by when I first started, learning Valorant here last year, at the start of last year, where, yeah, there is no mid. It is, I think, a little bit tricky sometimes to try to retake certain sites or to initiate on certain sites.
Yeah, well, Bind, like you said, there's no mid, so now the fight to control both showers and B long, where at least one of them 100%, is so crucial to really navigating the rest of the map. So I want to see what these two teams have prepared for that. Looking at the compositions, no craziness happening. We've got the typical Viper and Astra on both sides. We've got the Skies on both sides, and then you've Sage continuing to pop up every now and then for different teams. Raze, I think, generally picked a bit more often than Jet if it's a single duelist on Bind. There's just so many areas where a Raze can do a lot of kind of scouting out with the boom bot, taking over control with the paint shells. But of course, if you have Chibop, why not play the Jet?
Yeah, Chibop defaulting onto Jet, which I think is a completely fine choice. I'm interested in seeing how Nocti will perform here with Chamber. And of course, the Viper plays on a map that's this tight, this contained. It's going to be very useful for cutting up spike sites to allow you to actually get in there and get the plant off, or if you need to get a retake, that as well.
Yep. Also, should note, King now playing the Viper here for this team. And a lot of times if you see the Astra and the Viper, especially on defense, the Viper plays a little bit more like a Sentinel, right? Just kind of cutting off certain alleys and sitting back, waiting for the retake, trying to get an advantageous angle. So King should be pretty comfortable in the type of play he needs to do here, Bronze
Yeah,
Slayers.
I think if you think of King and you think of last year, you're probably remembering Killjoy and all the great plays the King had with that back there. But I think you're right in that, the Viper does function on certain maps, and this one especially, a little bit differently than what the classification of that agent really is.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's how a lot of people view Viper. There are certain times where, especially if you have a single controller on Viper, then obviously your biggest thing is to kind of keep those smokes available. I mean, usually you'll put up the toxic screen just in that default position, but maybe the cloud you kind of keep for certain retakes or on attack, obviously, when you want to strike onto a site. But again, no big surprises. One thing to note, Batsy is now kind of the main duelist. Fun fact about that, Perry was telling some of us on the Korean commentating side that they had a lot of trouble deciding who their main entry and duelist would be, because pretty much all of these players have experience playing Jet at a professional level. I think King's the only one who doesn't have a recorded match on Jet.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, but
That's
they've
so
all
funny.
played Jet at a professional level, so they were all kind of clamoring to play Jet in this new team. Eventually, Batsy wins out, and they have new roles now.
All right, we're ready to go into Game 1. Let's see what happens. I think this is going to be a good one, guys. Tell your friends to join us. We're here at Valorant Challengers Korea, going into our second best of 3. Let's do this.
Oh, and right off the bat, we've already had a kill, actually. Kind of an aggressive push out.
Milking those camera shots a little bit too much here, and now we're watching here as Maru Gaming is going to get an infiltration through Hookah. It looks like there's an Astra smoke over here. We see the Rays pop out and immediately get the kill over here onto Gwanga.
Yeah, clean jump in with the shorty from Batsy. Good choice. I mean, if you know the type of push you're going to do on the pistol round, the shorty, we're seeing a little bit more of that here in Korea for sure. Players opening up to that idea. So now still one member less for Maru as they try to retake on B.
And this ice wall here is just brutal. You have to chip your way through it.
Oh my God.
That's insane.
Oh my God.
It was just in the blind spot. So Batsy gets the kill. Zuma takes down G-Bob. And, I almost didn't remark on it because I didn't realize, they actually can't see him over there.
Oh my gosh. And Batsy having the patience to just say, well, we have an extra member. So for me, I mean, if I just blindly shoot, I will die 100%. So my best bet is to just pretend I'm not here. This is the kill we missed. Shiba pushing out early here on A short. Of course, Batsy breaking into the site on B. But man, at the end of that round, that's insane. Batsy just stays alive.
Yeah, I guess we're not going to get another shot
well,
of it. But
we don't want to miss another kill, Tasteless.
Yeah. We don't want to miss the next round. This time around, we see a push over here into Showers. Astro Orb comes down. Boombot ready to come out. Delta just behind this is going to get triggered. Some shots fired through. Not many connecting, though, as the paint shells come out, landing and just doing so much damage over there. King and
Wow.
Zumba now onto site.
No time wasted for On Slayers. I mean, they realize that they want to break onto the site as soon as possible. Sometimes that's considered a risk, especially when you have the buy and you don't really know if the enemy's 4 spot or not. They started to try to bait that out through the smoke when they were spraying it in, but then they decided just to make the call to jump in and pinch from both sides of A.
Oh my god, the duel inside the bubble. Zumba comes out again. I feel like I'm barely getting any time to breathe in between these games. Things are moving so quickly. Man,
surely,
right.
well, yeah, there's just things are happening so fast.
Yeah,
but surely,
is just insane.
We'll slow things down once you start to see some of these buy rounds come through. I think it was just a matter of, well, you knew that most of Showers was clear, and because you sprayed through the nebula at the edge of Showers there, you knew that they had to be on that side of sight because A short was also clear through the toxic screen. So OnSlayer's just making the call to pinch through. Now, the defensive toxic screen here, I like it as a counter to the one going into lamps from attack, but
here we go!
You gotta stop him with that. Oh, he just jumps through it.
Damn, gut shot there from Bozzy. Wix is out of the picture. Ice Wall comes up, and it looks like the spike's gonna be planted just at the nook over here by U-Haul.
Okay, Goddead does drop it. He tried to reposition, but actually got closer to a better angle for them to spam through the smoke. Eventually, it gets planted, and now it's another retake for Maru 4v4.
Bozzy's still in control of the U-Haul area. There's going to be some creeping in over here. Chibob trying to clear this angle over here. Bozzy waiting quietly. TS just around the box. And they're going to try to clear this first. And actually, TS does not really get the shots needed off there. Again, Sand running out of the hourglass here as a spike ticks away. And this is, of course, intended to hiccup any diffuse that would happen. And so that's going to be it. Bozzy combos that into a kill.
Well, the Poison Cloud and just ran out, of course, with Viper getting taken out. So Bozzy's still on standby, able to get that kill. And
oh my god!
He gets to spray through the door? That hurts for Maru. That hurts a lot.
That was some Matrix stuff right there. I can't believe that. So Chibob doesn't even get to carry the weapon into the next round. Killed off there at the last second just in hookah. And so here we go. Momentum is just beginning to build here as we're moving into round 4. A quick recap of that.
Yeah, just making the calls. Delta gets that spam through. Now, this idea of pushing out into A short, it was good because they didn't want to risk it in lamps, right? In the U-Haul with the judge. They knew that that was waiting for them there with the raise. So they want to clear the other angles first. Unfortunately, they're not able to make anything come
But you got to know with a Viper in the game that Molly's going to come down and just, really cut off chunks on the clock for that diffuse time. So this time around, we've got a 2-stack over here on Showers. Spike laid down right here in middle connector. So it's not clear what exactly Slayers wants to do here other than maybe try to get a pick and then make up their mind later on.
Yeah, just taking their time with their default position. They have chosen to give up Showers control, but they still sent a guiding light through. And now you can see on the minimap, Chibob was not stalled by that. We're watching him on screen as well. He's just pushed all the way out. So this information is given. You see the rest of Maru Gaming rotating. They are on pistols this round. They have to save.
Ooh, pop flash, but nothing comes from it. Goddead there with a double kill now, taking out Nakchi as B is going to be theirs to seize. Wix just around the corner is immediately shot down. Bozzy clearing this out. And, all kill there and the spike planted in the last second. It's hard to win more than this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a scenario where you're already ahead, you ruined the opponent's buy round, and then you get a flawless. You are swimming in creds right now if you're on Slayers. And meanwhile, I mean, all 3 members here, Goddead being just so quick on the turnaround there, that really saved them. Otherwise, it could have easily been a double kill with the Sheriff. Good calls we heard at the end, just watching for that flank through the teleporter. I like that they finally switched the position for Viper here for Wix on the side of Maru Gaming, trying to counter the attacker's toxic screen with your own on A short, but it's just so little value as a defender when you can cover so much more of the map if you used it elsewhere, using that huge...
Oh, that was sick. Oh, the instinct here on Bozzy.
Well, I think what you're seeing here is On Slayers just understands what you want to do in a default position, right? if you are able to just keep them at bay, if you're making noise, at the very least, you're doing something to the enemy team. They have to care about that. If they poke out and you get a free kill, it's even better. But Maru has no answer should OnSlayers continue to do this. I mean, the only way Maru can stop that is if they push out and get the kill first. And so OnSlayers just continue to condition their opponents. And if they get a free kill like this, I mean, it's an easy call on which site they want to go to.
All right, can he actually block this out over here? Okay, hold on. Showstopper's out. And Bazooka down is Guang. Zuma takes out Nakji. The spike is planted. And I don't think there's a realistic retake here from Maru Gaming. Let's see. The map sliced into just the fourth over here where, it's going to be playable.
This is rough. I mean, you've got your 2 rifles. You have to save it.
I think you do. I think you absolutely have to save this. I think trying to get into a bottleneck position like this it's suicide. And look, it's likely going to be a 5th win, but you need to take any little iota of a lead that you can take, whether that just be a rifle carried into the 6th round, or you are going to get snowballed out of this game.
Yes, if everything goes the way it should on paper, if you do not save here, even if you get a couple kills, the enemy is swimming in credits, so that damage doesn't really have any long-term impact. You're simply losing out on your own creds and your own economy system. So Maru Gaming, it hurts. It absolutely hurts that you have to give yet another round away, make it 0-5, but you have to if you want to consider getting at least the minimum rounds you want here on defense for Bind. So Maru Gaming, again, a little heartbroken, but making the right call. And it looks like we may have a timeout here from one of the teams. But that, I mean, you can see them smiling here.
I think I can guess which team.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's actually technical. So can you guess now?
That was rough. I was going to Slayers and not call the timeout. So it's a technical timeout. I was going to say, if it was a tactical timeout, I don't think Slayer stops. He goes, how do we win more? This is taking too long.
Perry's like, I've always wanted to do this.
I'm trying to catch a 7 o'clock movie here. How do we end this now?
I could just see that. Perry's like, Jamin, how do I call a timeout? And Jamin's like, well, don't do it now. And Perry's like, but I've always wanted to do it. Whenever you call a timeout, I was always jealous of you.
Technical timeout here. I mean, Slayers is just looking monstrous. It does seem that this timeout is actually happening here over for Team Maru.
Yeah, it sounds. We've been notified that there's a bit of a audio that they want to clear up, so just double checking that here on the side of Maru Gaming. But here's the thing. Oh, I guess they're double checking stuff on OnSlayers as well. Might as well if there's anything that you're kind of cautious of. But OnSlayers, they're looking good. 5-0. They've got their flawlesses there. They are well ahead of Maru Gaming here on the first half.
There is, the built-in comeback mechanics with how the, economy works at the start and where players are likely to buy in for their weapons. But there is a point where you're starting to get kind of the point of no return here. If you can't get something to work and, the first 7 rounds, it becomes extremely difficult to imagine anything happening, even if the game is going to try to give you a boost one way or the other. I mean, at this point in time, it's kind of being proven now that there's really no way to break in no matter what guns or utility you have.
Yeah, and I think given how OnSlayers is playing and also, the agents they have, they're the ones with the Rays on their side. So even on defense, Ray's still able to get so much value without having to poke her head out, right? Whereas on the other side, for instance, like a Jet on defense, sure, you can get away, but you do have to first peek out to get any sort of information as a Jet, whereas Rays can send your, again, paint shows, your boom bot, things like that.
Yeah.
So those are differences we'll see. Maru Gaming, it's still only 0-5 in one perspective, but they're kind of starting to feel it tighten up a bit.
Well, I think it's not just the score, it's also the fact that whatever angle is being pushed into initially, in this case, Slayer's the aggressor, is just winning that fight. And so it's like they win the fight, and then their utility setup is perfect. And then there has been not even really anything close to a retake, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's been real domination. Again, Bind is a map that certain teams do find very difficult to play on. It does have sort of a different architecture to it that you have to kind of figure your way out as far as moving around on. But I think specifically just seeing even moments like we saw back there with the Sky Pop Flash over at B Long, and it's like you did not get the kill, you did not get the connections. I know a pistol's worse than a rifle, but like nothing seems to be working out over here for Maru Gaming. Excuse me.
That's a little rough. I mean, again, like you said, it was a pistol. It was a save round, But the fact that you're peeking out as Sky alone on B-Long with a pop flash with no backup to go for a trade.
The plan is to drop somebody there.
Right. Like,
Yeah,
if you die, or even if you trade 1-for-1, you're still at a disadvantage, right? All you did was get info, and they give up the part of the map. You have to think in a macro level when you're playing Valorant. So I would like to see Maru Gaming slow things down. I mean, you don't want to accept defeat. You don't want to go in and say, well, our aim's worse today. You don't want to say that. But right now, they're still playing so many forward positions. And like you said, the moment you lose someone, On Slayers has free pickings. They can push that same site. They can rotate. I mean, they have all the time in the world to make up their mind. Maru Gaming perhaps maybe revisiting what do their retakes look like? Like, what are our options here with our utility? Do we want to maybe just save it for a certain type of retake on a certain site? A little bit more discussion there. Of course, right now it's a technical timeout, so this is not the time to be talking about that, of course, right now.
Although there probably is,
Well, you can't take advantage of it, and you go through all your tactical stuff. I mean, individually, you're thinking about, what can we do?
Right.
But
well, I mean, let's also just, keep in mind, this is a brutal moment to have a pause here due to technical issues, right? While you're, kind of hard locked into this quick 0-5 here. We're almost through the first half of the first half. It's going to be very important that every round from here on out is going to be played at their very, very best here. Or I know that in theory, right, somebody wins all the rounds on one side. Well, maybe the other team can do the same on the other. I don't know if we're there on Valorant where everybody in Korea is so good that it really is just this side of the map is so much easier than the other side. So I'm hoping for Maru Gaming's sake that they can actually really perform after this technical timeout is sorted.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times people like to theorize, well, what's the scoreline you want minimum, right, on a certain side? And I don't know if there's really any hard answer to that. It all depends on comps and maps. But here, in the case of Maru Gaming, especially given how On Slayers is playing right now, I mean, if you go anything less than 4 and 8, and then you have to swap and you have to break into On Slayers at that point, where they have players like Zunba, who can just lock down a site on their own as Astra, King, who is used to being left alone on a site and taking over with clutches.
King's never struggled at holding a site, that's for sure.
Yeah. So this is a little bit of trouble here for Maru Gaming.
Well, I think also if you get anything past 8-4, it becomes so reliant on the pistol rounds that it's pretty uncomfortable, right?
True.
So we're back into this. We're going to be in round 6. Quick update here. It's 5-0 so far. Slayers here on the attacking side has yet to really take a scratch in this game, but with this small break, maybe Maru can come back looking a little bit stronger here. Pop Flash comes out of Showers, pushing the Jet back, and there's a 3-man push up here, down through mid.
Yeah, just a bit of a different toxic screen now, but they've already conditioned them to watch out on lamps. Oh, Chibop wins that duel.
All right, but King is on the hunt. Chibop is going to be in this corner, and an easy kill there for him as well, giving them control of the Shower side of the site. Ice Wall over here blocking off vision along with an Astra Orb. The plant just into the middle of the A site. And again, it's kind of the same story, but let's see. Can Maru do the retake?
Yeah, I mean, you are poised to try to have everyone full buy next round. Delta is a bit short on that front, but already has the Phantom. Now, Nakji does have a Vandal. So this is still worth doing something here. Now, you know that this is coming. You know the sneak bite's coming. Not able to take out King.
And this is a great abusive move here because it's going to eat through the HP as the defuse comes. Zunba gets the double kill with the wall bang, taking Nakji out. And my God, it's like the planets, the stars are all aligning here perfectly for Slayers. Their execution is just top tier. It looks like the retake is going to be impossible off the gunplay at the start, but then you look at the setups to hiccup the spike defuse, and you go, how in the hell are they ever going to get a retake with this?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is you have to take out King, or you have to clear out everyone else so fast that you can just wait out the snake bite, right?
Yeah.
So without either of those answers, Maru Gaming still feeling a bit tightened. Now they do have rifles once again. You have the Blade Storm for Chiba, and he's going to take advantage of that push out. He gets sight of one, but he's spotted.
Oh, that's funny. All right, Stage Wall comes down over here.
I love it.
This is like a horror movie. Like, you got to lock the door.
Oh, my God, Dead. I love it.
That's so cool. I don't think I've ever seen a Sage Wall quite like there at a moment like that. But, yeah, just to escape the Jet ulti. So, cool push here on the B side from Maru, but you know, the ebb and flow here from Slayers is really on top. A quiet rotation over here to A. Viper Wall's coming down on both sides.
Maru is playing all three members very upfront. I mean, they have the trademark and Shower, so they know they're safe from there, but If you don't win your duels here, the moment the screen goes down, this all falls apart.
Okay, it looks like Wix does get the kill there on Abazi. Thought it was going to go the other way. Goddead taking out Guangu.
Now this is huge.
Wix!
Wix making it happen right now for Maru.
Wix and his tricks.
Wix and his tricks. Oh, and he gets the Viper's Pit, but King has one of his own.
Okay.
This is where I thrive, Nick.
All right.
I always
This
live in
is
the
peak
green.
Valorant, yes.
Oh, but Wix just got the...
What's going on here?
Oh my gosh.
Uh-oh, this is scary.
No. Oh no. So Wix gets 5,
Zumba.
but not quite the ace. Oh! To the res. Oh, and then he gets the 6-kill ace.
Wix and his head clicks.
The res had come through from Goddead, and Wix just patiently waits for the last kill. That was huge. That was the thing. If you wait on A-Short, all 3 of you, and you don't win that first duel, you're not able to stop any part of that push. But he wins the duel and gets the snakebite down, which buys enough time for the rest of the team. This was where things really started to break down. He picks up TS, and then, of course, he's able to put up his Viper's Pit around the other side of the site here.
So we had Viper's Pit on both sides. Now that being said, on the defending side, you kind of expect to win with the Viper's Pit, and that's going to be a while before we could even possibly recreate that. So again, with those Viper ultis, out of the way here, let's see what game around 8, I should say, looks like.
Yeah, we've got 2 ops. Delta with an op, and then the tour de force here for Nagji. He has to rendezvous out of there with the Seekers coming in. Oh, Delta not able to get into a better position with that Vandal. Well, ops on the other side as well. Botsy going with an offensive op. Nagji only able to get 1 kill. Definitely usually would want more with that tour de force. Wix just trying to buy whatever time he can with the snake bite, but it's not going to amount to anything. This, again, one of those situations where you've already given up so many rounds that you don't want to just save, but at the same time, what can you do 1v3 here?
So Wix is going to come over here through B elbow, slowly closing corners. Again, there's actually a decent amount of time on the spike here. And I think this is all you can do is just kind of quietly go back. Now there is a site over here. Oh, is he not going to check it?
He's just going to run out. Oh,
damn, Simba. So good.
I was going to say, I mean, you made the choice to try to get whatever other kills you can through elbow, but at that point, you have to walk through someone's crosshair to get out of the spike range. So a bit stuck in a hard place there for Wix, and he's going to lose that rifle. Individually, he still had 2,000 credits, so he's fine. Curious to see what the rest of the team looks like here. But, man, it's feeling a bit rough here for Maru Gaming.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at Slayers, their ability to just completely dominate B is something else.
Well,
so we're going to go into the next round here. Slayers, Maru timeout. Okay, so I was right with who was going to call the timeout.
Well, yeah, they need one.
I'm just so ahead.
You're ahead of the time, Staceless.
Yeah. So look, Maru, I think the last 2 rounds were the best 2 rounds they've played so far in the first half. But, the problem is, like we said before, these numbers are getting so far away from each other, the scores on each side here, that I don't know what Maru's going to do to try to stabilize here. And, to be honest, I don't feel like there's one thing that Maru Gaming's doing wrong. It seems like they're kind of outclassed. Like the stats are higher in every sense here for Slayers.
Yeah, I think it's, I do believe it's a combination of that. I agree that, first of all, ONS Slayers is winning duels. Like, there's no doubt about that because we're seeing it on screen. At that point, Maru has to say, okay, well, if we can't win our duels today, what can we do to overcome that? How do I make it even more advantageous for me to win that duel? How do I get the information ahead of time? How do I make sure that they, for instance, have to walk through the toxic screen to fight me? Things like that are the type of discussions that Maru Gaming wants to have right now against ONS Slayers, but so far, not too many answers. And this is another round where, you have 1 rifle on Wix, but everyone else just has to wait to buy in the next round. Not even able to all buy half armors. So this one is not the round you're focusing on. Yeah, it feels bad to have to give up yet another one, but again, you got to think long term. You can't just keep throwing something at the wall every round. That's how you really let it slip out of your hands.
Okay, I think we're going to be starting this next round here in a second. It does appear positionally that, you know, Slayers is probably going to look for a pick first and then try to decide later on.
Yeah,
Just
they've
peak
still
Valorant
got that.
when they're using the knife on the energy wall. That's my favorite part of the game.
Still got that aggressive op here for Botsy, so just waiting. I like that he doesn't peek out first, just in case there's some kind of push. He waits for the screen to come up and then checks the angles where they would usually try to use that to their advantage.
Shebob is just on top of truck. Nobody's peeked just yet. I don't think Wix is going to come out here. And Jet's hip doesn't come out enough to, you know, give her position away. Oh! Doesn't make it connect. Knife hops away. Try to reposition now.
Yeah, but you sense something's wrong, right? You just checked part of showers, no one has pushed out. You check truck, no one's there. No one pushed out of a short. You spot someone here next to triple, and you're like, what's going on here?
A lot of shadows and mirrors coming up here. They've once again cut A in half, but they don't seem to have any intention of actually taking it. But with the quad stack over here on A, B is looking a little bit squishy. We've just got their chamber Nocji over here with a scope down into hookah, but this is just not going to be a position where they can try to come in here and defend it. I mean, look at this. Nocji just can't cover all these areas.
Yep. And
okay.
Okay. They kind of avoid each other right at the end there. Nocji just trying to stay alive, has to buy as much time as possible.
God, dead. It's a kill. Nocji now in the back here of the B side. Oh, my God!
Oh, my. That
Only
was a
3 words to describe that. Oh, my God. That was just insane. Slayers is looking better and better with each game here. Again, I think that Viper wall fake over there on A and, you know, the stress that mounted for Maru Gaming made for an excellent entry onto B. I mean, they were just not ready for that.
Yeah, I think on Slayers, they had such a good read, right? As I was saying, they felt something was fishy. How do I not spot anyone in the common spots? The only person I see is someone peeking at a triple. The fact that you caught him peeking means that he's trying to cover short from someone else. Otherwise, why would he risk that? So that gives them the signal, well, if they haven't pushed down into showers and they're trying to check short from triple, that means that there has to be more people on A. Correct call on the side of Slayers. And then they're able to push into B side. They leave, as you said, they leave the screen there as well as an extra fake against Maru Gaming.
It's pretty insane, too. If you just look at that recap that we saw back there, I mean, it's like Maru Gaming barely gets any time to even look at their opponents. I mean, they come into sight, and they are shot down within a second of appearing there. I mean, the gunplay here is just top-notch from Slayers.
Yeah. I mean, the spike on stage has made it further into the defuse than Maru Gaming has so far in this entire map. So On Slayer is feeling pretty good about that one. And another technical timeout here. We'll wait to hear if this can be resolved quickly. Earlier, we were able to power through it quite swift. But right now, again, on Maru Gaming's side, just double checking. I got to say, it's like you said, Tasteless, Maru Gaming... once they kind of start to lose this position, it just falls into duels. And at that point, On Slayers is just clearly on top of it today. They're just not losing any of the duels when it comes to head-to-head.
And it's not every team that shows this degree of competency on bind, but, man, they are inside of Maru Gaming's head.
Yeah, I am excited to see. I can't wait for On Slayers to meet DWG Gaming Kia again. I mean, that's kind of the big story this season in VCT Korea, right? You've got Perry and Solo on either side as ex-teammates, but now rival coaches. You've got Zumba and Esperanza from XF4Q now on these two teams facing off as rivals once again. There's just so much that they know about each other, so many things that they went through together. And then on top of it, On Slayers has King, who got to go to Champions with Vision Strikers last year. So there's a lot of things coming together. And during the qualifiers, I mean, we saw them shake up against each other on Bind and Icebox. And Damwon just looked on top of it. But On Slayers, it was very clear that they had the right ideas. They just needed more time. So how does that evolve through the main stage here?
We knew this could be a close series, or it could be maybe a one-sided one. But even when I thought of this being one-sided, I didn't imagine like an 8-1 for the first game.
Right.
I thought Maru Gaming, you know, if maybe we'd end on like an 8-4 or something like that, where it's like, okay, you know, Slayers is probably going to pull through. They're pretty good. But, I mean, the fact that Maru Gaming has 1 win, and again, that was when Viper's Pit was used. And, by the way, that was, like, down to 1 player left.
True.
So, like, and I think there's few alties in the game, maybe if any, compared to Viper's Pit, where it's like, well, this definitely should go one way, right?
Man, you guys, all you other casters, you guys are like, well, Viper's Pit is a free win.
Viper's Pit is pretty good.
I differ,
But Chobra told me before the show, he's like, I don't think Viper's Pit is strong enough. And I'm like, Chobra, you've lost your mind.
Listen.
Chobra said the whole map should fill up with Viper's poison.
Do you understand how much effort it takes to find the exact right corner you want to sit in a
Chobra
Viper's
said
Pit?
that the other opposing agents should be coughing when they're in Viper's Pit so they make audio cues.
Oh, my gosh. I'm all for that.
Yeah,
I'm all for
next
that.
patch.
Well, not happening today. You still see that screen on lamps. Now, one of the things is, okay, you see a new toxic screen here on defense for Maru Gaming, but again, all it does is cover 1 entry point. It's not even covering B long because no one's watching it. So they can just walk through it on B long, wait, they already tripped the trademark. So now all it does is block the opponents from getting into Garden, which, I mean, for a skill that spans half a map, it just feels so wasteful in terms of what value you're getting out of it. It does allow you to kind of hide an elbow as well if they were to come through on Hookah. That is true. But I think this is one of those things where you have to consider what value does my default position bring.
Okay, so 3-stack. They're going to go through Teleporter, though, popping over into Showers. And they're going to get a confirm that there is somebody inside here. Gravity Well to kind of sandbag progress. Another flash comes around the corner. And TS is insane with the double kill, moving in.
They need to buy as much time as possible.
Are they just going to actually just try to force this?
They don't have time to rotate now, so they are kind of stuck here in Showers, but Slayers is winning the duels. They're winning the duels!
Fish in a barrel, man. What if they're just really good at clicking on you? I mean, that is it's insane because, like, you know, from that defender's position, you're like, they're all going to come out of Showers doors. Let's just make sure that we shoot them. And it's like, no.
Yeah.
Even then, there's no way.
I mean, you put down the snake bite. You had the gravity well to buy enough time to force them to have to commit to A, which was good. Now, I do think it's unfortunate that they chose to fight here 2 people in Showers. The moment you get spotted, your teammates were already rotating from B. You had such a quick rotate.
I think it would have been a great moment, especially, to just hop back and try to just take a position.
It's just one of these things where Maru Gaming, the inexperience starts to show where they get a little antsy, and now they're starting to push out. And here's the thing. You do need to do this, right? Without the Sova, you're already losing duels. You need to secure one part of the map 100%. So they do that on B long this time. Finally, on round 11. Now, this has opened up A short quite a bit, and they are only on pistol. So it's a bit unfortunate the round that they finally have a bit more play in how they want to take control of the map. They don't have the weapons to support it.
Okay, another plant over here onto the A site. Ooh.
He was spotted.
Chibob just in here. Are they going to take advantage of this? Doesn't matter. King with the headshot takes Chibob out.
And then snake bite to keep everyone else at bay in lamps. King just keeping his position.
Okay, it looks like King's going to maybe pull back a little bit
Nocchi.
further and basically set up. Nocchi is there to spring an ambush, but it doesn't matter because King just shoots him down along the way. And again, there's maybe time. Let's pretend that, they all fled to defuse, but they're going to have enough stuff with everything else to just slow down that defuse even then. Again, it's hard to win more than this. I feel like we are speed running this first map here. Slayer's looking untouchable. One more round in the first half.
Yeah, this is the last round. I mean, it's 11-1. You've got a long road ahead of you if you're Maru Gaming. Here's the thing: it's not that these are like unwinnable rounds. It's just at a certain point, you can tell that Maru Gaming kind of breaks apart. They get really antsy and eager about what they need to do. They're just a bit too quick on the trigger on what decisions they make.
I think the humiliation also really sets in. Bozzy coming in, pushing right through the smoke, looking for the kill here.
And here's the thing. Now they have to care about lamps. It doesn't matter if no one else is pushed in. They know he's in there. They heard the blast pack.
Right.
Meanwhile, Goddead gets the kill. So again, you still have people locked on A because of Botsy. The rest of the team. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God. All right. You know, only one player stands in the way, and Guanga has been wiped out. And so now we're going to have a plant over here. B site certainly not easy to retake, not with numbers like these.
Meanwhile, you have Botsy just hiding in the teleporter after going through in case they try to do a quick rotate through that. Obviously, no one going to go through there. They're all in spawn coming through on the defender side. 2v5 Tasteless. This does not look possible for Maru.
Hot flash coming out. More smokes coming down. TS shot down. Just one more player left. Delta, can he do it?
No is the answer to that
No.
question.
No.
As On Slayers takes, oh my goodness, 11. 11 to 1.
11 to 1, dude. Good luck in the pistol round, boys.
Yeah, I mean, you basically have to win everything on the other side on attack
Or
for
you
Maru
lose
Gaming.
pistol round,
And
force
it's-
spy, and go to overtime.
Is that the big picture here for Maru
That's
Gaming?
the 5-head play.
I mean, yeah, you have to throw everything you've got. Now Maru will be on attack. And oftentimes, you know, a lot of times you'll see for these maybe kind of lesser experienced teams, your attack is a little bit more structured, right? Because that's something you can always prefer. Well, this is what we'll do. They might react to it, but this is what we're going to do. This is our play. Whereas on defense, you always have to be able to adjust to what the opponents do on default. So we'll see what Maru Gaming has to bring. We're jumping right in.
Oh.
Just has to escape.
You have to get out of there at that
Oh
moment.
my God!
Oh, wow, that actually connected. All right. It's Wix and Nokji. You wouldn't want any other two players here on this team left. You know, let's see what they can do.
Oh, the double kill with the paint shell is also interesting to see.
Nokji, nice. Gets the jump onto Zumba.
Well, I was about to say interesting to see him knock over the Headhunter and go for the Ghost, but if you're going to jump out like that, it is probably a bit better. Just going to be spamming it through.
Okay, not bad. Nokji and Wix. Clutching it.
I like that.
That was impressive, and they didn't plant too soon. I think they realized, you know, better to try to win in the gunplay. They still had a lot of time on the clock. They got into the B site pretty quickly anyways.
Yeah, so well done. I mean, of course, the paint shells. What exactly? Yeah, let's see it from. Oh,
Yeah,
he throws
so
it
he
and then jumps away, and they try to chase after him, and they just all. Oh, the double kill. That feels bad. But Nokji, the breakthrough from Hookah, that's what opens up the site for them, and they're able to continue here, extend their life here on this first map just a bit.
Yeah, let's watch what should be an easier second round of the second half here. The glass is half full. The glass is half full. The glass is half full.
Oh, but there's two. If he pushes out any further, okay, they're gonna have to back off the paint shell there.
Guns down the bird.
Well, I like this from Botsy too. The team is gonna, you know, they're so far ahead, you don't overcommit. But Botsy's like, well, a lot of times it's raised. I'm probably just gonna buy the Judge and like sit in Hookah or Lamp. So I'll buy Marshall this round, and we should be fine. And that should give us a bit more of an edge on defense here. Bob.
Shots fired over here into U-Haul.
All right, so they've gotten into the site, but they don't know TS is. Oh, good cover from Delta.
Maru looking pretty good.
I told you, Tasteless. You know what you're doing on attack at the very least, because you can prep that on your own.
Yeah.
You don't have to fight against any. Well, yeah, they might be able to react to it, but you know exactly what you're doing.
Beautiful game, man. 3-11.
Flawless as well. And here's the thing.
It's Trobra's favorite band. Let's go. Let's do this.
So with the Flawless coming in, you need that because you're so far behind. You need every economic advantage so that even if you lost, you can still always full buy up to that overtime, right? You only have one round to lose before you have to fight for overtime. So Maru Gaming, this, I mean, it's as perfect as it can be just because they were pushed into a corner here. Let's see if they can continue here against the Byron. The bonus for Maru, but they need to overcome it with their Spectres and one Guardian here for Nokji.
All right, Shibab with the push over here. They're going to pull away from Showers. Got a nice one-way smoke setup. Combo that with the wall here to buy a little bit more time. But we don't see any signs of Maru Gaming giving up on this position. King still holding the back of A. Some shots fired through here. Nobody's actually on site yet.
got the pit to try to get into triple, but they're just waiting for the spam. They're going to try to rotate off of this. Now, not a bad idea, but at a certain point, ONS has to get a read on this, because when that Viper's pit is up for this long and you see nobody, because King is already in it, sitting outside of Showers, and he's making the call. No one is coming out. Botsy rotating back to B.
I think this is a great rotation over here, sending at least 2 in from Belong.
Oh, they might be ready. Oh, so they are potentially going to teleport back to A if they see any action. The spike has gone to A, but the trouble is they don't have outside of Showers cleared.
This is going to be a tough one. They're going to come in here. Zuma does take out Nocti.
They need to take control of the site. Not too many seconds left
okay,
here.
Okay, 15 more seconds left. They are going to get the plant. Paint shells explodes right over where the spike is. God dead. Hanging back here. Looks like Delta and Wix are going to try to come in here for a double push. The spray isn't controlled enough to transfer that to the next head.
All right, you've got 1 Vandal, 1 Spectre. Not too much health on the side of Maru Gaming, but oh no, Guanga gets taken out.
Gets halfway. He's going to commit. He's going to commit.
Oh no, Wix.
Bam!
Oh,
3 to 12.
Well, it was tough for Wix. He knew there was one more player he had to take care of. He just couldn't make up his mind on which angle he wanted to take, and unfortunately, the defuse comes through. So now it's do or die time every round.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because it was an nail biter there at the end, right? 2 to 2, spike ticking away. And maybe they had the jump on him to get a good angle. A very technical early round there. You know, the Viper pit coming out, fake onto B, back onto A. I mean, a lot happening there, but ultimately they weren't able to close it out. And now we are very much in the twilight in this game, unless we see the most insane comeback ever.
Yeah,
from Maru
true.
Gaming.
One thing I want to note is I believe that Wix had intentionally taken down his ultimate to really make them think they committed to B, but Nocti got killed in B long, which confirmed that Maru Gaming wasn't. So it was just a bit of a mismatch in decisions there. A very risky one by Wix. I like the idea, but unfortunately, that meant that there was still a lot of attention on the A side for ONS in that last round. And like you said, Tasis, I mean, how far can they go when they're down 3-12 for Maru Gaming?
Okay, toxic screen up. Wix getting to push. Whoa, surprise presence there from Bozzy. Hiding in plain sight. Goddead takes down Delta. Chibob fights back, though, with a double kill onto Bozzy and Zumba.
All right, well, Chibob has caused enough of a commotion in A that the Viper will have to stay here. Looks like Goddead will as well. Okay, well, with Delta taken out, you know you can plant.
This is playable. So they're going to go on to B. Now, Chibob may try to lurk in here from behind.
Yeah, but I think he's going to have to make a quick move. ONS Slayers.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Goddead and King are aware that this can happen, so they're trying to push through this as quickly as possible.
Well, if they're not fast enough, Chibob is going to get the shot from behind. Oh, we're going to get a shot at Chibob, I hope.
Yeah, they're pushing through elbow to confirm that they're stuck on there. You only saw one, so one's on site. You have all the information you need on the side of Maru Gaming.
Fake defuse here.
And the gravity well, you know it hasn't happened. Chibob gets the information. Oh, what a tailwind in from Chibob just to draw that attention.
So cool. Again, though, another tiny victory for Maru Gaming, but man, Maru is having to work every step of the way just to stay into this. Brilliant stalking there by Chibob to kind of stay behind and give a safer confirm on when they could poke out.
Yeah, absolutely right play from Chibob and good timing as well, really just pacing himself. And I like the fact that Maru Gaming was pushing from elbow as well so they can make sure they don't lose the advantage they had should they get a pinch. Now we're going to see Maru Gaming just try to scout out Showers a little bit. Sitting back on B long, they don't want to contest it, they just want to make sure there's no extra information given to the side of ONS Slayers. Now, King does have control of Showers, and he's got the toxic screen to cover both Showers and Short should he have to back out and maybe play for a retake or just buy some time for his teammates.
Bozzy going to back up, hot peek around the corner. Chibob using the box, Try to get a glimpse. Doesn't see anybody up in heaven. Can't confirm anybody down below that.
Yeah, so now down to a minute. At a certain point, you start having to make your decision here when you get down to the 40-second mark. You hear the tailwind into lamps, so that control has been given over. But the Seekers buying enough time. They may have to use the teleporter to get to B. Oh, the Showstopper not catching anybody.
Wix drops King. Some more shots coming through here. Chiba behind the box, eating some bullets in the process. They don't have the plant just yet. 30 seconds remain.
Yeah, they need to be able to get it down, but the gravity well buying enough time.
Hiccup stat.
Okay, Viper's Pit to cover one part of the map. Oh, just trying to buy whatever time with that blast back. A little scared to continue planting. Wix. Wix! One member left on the side of On Slayers.
Insane moment here. Zunba hanging back. It looks like we should get the next round here in a second.
Listen, if Zunba gets an ace clutch 1v5 against a Viper's Pit, I think we just give him the MVP award for the stage.
We actually end Valorant. It was an experiment. We're like, no, we've seen it all now.
Yeah.
So 5-12, not bad. Clutch play. Talk about a lot of patience there with that spike plant, you know.
I really like it. I like the usage of the Viper's Pit as well. Again, you don't have other rounds you can save for. You're pushed up against the wall.
You have to play every round like it's your last because it literally could be your last if you are, taken out. So great play there.
Yeah, the fact that they use the pit to basically use it as a smoke, right? So the others can approach from A short, and that also gives you entire control as Wix, as the Viper, on the right side of the site. So well played. Now this is a little different. Usually on their default they're contesting showers, but now they're stacking B. But they do get tagged by the Guiding Light, but of course On Slayers doesn't know how many.
They are running. They can hear the footsteps. Dog goes in first to try to get an idea of what's going on. Maru, Delta takes out Zunba. A little bit of a trade back here.
That is not good. TS getting double next to elbow.
Could go either way right now. No spike plant just yet. Nocchi backs up.
Well, the plant will go down. Maru. Okay,
he sees the gun from behind the wall.
The Tour de Force just wants to make sure that he can contest against this range. Oh, he saw one through the wall, but I don't know if he confirmed it. They know where the stage is. They know where Goddead is. Now you hear both.
Oh, and he's going to see the barrel of the gun out there. Wallbang from there. And
well played.
That was so well done. But I got to give some props there to Slayers. That entry was really smart, having that ice wall, setting up, pushing in. But, with Maru Gaming having a second player on the other end of the tunnel ready, while you've got the chamber up in hookah really, drawing fire, they were able to identify what was going on. And, here we go. One round at a time, Chobra.
It's happening. It's happening, Davis. And again, I'm so glad that Maru Gaming, they're playing in the moment because you have to. But that sounds obvious, but a lot of times in Korea, the players we know when to use our ults. It's when we have the set piece, so I have to save it. But no, that's the whole point of Chamber, is just take advantage when you can. Now they have an offensive op for Nocchi here on attack. The Viper's Pit on A short from King does lock that down. So if you're not going to contest it, you've got to make up your mind about B. No contesting in showers either.
God, it's such a good spot. Beautifully done.
I don't think Chiba was able to scout that. The angle he tailwinded in, it looked like he wasn't able to really catch that, but he will get the trade eventually.
Some shots spamming through the smoke. None to connect.
So Nocchi needs to make something happen in showers. Otherwise, you can't really break through just as two people because you assume there's probably at least two people. You know the Viper's in the Viper's Pit. It hasn't gone down yet. Okay, well, he gets the kill in showers. This opens up a lot of options. I do think it's a bit one-dimensional if they just push back into B, but they still have a massive numbers advantage. They know the Viper is still in short.
Zunba with great play there.
Oh
man,
no,
it's looking impossible. Zumba's so in control.
Oh, Nocchi needs to pick up a rifle. He only has 18 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay, so he knows. Yeah, he knows King's coming through. He knows King coming through mid, so he has to run. Can he make it to the site in time? He should have just enough, but he has to stick the plant.
Yeah, he has just a few seconds. And
Okay.
he's got enough time. It'll play it.
King's coming through. There's the snake bite. No! Nakji doing everything he can.
Wow, that was quite an exciting end. And I'll tell you what, Maru Gaming, they really brought it in that second half. Of course, the first half was just so dominant by Slayers that unless you played more perfect than almost perfect.
Perfect.
Someone write that down.
Yeah, more perfect than
if you don't play
almost
perfectly, then you're out. That's it.
Well,
get that tattooed on my back, Chobra.
How many viewers do we have to get on VCT for you to tattoo that on your back? You better watch what number you say.
I'm like a little bit more, you know. I've been wanting to get a tattoo. So, man, I mean, Slayers, honestly, they really performed amazingly. But we did see Maru Gaming step it up. When it mattered the most there, it looked like, you know, they were going to be flushed out and we would already be casting map number 2. But honestly, they hung on. They fought hard. And I'm excited to go into the next map.
Me too. I think they showed, you know, some good promise. Again, Bind was selected by ONS Slayers, so no surprise that they're so well prepared on it, given the players' history and the coaching staff's history. Bind is a map they're very well used to. Now on Split, that was Maru Gaming's pick, and I remember back on Gochugaru, you know, Chibab and Nakshi, they were able to make some stuff happen on Split, so we'll see if they bring that magic here against ONS Slayers. But I gotta say, ONS Slayers keeping up to the hopes that a lot of fans had of another team that can contest against DWG Gaming Kia and also potentially DRX.
So I hope we can have a map that's going to be as exciting as that last one. Even though Slayers was murdering there at the start, I really think that Maru Gaming showed us why they are here and they are tournament viable there in that last part on Bind. And honestly, sometimes you need to be a little bit warmed up to the stage experience. We talked about how Maru Gaming, not all their players have had that kind of you know, dominance in tournaments historically. Some of them are brand new to a stage like this, even though in the global grand scheme of things, this might be small potatoes for, you know, someone who's never competed with cameras in their face in a giant stadium with lights on them. That can be overwhelming, but it does seem like they found their footing.
Yeah, it does make a big difference. You know, I had a couple of opportunities to play like different show matches on the same stage that we do some of our events in different games, and you know, even though I'm not a pro, you know, there's no pressure for me to prove myself. It's just different, man. The lights, the cameras, all of that. It is, and you would think, I mean, well, I cast on camera, so that shouldn't feel awkward at all, but it's weird.
It is. It can be overwhelming, man. And, I mean, I love that second half on Bind. I just can't stop thinking about it. Such great plays on both sides. Guys, we've got a short break. When we come back, game 2 in this best of 3. You do not want to miss it. Sit tight. We'll see you soon.
and I don't know why. I don't know where we're going, don't know if I want to, even if I told you. Now my heart has changed its mind. Hey, listen, you need to understand, there's nothing wrong with you. I didn't mean to trick you into things I didn't want to. Never meant to hurt you, never meant to make you cry. No, I don't know if I wanna stay or go. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. You know me, you know I can't pretend. I'm pretty, pretty baby. I know we can't be friends. That's why I took some time to figure out what I really, 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 really want. It's crazy to even think about leaving us behind when we spent all of this time. I know we have it good. I thought it was me and you, we were true, but something doesn't feel right. No, I don't know if I wanna stay or go. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. I'm walking away, so slowly. I'm walking away, don't know where I'm heading, just know that I'm going, so I keep on walking away. I'm saying bye. I'm walking away, so slowly. I'm walking away, don't know where I'm heading, just know that I'm going, so I keep on walking away. No, I don't know if I wanna stay or go. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. I guess it's stuff I'm going through, and maybe I just need to be alone for a while. Lately, my love has been covered in maybes. Maybe it's stuff I'm going through. Maybe it's you, or maybe it's not. But lately, my love for you has been covered in maybes. So I think I need to be alone.
Smoke over here. We see the Rays pop out and immediately just brutal. You have to chip your way through it.
Oh
here.
my
So
god,
that's
one going into Lamps from attack,
Ooh,
but
here we go.
you gotta stop him with
Diffused it would happen. And
on
so,
pistols round. They have to save
pop flash, but
more of the map can be used in elsewhere. Using that, Shibop wins that duel.
is going to be in this corner.
Now, you know that this is coming. You know the sneak fight's coming.
This is a great abusive move here.
Has to buy as much time as possible.
B, now in the back here of the B side. Oh, and you have to get out of there at that moment.
Oh my! Just gonna be spamming it through.
Okay, not bad. Noxian Wig, commit. He's gonna commit.
Oh no, Wig!
Presence there from Bozzy, hiding in plain sight. God then takes out Delta.
You planting? Wix?
And it.
Okay,
He's got enough time. He'll play it.
King's coming through. There's the snake bite. No! Oh, man.
Wow, that was quite exciting. Welcome back. I like Trevor's highlight. There's a snake bite. No!
Oh man, we were laughing so hard when that ended.
Yeah.
Just the way it's gone.
No! Guys, it's good to have you back here. And I'm hoping that Maru can play a little bit better. I think they really stepped it up in the second half of Bind. Shobra, we're going to go to Split, right? That's map 2. Okay, that's what I thought. Look, man, Slayers is looking very, very strong, but honestly, Split is like about as opposite of Bind as you can be, right?
That's actually true.
So, maybe Maru can play a little bit better, but I'm a little bit worried for him. I think Slayers look extremely good. And also, when we had it 11-1, even at pro level, sometimes they start to relax a little bit.
Sure.
Even though they shouldn't, they should try to just, snowball their advantage to a win. But Maru, they showed they can fight back. Let's see if they can perform a little bit better, hopefully a lot better, going here on to Split.
Yeah, they're going to need to. And I think we can still have some hope, right? If you're someone who's kind of hoping to see Maru Gaming be one of those underdogs that can start to climb up and maybe claw at the top teams in Korea just a bit, I think it's okay to still hold your hope because it's Split. It's their pick for Maru Gaming. Some of these players have historically performed well on Split. Now, the thing is, as we discussed this during the break, Tasteless, but today, on Slayers just seems to be better, right? They're just winning these aim duels, even when Maru Gaming has that first advantage or it has advantageous angles. So how do you overcome that? First of all, you just got to shake off that bind map. You just got to erase it from your memory, move on to Split.
You make a very important point here is like, if you're just going to win the initial duel for whoever's peaking and you always come out on top, it doesn't matter how good you are strategically or tactically or how clever you can be with your abilities, you're already down a player. So hopefully, the nerves have cooled down a little bit for Maru Gaming. I think they looked so much stronger in that second half that there's a lot of hope there for a closer match. But again, I think Slayers really bigger, better, faster, stronger so far.
Today, yeah, absolutely. And if you're a fan of ONS Slayers, if you followed all of these players on their different teams last year and you're happy to see them together as a new force, today is a good day so far, right? That bind map looked promising. They're continuing to come together even more. Their timing seemed to be getting better and better. Let's see if they can compete against Damwon, if they can compete against DRX, and maybe even vie for that spot to go to Masters.
That's right. We're just getting started here for our groups in Valorant, so there's still a lot of time to adjust and improve and try to hone your abilities here. But, Slayers is definitely a team you look at and you think, man, this might be top 3 easily in the region.
I think when you just look at the roster, given time, they easily compete for top 3, if not potentially top 2. I say potentially just because, DRX obviously just at the top, no doubt.
Yeah,
and then Damwon
easily
Gia,
number 1.
Yeah, and Damwon Gia just looks so much stronger than they did last year. So I think those two are still fixated as the top 2 in everyone's expectation. But on Slayers, as time passes, they could shake that up a bit.
Certainly could. Going into Split, this is, a map where rotations can be very, very hard unless you're really fully taking advantage of mid. So, I would hope for... Do we know, are they on attacker side or defender side? I think...
I have
Slayers...
to double check, but of course ONS Slayers would have had the pick, and it looks like, I believe ONS Slayers will be defending.
Defending, okay.
Maru Gaming is attacking, and usually on Split, of course, the defense is kind of the preferred slide as we look at the MVP here. This time we were on the right side.
We were. Looks like the foreign casters still managed to outweigh whoever on the Korean side did not pick Bazzi.
Yeah, again, this is one of those games where everyone's just on point. You're winning the duels you need, and therefore sometimes the duelist just has more moments, right? You're going in first. I think Bazzi had some really good plays, so his usage of utility on that raise I think is very important. Well done. Of course, that one vote for Zumba from the Korean side, absolutely deserved. He did have the highest score line in terms of overall stats, and Zumba always someone you can rely on to help carry the team.
Man. I am super excited to see Bazzi play like the way he did back there. Definitely knew how to get into positions, and that's one of the great strengths of a good raise player is knowing how to kind of wedge yourself in somewhere that makes the entire position suddenly uncomfortable. We saw that especially early on U-Haul getting in there when the rest of the team is actually about to pounce on to B.
And this is another map where we often see Raze all around the world. I mean, to the point where sometimes there's a discussion of, well, if you can't play Raze, are you just at a disadvantage on Split? I don't think it's that strong, but I'm not surprised people say that just because you can do so much as Raze on a map where you just have multiple corners at every entry point. You have that utility to help clear out some of those angles.
Well, we're moments away from hopping into this. Again, this is a map we've seen a lot of here in Valorant. You know, we did have the pleasure of casting on Fracture earlier, but generally speaking on these, this is not even just a Valorant thing in Korea. This is Korea in general. They tend to back away from the newer maps and lean into what they've practiced on so much since the training regimens on these teams are so intense. And so we're going to have some good old Split with two amazing teams.
Yes, absolutely. Now, on Slayers, they didn't play Raze at all during the qualifiers, but obviously they showed up with it on Bind on the previous map, so we'll see if they're prepped to do it again. But it looks like it's just the normal expected picks for each player. Jet on both sides. No Raze this game.
No Raze. We do have a Sage over here for Slayers. Not a surprising pick, especially in a map like Split. The things you can do with the ice wall in mid are extremely important. I think Viper is always a safe bet to have here. Zunba, I'm sorry, not Zumba. I said Astra on either side here.
Zunba on either
The
side.
two Zumbas, that's a big plot twist here. And there's two Zumbas fighting each other. We don't even know how that works. Attack of the clones here. No, two Astras, of course, definitely a great controller when it comes to a map like Split. And then, we got Chamber, who's been very popular on a lot of these different maps. We're seeing Nocji pick him again.
Yeah, it's interesting. Sometimes you'll see teams pick comps where you can still get some form of advantage on attack, but right now, all inning on that Chamber.
Yep, Chamber already very popular here with Nocji. Guys, we're ready. We're going to go to Game 2. It's going to be on Split, and it is Slayers with a 1-0 lead. If they win this here, we are done. If it's a 1-1, we'll go to that Game 3, which I've got my fingers crossed for. I'm sure you guys do as well.
This was, of course, once again, Maru Gaming's pick. These stats are during the qualifiers, by the way, so they'll start to stack up more as the stage goes on, especially with this new round-robin format we have. We didn't have a chance to talk about that too much, but again, some of these underdog teams, they have a couple more chances to prove themselves, but also the wins start to stack up, so these early games do have some big impact when you have to play everyone once throughout the entire stage. Waiting for the pistol round with ONS Slayers on defense, Maru Gaming on offense.
Okay, not a very surprising opening here. Push into Split. King immediately just downing Chibok through the Viper smoke. More shots fired. I think some even still connecting. Oh, I guess those did not. Oh, they did actually on Kwangan. All right, just the overlay's a little bit slower here. Oh my God.
Well, Wix in a hard spot here. TS just going to back off, but that's a lot of utility just to save Wix there with the gravity well. So already losing a lot of value for Maru Gaming. Now, we talked about it briefly before the map started, Faceless, but they do have a bit more on the defensive side with Chamber on top of the Viper and Astra. So they just get a couple rounds in attack. It's not too bad for Maru.
Zumba just trying to sandbag progress as they're going to push possibly through Mail. We do see actually Viper and Astra coming towards Vents, although they may just want to peek down there. No, in fact, they're going to hop down and try to make some noise, but they're going to seesaw maybe back over into Mail anyways.
Yeah, so just making sure that that sound is heard jumping down. That does lock up 3 members on A. Now trying to break in. Do they expect Zumba here up on Rafters? No!
Oh, Zumba! The tap god!
Oh,
I can't even believe it. 1 bullet for each head on the other team. And now it's down to just Nocji, who wasn't in a bad position, but was reliant on the rest of the team spilling down from heaven to give him some grounds to get in. That's it. 1 win on the board for Slayers. And I hope we get a recap of those ghost shots.
Yeah,
that was insane.
It looked like Maru wanted to flash through the smoke because at least one of them was walking in backwards through the smoke, but the guiding light never came through, so I'm wondering where that fell apart. I mean, early on you got the snake bite and the cloud. Yeah, so you have Guanga turning his back, but it seems like it was just miscommunication with the Sky because the Sky had jumped down. giving Zumba a free 2 kills.
Yeah, there's no rationale for walking backwards in there otherwise. So
well, maybe he just wanted to show off that he
That's
can walk
right.
backwards on rafters, man.
All right, King actually in a forward position. Initially whiffs, but doesn't matter. Manages to get a great connect there, wiping out almost to half the team.
Oh my god.
Make it more than half the team. This is where everybody's like, give me the ace.
Yeah, the snake bite getting
Nobody
that third
shoots
one.
but me.
Oh, hello. Hi, Guanga.
Okay.
Tasteless.
Next round.
I'm just going to say it. On Slayers is just looking on point today. All of them are on form. And at that point, again, all 5 of those guys on Slayers, they have so much stage experience. On top of that, they've always been known for their individual play. Going up against Maru Gaming, where you have some experience, but you got 2 complete rookies coming in. You start to snowball like this, Maru Gaming is going to have a hard time waking up again.
It's not just that they're losing, it's how they're losing. I mean, just, just creeping down there and getting the execution. This is an important round, of course, as always, if it's 2-0 on one side. We want to see the economic. Oh my god, hold on. Before I can get started, Chibob with a pretty good judge shot takes out Bozzy, but TS is still over here, pulling around into the back of B.
They suspect it.
But the sounds from Heaven are going to give them an opening.
They were watching that angle, and then they just both backed away, watched Heaven, and then backed out. Chibob does pick up the op, though.
But this is a tough spot here for Chibob just with that op right now. The rest of the team's going to come in here. They're going to be able to set up a plant onto A. And this is just Goddead and Zumba remaining here. I don't know what they want to do, if it's just exit frags or what, because, it's hard to imagine an invasion over here onto A with, 2 players with Spectres, right?
Yeah, this is a tough call, right? You still have your full armor, so actual number-wise, the value remains if you did choose to save. But of course, it's also just a matter of, well, we have the creds we want to full buy next round so we can fight back. So do we just try to get a couple kills? Because then Maru is kind of all over the place in terms of their economy.
Shoulder peek there.
Oh, you definitely want to take out the op.
Yeah, if you can stop them from carrying the op into the next game, that's enough.
Okay, well, do they go recover the op? Nope.
No,
So
they
they picked it up middle of the round, but they decided to just ditch it. So that works out on both sides, quite frankly. But I would say, all in all, not bad, right? ONSLAYER is still able to take 2 guns away from Maru Gaming. And Maru Gaming, they get the win they need. They have to survive this next round, though, so their economy comes back in sync. So, so we heard that call amongst the players. They said, you do need to die, though. So the plan was, even if you have full armor, we want to die in full buy next round.
Right.
So already being on point with that and what they want to
Keep
do.
that growth engine going as far as the credits go on their side anyways. More action over here on to A. So we see Maru Gaming begin to spill in, possibly pushing up to the ramps. We're going to see a double stack over here up into A Heaven. Pop flash inbound here around the corner, and it does come out. Oh, whoa, weirdness.
Oh, just dancing back and forth.
Yeah.
But it is Maru Gaming that comes out on top. I like the idea from ONSLAYERs that they don't just push in right away. You get the flash and then you wait for them to push. But unfortunately, Maru's ready for that. Nokji starting to get warmed up in mid as well.
So Nokji actually has a spike. They can't get a plant up over here, but I don't think that plant's going to get denied as it's just Zunba, whatever's left here from B. This time with a rifle to try to carry into the next round. Maybe going to look for a pick, although I think coming in here any further is going to be suicide.
Yeah, I think he just wants to get at least one and then try to maybe get some exits, but not going to happen.
Not easy to fire from the rope, and so we're up 2-2. We're tied 2-2, I should say.
Yeah, Maru Gaming's feeling fine about this. Again, they're starting an attack on Split. They have a very defensive composition with Astra, Viper, and Chamber. If they can just get a couple extra rounds here, even if they get crushed in the other ones, they can still hold on to their focus. TS, you heard the calls. They're just frantic as they duel across the toxic screen.
Yeah, rough start there on the A side so far. In the 4 rounds we've had, a lot of success here from Maru Gaming when they push into A. This time they're going to try their luck at B, and it's going to be a rush in here. Astra Smoke to sandbag Vision coming in here.
And Chibob just wondering if with the pistols, ONSLAYERs gets a little antsy. Dashes in.
Oh, just behind the box. Chibob looking for some shots, but Godjet takes him out here.
Godjet, okay, he still makes something happen, but they're even going to get the plant. So Maru continues their trend here.
Yeah, really exploding here. 3 rounds in a row. A great start here. Notice the pacing of these rounds as well. Like that last one, you know, I want to say under 15 seconds or something like that. Even with utility set up there to basically slow the progress, they forced the issue. Not allowing that rotation on split. You know, a big feature of this map is that it is a long travel distance to get from point A to point B. So the fact that they forced that fight, came in there and dominated, you know, very impressive win.
Yeah, unless you're controlling mid entirely, if you have to go through the spawn, I mean, it does take a little longer than you'd expect. And just making sure that they're on top of the pacing. Another fast push into A. Now, Zunba is still in sight, but he's flashed. Oh, and the pit goes up.
Okay, Delta gets the plan over here. Viper's pit is set up. Looking like it should be an easy win here for the 6th round. Now, Bazi's going to peek down here with the op. Doesn't see anything. And I think a collective backup right now for Slayers.
Yeah, I mean, well, they have to save the op, and you can't walk into the pit with it. Just trying to see if... Oh, they're
going to go for exit frags here. You know, they know there's at least a couple players down there in the Viper's pit. There's actually 2 outside by sewer.
Okay, so on Slayers, goes for the res simply to save another rifle. I like that.
Yeah, this is smart. And they're playing a very even-keeled approach, you know, now that they're starting to lose control of this so far. Bazi takes out Cheebop there. An excellent exit kill. I don't think we're going to see any more engagements there. It's going to be 2-4 here. But right now, Slayer's really just relying on those little victories.
Yeah, on Slayers, they made the right call, especially if they suspect that Maru will continue with these rushes. That res is going to have a hard time finding the right moment. Might as well do it to come back in the economy because you're saving the op. So 1 extra rifle is going to make a huge difference in what you can do on defense. On the side, I mean, Cheebop getting picked off. He had his Blade Storm, so it was right for him to go for the hunt. He doesn't really lose too much by losing out. Just gives a little bit of extra kill credit, and then the ult point over to Bazi as well.
Flash over there. Cheebop has to come back off the box.
Oh, no!
Crazy shot there. Guangan getting that kill.
The op gets dropped. They've lost some control of mid. Oh, but TS gets a little bit back.
Bit of a back and forth here in round 7. Ice wall set up here to inhibit movement through mid on the Slayer side. It is a 1-1-1 split over here on the defenders. It does look like, you know, the Spike right now in mid, it's not really clear where they want to go, but we do see the Viper on their side backing up for a quiet rotation through spawn, perhaps to spring an attack onto B. That could be covered here from Zunba down in the Spike plant location, and Goddead actually pushing out. I was going to say he might be up in heaven here, but he's kind of crept down over here into the mid area.
Yeah, so with the Viper's pit in A, and then, of course, you saw no one pushing through that Sage wall in mid, OnSlayers has a pretty good idea of where they're coming to. He doesn't spot Nakji.
Big kill.
And he gets picked off. Yeah, that's huge. And committing the Cosmic Divide again. Again, Maru Gaming understanding if any extra rounds in attack, they're at a huge advantage. So might as well use it even though it's 3v2. Oh,
that
man.
was nasty.
Wango with 4. Does he go for the ace? I wouldn't go on the hunt. That would be a little too eager. So
yeah, well, King's going to come down here and maybe think otherwise, back it up. I mean, there's absolutely no way to retake that. Kind of an insane first half so far as Maru Gaming is easily going to hop over into the 5 wins. Beginning to bury Slayers here, who's only got 2. And really, those 2 wins were at the very start of this. You know, pistol games always vastly different from rifle games, and especially different from rifle games where there's a lot of utility there.
Yes, absolutely correct. So Maru Gaming really bringing it back together again, showing what they've prepped on the side of attack, despite their agent picks kind of hinting that they want to focus on defense. They still have some good ideas. I like the fact that they just decide they're going to rush until it doesn't work. I mean, you don't see that too often on Split, especially in Korea. Everyone's kind of always kind of vying each other with default on mid, kind of trying to trade utility, draw some stuff out. And they just say, okay, if you guys are going to focus so much on mid, we will just break it, right? We'll just break mid or a site because you're always going to have extra people committed on mid. I mean, this, to be fair, picking that op off is what really started the domino effect. So Guanga, props to him for getting that kill.
Yeah, unfortunate that we see. Yeah, this kill right here was really what forced them to lose control of the game. There's not that much that Zimba can do. Soloing there onto B. Going into the next round, Viper wall cutting here. We're actually having a push from the defender side into B, and it looks like it's going to work as Bozzy. Unreal.
With the stinger. Oh my god, and TS with the stinger as well.
The thing about the stinger is that the bullets come out very quickly.
They do. They are very quick.
I have no ammo.
Oh man, that
I gotta reload.
Is unfortunate. Wix.
Wix with his tricks.
Wix with his tricks. I love it, man. That should be a slogan.
Oh, that didn't connect? All right. Zimba backs up down into B. A Spike is stuck over here. It looks like they're going to flirt with the idea of vents.
Now, Bozzy's the only one with a rifle. If he can hold down A, the other two stay together. This is still doable on the side of On Slayers. Okay, trademark in case they try to rotate through mid. Maru's made up their mind. They're going to B, but they get spotted.
That's going to send the chamber back? No. Okay, he's going to... Wait, what are they doing? Yeah, they are going to go back.
No, I think he made noise based on the speed we saw on the minimap. I wasn't watching closely, but I think he was making noise to hint that they might be rotating, and then they're going to take all the time to go through main.
Yeah, they're going to come to garage up here and kind of just hope that... Now, I will say this hasn't really forced that much rotation.
No, but On Slayer is not very privy to this because you expect them to be in mid. You still heard footsteps in mid. You're assuming that that's what's going to happen. Okay, Zunba only at a Sheriff gets picked off. And the snake bite to keep them at bay as well.
Plant on default, blinding the chamber.
All you have to do is watch Alley because you have that trademark. They didn't come through vents. Now you do have to start watching up at Heaven, but it wasn't going to be a quick rotation.
So this is really up to Bozzy right now to crack this open.
It has to be. Oh, God, I love it.
Sick.
Just so privy to where he might be. 1v1.
Oh!
Bozzy making the mistake, peeking a little too early with the Blaze Storm.
It wasn't like in the
knives
the
are still
animation
floating,
wasn't done
you know?
or whatever. Yeah.
The knives are still like, wait, I'm not facing forward. They're like rotating in the air.
The knives aren't ready yet.
Oh, and he just tries to go for the quick right click, knowing that Wix had been hit prior, just trying to connect whatever he can. So overall idea correct, but just a bit rushed. And of course, good patience from Wix as well. 6-2 on attack on split. Maru's feeling great, Tasteless.
Maru is playing out of their minds. You know what? I feel like the energy that we saw in that second half, that they did lose on bind, but they looked really strong, and it looks like they haven't lost any of that. Here's where in the first half of split, they carried that over. And, 2-6 is a pretty serious distance this far along in the first half right now. And Slayers is having to do some work, and I think Slayers is playing a little bit cleaner here in the last 2 rounds than we saw, a few rounds further back, where I think they were being maybe a little bit cavalier with their positions. But this is exciting. I think Maru has a real chance of maybe taking this into a Game 3.
Oh, absolutely. And looking at their economy situation, I mean, they're pretty much set for the rest of the first half. I mean, if they constantly lose, they're going to have one round, I believe, where they have to full save. But other than that, they are well off here in this first half on attack. So now we see Bozzy yet with another operator, which again, on split, you get that operator, you have one part of the map locked down, but he's only at half armor, so he can't lose it like he did in mid. I gotta hope that Perry told everyone to play just a bit further back, which is a bit hard given that you don't have an actual sentinel like Cypher or Killjoy or Chamber where you can detect someone from far away, but they still need to choose a bit backwards positioning.
Okay, so the ice wall is going to be set up here to plug that entrance. Oh, but they're going to have the jet pop right over it.
Yeah, they spotted the op. They're going to choose to push through Heaven to avoid it. Oh, they're going to rush through.
Oh my God.
Wix! Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay.
That was insane.
No, that was... We've seen that clip from all the different regions. We've seen it happen.
So Bozzy waits down here in the spike plant location. Just, oh my God, he saw his hair.
Okay, so you know the op's still on A. Now you have to wait for Guanga in mid to secure a route out.
Yeah, the spike is kind of stuck up here, isn't it?
Yeah, but Onslayers also doesn't have clear information. Obviously, they have the advantage of being on defense. Guanga just trying to draw people out.
Okay, they're going to move, and I think they don't have eyes on this, but they're going to come through vents. And TS is actually in a very good position,
needs
but
to
not
clear this.
Not with this crosshair in the right spot.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Sick. The patience.
So I believe what happened was Maru just assumed that vents had been cleared.
Okay, can he snag the spike? And then where can he go? I guess B is not really a safe spot here.
It's kind of the only option he has time-wise, but there's so much he needs to do. I think you just
Is
go
it better
for
to
these
save,
extra
or you just try to
kills.
YOLO plant?
I think you're just going for the kills here, just
Okay.
trying to do some economic damage, right? Because
Sure,
you know
sure.
that you're pressed. So trying to bait them out with that fake, unfortunately, not going to work out. But again, Maru's fine with 6 rounds already. So
sure,
there's
sure.
no pressure.
And you know, that was an interesting one because they got into a pickle and then almost got out of it. But great patience there by TS. It's not always about knowing when to react. It's about knowing when to not react.
Yes.
Saying,
Oh.
okay, no, let him pull a little bit further forward. The first guy doesn't check the angle. The second guy's not going to check
Right.
that at all, like we see here. Wait,
Yeah.
all right. I see 2 of you now. Let's go.
Yep, and this is a case of just a little bit of poor communication from Maru. I think they had assumed that Guanga had checked vents. There just wasn't clear communication, so they don't even think to check the corners there. And then Guanga just hiding in mail. But we're on to the next round as...
meanwhile.
Okay.
All right, Goddead takes out 2 right off the bat, leaving A place that they cannot really get any ground in, it looks like. Now, the spike was never at A to begin with. That's still orbiting inside of mid, which also has a heavy stack covering that, although at very close angles. Nobody going to peek.
It didn't get to talk about it, but the tour de force is out for Nocchi, so Chambers got that free op.
Oh.
And he makes good use of it. 2 in mid.
So they're in mid. Are they going to try to push up into mail? We have Goddead just lurking by the stairs.
You have so much time. You can play with it a bit more. Nocchi's still going to just help clear these angles.
Now, down near garage is Bazzi.
They know where the op is.
Oh my God, Nocchi is just
I
savage
love
with
that from Nocchi. I was afraid he was going to drop down into the site with them, but he's still keeping his eye on their back. Now, they know this op is in garage. They only have to worry about one more person, most likely at A, given what they had to face early on in the round. And, oh, they're going to push back out. Oh, Zumba knows. He knows exactly where they are.
Okay, Zumba.
Can he win the
Did
duel,
he just
though?
get this peek? Oh, that was
Okay,
sick.
so Zumba loses that, but Bazzi was actually waiting with the shorty.
Yeah.
He's just going to save the op.
That was just kind of a funny camera chase
Yeah.
there. I got confused for a second. Yeah, with the shorty, just pops him. And yeah, he'll just sit over here in the attacker's spawn and wait it out. Now, this is going to be another nice Maru win here. That's going to make this 3-7. With very little left here in the first half, Slayers is going to have to try to step it up a little bit.
They have a lot of work to do. And Guanga and Delta, these are the 2 that have never been to a main stage of VCT here in Korea. They are able to secure that round for Maru Gaming. In case you're wondering, Guanga was, of course, part of this team during the qualifiers. Delta was actually playing on a different team called Insane. They were able to pick him up after Hashira had departed. He was playing under the name Gebokchi during the qualifiers, but then they pick up Delta from Insane as they make the main stage, and he's able to debut here, here in Digital Media City, here in the stadium.
Yeah, Nocchi really clutching that there at the end. I mean, talk about getting value from that chamber ulti. So we go now into our second last round in the first half. You know, 5 wins from Slayers, if they could pull it off, that would make this a lot more even, but they're going to have to really work for it.
Well, and look at what OnSlayers is doing. Because of so many of those rushes early, so much attention in mid, OnSlayers has to watch out mid. They have 2 people constantly vying for that position. People are playing far back on A. And, of course, they do have an op as well, but this allows Maru Gaming to inch forward. And, oh, Bazzi!
Oh,
feels rough, man.
Going to have to give up a heaven now.
Yep, he just backs out of it. Sky's going to rotate back just to make sure they don't lose full control. Uses the Trailblazer as we're watching the map. Meanwhile, on B, Zumba, they don't expect him.
That was hilarious. All right. Beautiful play there by Zumba. The Sage Wall actually lifting up the enemy player. That was so
man.
crazy.
Yeah, they don't even expect him to walk out through the smoke. Now the spikes in mid. Nocchi's still able to open something up for his teammates. Does he wait for them to rotate to B? No, Bozzy with the shorty.
Oh!
my gosh!
He's gonna have to get a reload.
Oh.
All right, switches to the op.
He's just trying to buy time. He knows Chibab's on the chase.
Does he know that Bozzy's on the right, or does he think Bozzy escaped to the left?
Oh, Bozzy!
Let's go. That was sick.
Oh man, I like it. I like it.
So if Slayers can pop off another win here, 5-7 is very, very, very close. That being said, you know, if it does go to, let's say 8-4, I think it's still playable here for Slayers, but they're definitely adapting.
They are adapting. They're realizing that Maru definitely seems a bit more prepared here on split, that they can't just win off of kills and really shut down any form of a playbook for Maru Gaming. Now, Maru Gaming again on the side of attack. I mean, you've got 7 rounds. You've got Chamber on your side for defense, along with the Viper and Astra. You're feeling okay, but if you go 8-4, you're feeling great going into the second half. An aggressive Viper's Pit all the way into the site. So if they wanted to, they could waltz in.
Yeah, they could, it has a wrap around over here into the corner of A, but there's a lot of scopes down here in A as well, and you know, you could maybe just fire some shots in there and see if you can get some connections.
Yeah,
there's
had
not
a couple,
that much room to move in.
Yeah, you had a couple early, but now Bozzy just using his caution. He tries to just find an off timing here as they still see the pit up. They're like, okay, well, that Viper's in there somewhere.
Yeah. And she is going to creep quietly over into the very back side of A. Now, she doesn't have the spike. The spike is actually going towards B. We should point this out. So this is a pretty elaborate ruse here, but Zunba's over here at B with scopes on garage.
Yeah, there's no rush. Now Jet making noise to try to draw more attention to A. That leaves mid somewhat empty, but we do see King still watching. Oh, Chiba pushes all the way through. Okay, but there's still no plant. They're in the site and there's still no plant, so Onslayer is still waiting at B, but this allows the spike to come all the way through.
Okay, Goddead with that kill. Guangwu fights back, taking out TS, and Goddead, Wix kills Bozzy. 13 seconds.
Wix! Guangwu and Wix making it happen for Maru Gaming. 8-4.
The last second, that was insane.
I really like that. I mean, for Maru, at first I was getting a little anxious because they had spent so much time slow rotating the spike back over to B. I was like, well, at this point, Onslayers knows, or they're prepared for a potential rotate because you're not hitting anyone through the pit. The pit's been up the entire time, and there's no plant.
Yeah, they would have planted earlier if it was in there.
And then the Jet makes noise, hoping to make more movement. Onslayers still just holds their ground. And Jet goes, you know, Chibab goes up all the way against Botsy. Still no plant, which at that point, Maru uses it against him and says, okay, well, if you're still not going to rotate, then we'll just go to A and then make sure we take over the site. So well played by Maru Gaming. 8-4 lead while they were on attack on split, Tasteless.
What an insane final game that was. Well, can't talk about that now. We're already about to go into the second half here. Goddead with the first kill, taking first blood there, and then TS takes out Wix, so it's already a 2-3. Delta and Guangwu outnumbered, outgunned. And I think this team about to be outplayed as we start stuff off, looking like it should be a pretty pronounced lead as long as they can get over here and we don't have any insane surprises. A much-needed victory for Slayers, which will probably put this 5-8, but let's let the rest of this round play out.
And we'll see what, I mean, Delta and Guanga, the two rookies on this team, they've done a lot for him, but not able to make it happen this time on A. So it should be an easy plant. Guanga just going to look to do whatever damage he can, since it's just a pistol round, and then try to recoup in the next couple rounds here on defense for Maru Gaming.
So Guangwu, yeah, just looking for whatever he can get. Goddead with the execution, and again, that means we should have a 6-8 here, unless we've got some, you know, pretty crazy plays coming out.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Maru, you know, don't risk it with a force buy. I know you want to try to keep your lead, but it could very well. So they say, all right, well, there's chamber, and they just start calling, let's just go, let's hunt him, let's take him out. They were confident in being able to, because the headhunter, it's a great ability, right? You get that one-shot kill on the headshots no matter what, but it doesn't fire very fast. So if there's 3 of you, you're probably going to win that trade eventually. So good call from ONSlayers. Now Maru Gaming with an aggressive push in mid. That pretty much confirms it's 8, and Nocchi buys time with the Headhunter.
But the plant comes down here behind Pillar. Viper Curtain is prepared. There's a push in here from Sewers. Now King could actually get behind this. Let's make sure they check both sides.
Oh, I don't think they will.
Oh, and he saw the elbow popping out there. Oh my God, the crossfire is sick. And now it's Wix just stuck in the back here.
Oh, so Wix, I mean, he had to be able to push through because you only had so little information here in A main. But Nocchi trying to make something happen. I mean, if Wong can take away all their guns, though.
Yeah, good play by Zumba. And this is where we need, for Maru's sake here, to actually start to bounce back in kind of a normal advantage meta here. Great plays, though, on the A site coming in there. It's too bad Nocchi with those shots wasn't able to give his team enough for them to then pull through with some fights on their side as well.
Yeah, but a good clean shot early on.
This was super important here, the control over here, and then seeing the second player behind that and knowing you need to run for it.
Yeah, I mean, King with the right call buys time for his teammates as well. So well played by ONSlayers, bringing it back up to 6-8. And they're also just playing fast. You realize that there's going to be so much setup that you need to wipe that out in one fell swoop here.
Ooh, shot the bird down. Gets the kill over there. Goddead lives on, though, with Nocchi out of the picture.
Zumba behind the crate. They don't check it clearly, and then the Cloudburst actually keeps him out of sight. Works out against the defenders here.
Yeah, that was a crazy moment there. Shots coming in all over the place onto that Cloudburst. Getting the kill. 7-8 now. And we're starting to see a little bit of that rhythm from, the first game where Slayers wasn't looking like they were going to make any mistakes at all. And that's when there's going to be a little bit of strain. I mean, if we can go about 2 more rounds without a win here at all, the economics become pretty troublesome here for Maru Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Maru has a comp where you can really play a bit safer and still get so much information and just have the comfort through the trademarks from Chamber, through the Toxic Screen. And yet, because of ONSlayer's onslaught, Maru Gaming kind of being shaken up here in the early couple rounds of the second half.
Pretty tight position here. Nocchi over there does escape. That's going to leave Wix in the corner, but his position was given away. It doesn't matter because Wix is insane with the Sheriff. Double headshot.
Well, I mean, this makes a world of a difference.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting Wix to pull that off, but he did it and just quietly steps back up into mid and settles down onto B. Now, mid is still somewhat covered here. We have Chibob with a shot from Sewers, but it doesn't matter. King gets the kill there. Godden with the res. And the dynamics of those fights earlier, they don't pan out so nicely after that res here. 4-3 with Nocchi nearing death here, very low on HP.
ONSlayers should have a pretty good idea that A's open, considering that Chiba pushed all the way through Sewers, and yet they're still stuck here outside of B Garage.
Whoa.
They just get picked off from behind.
It's this crazy race over here, and I thought it was going to be onto A. It looks like the Sage is still going to go there, but we're going to have the Sky here for TS just lurking, hoping to intercept somebody, maybe trying to come up through mid in a hurry.
You need to, because they've already picked up 2 rifles. This is looking a bit tough for ONSlayers. You need to get the kill here.
Is he going to miss it?
He sees they have no idea that TS is here.
But TS needs to hurry.
Yeah,
Goddead needs to buy a lot of time.
Exactly. He needs to stay alive. Now, he's purposely set up the wall so he can do that. TS still slowly making up to heaven. Now, he can't peek out too early. He will be pinched. If he does so, he gets 2!
TS is so insane. Squiddy Boy coming out, shot down. Nocchi in a bind here. Again, just a couple clicks on him, and he's out of the picture. The spike keeps ticking. Sage safe behind the wall. Goddead, they don't know where he is.
Oh, no.
Beautiful.
TS with the lurk in mid, not even in male, all the way deep in B heaven.
It almost worked out even better that he wasn't able to get the shot off, because then it was really ambiguous where that Sky was.
Absolutely. Absolutely good patience and the right call, too. You're down to 2. You know they're chasing you from behind, so you send the spike. You assume A is empty due to the push out from Chibob and Sewers. and then you're able to get the lurk. And for a moment, it looked very dangerous. Maru picked up 2 rifles. They could have turned around, but this is where it all breaks down. Just really, really good decision-making from TS. The IGL here for ONS Slayers is the last addition to that roster.
So, are they actually just going to go for it?
Well, they want to draw a lot more attention. Now, the thing is even if you're able to get into the Viper's pit safely, you have to leave it safely to get even onto the site. So you're just making noise to make sure that the Viper, at the very least, has to stay.
This could be bad for Delta. Delta needs to get these shots off. And you know what? Beautifully done. You know, knife draw in there from Bazzi in a hurry.
Yeah, but that buys enough time, though, for the rotate. I mean, he saw that there were going to be more. He heard even more footsteps coming up behind. So that gets everyone in position. Shibab with the op. Has that off angle. He gets one. Tries to get another one through that cloud burst. But again, just enough time bot to confirm they're coming onto site. Oh, no. Dakji's still alive on site as well. Okay, well,
the Viper's pit. This is going to be interesting.
Spike, though.
You don't count King out. The spike is... Oh, it doesn't matter. Nice shooting. Because of this spike kind of pokes out of the Viper's pit there.
It was just far out enough,
and you can kind of spray down that angle, and you're likely to get a shot off.
Yes, absolutely. They had the snake bite. They had, of course, the jet waiting there with the shorty as well. Delta with the aggressive push really working out. I love that Maru is consistently pushing out of A whenever they confirm a lot of presence in mid and B. That secures them so much information should they want to rotate, or if ONS Slayers decides to rotate. So it's been working out well for them. And now what do they have to do? They have to play a slower default game from ONS Slayers in case Maru does that again. So 2 people tied up at A on attack.
Chibob out here in mid, scopes over frogs. They've got some good crossfire, and we're about to have some tension here in mid. He is spotted.
Of course, needs to back out.
Jack can get away pretty easily there. Bazzi now looking for a shot and doesn't get it. Scope too far to the right.
Yeah, Bazzi had Bazzi wasn't sure if he had made it all the way back or not. Well, a good trade, and the Seekers confirm no more at A.
Yeah, B position is given away here. But they're going to try to come in here. It's going to be Guangyu that has to hold this spot.
The Nebula just to get away. Hot flash coming in. He's aware of it!
Oh my god, this is incredible play here. Azuma gets a double kill, making this a 1 versus 2. 45 seconds left on the clock here.
Delta the rookie. Delta the rookie takes down Zunba in a clutch.
That was insane.
Coming in for another round win.
Could have gone the other way too. Zumba is so good in most of those positions.
Well, Delta, his first time on the VCT main stage. I see rookie in terms of VCT. Obviously, he played in the qualifiers as well on a different team, but and he's been playing. But here on the main stage, playing in a LAN environment with a new team, able to clutch it out against Zunba, who's made just so many international appearances across different games and really made a name for himself.
You can get a quick recap over here. It was an amazing moment from Zumba where it was like, oh, is he going to do this? But look at this pop flash, and good night, my friend.
Yeah, and that one of those things is, it's got to feel so good for Delta. It's just such a small confidence boost as someone who, it's your first time on stage, and even though it's 1v1, you had the advantage with the pop flash, just the fact that you're able to boost yourself that way in confidence level, you take down someone like Zumba, you're fired up for the next round, you're already in the lead here on Split. That third map is right at your fingertips right now for Maru.
So we've got a timeout called here from Slayers, and I can't say I'm too surprised. I think they're very much aware, like, okay, we can still take this. We might have to brush up a little bit. I think they're a bit caught off guard by some of the movement here from Maru. Maru very much willing to push out, like you said earlier, Chobra. The moment they identify there isn't anybody present on that side, so they're doing pretty good. They're pretty good at surrounding here, even on a map like Split, which is suffocating some of the options here for movement.
Yeah, they just aren't afraid to work off of the early until they get, and now that they've conditioned them enough, they can comfortably now play back on A site. Right now, as we count down to this next round, it does look like ONS Slayers is ready for an A push. I don't think it's going to throw Maru off too much. They've never really spent too much time early on in B Garage, but we'll see how quick they are here. They do spot the op. Slowly inching towards heaven.
And they're going to come in through the lower part of A. Oh, shots
Delta.
whipped. Delta beautifully done, but his position should be given away, and Zuma takes him out.
Zunba walks through the snake bite to get 2. Down to a 2v3. On Slayer's only 2 members on attack here, and a defensive Cosmic Divide does not allow them to walk into the site safely. Okay.
Oh my God, Kia's
Nokji,
insane.
Nokji, I don't know if you push out of that.
I think that was a bit too ambitious.
I think he just wanted to catch them off guard on the exit.
Now Nokji's made it a lot tougher for Maru here.
He
has. They've kept the jet on op back over here at the very, very edge of A over here at screens.
I mean, listen, in the moment, I get it. I get what Nokji wanted to do, but unfortunately, in the grand scheme of things, you're so close to really securing your lead here towards the end of the map.
Well, they're going to get a spike plant over here. As long as Guangu can...
Oh,
beautifully done, and he just backs away. Just behind the box.
Wow. Guangu was ready for it.
Ideas were there, though. That was a cool play.
They were there, and that's the thing. I'm so glad to see GodDead back in the VCT. He was such a great player last year, and then he took a break from F4Q, the former team he played for.
Right.
Publicly, at least, stating just kind of a strain having to travel back and forth for these official matches. He lives far away from Seoul, and of course they weren't fully supported on F4Q. They were kind of supporting themselves. But now he has an opportunity here on a supported team, a sponsored team like on Slayer. So great to see him back, but Maru Gaming, I mean, Guanga, Delta, these 2 rookies making a name for themselves. Wix had some amazing plays so far. 11-8 lead for them.
Okay, Bazzi coming up. And it's so important right now that Slayers can stabilize here. Cloudburst come down. Bazzi is going to try to come in here from A heaven. Oh, insane shot there from GodDead. Just an alley. Delta's there. King gets the nice shot there, and immediately through the smoke, another kill. Here comes Wix.
All right, down to Wix and Chibab. Chibab, all right, changes to the Vandal quickly as he dashes in. I mean, on the side of Maru, if they can just keep guns out of everyone's hands, that's still not bad either. They also should be fairly comfortable with Chibab having so many creds.
Great crossfire setup here. Yeah, that crossfire is very tough to deal with all the way in the back of alley from garage. It's a tough angle to come out here, especially when you're limited on your agents right there. So another victory. I think they switched it up a little bit, having a bit more committed aggro. As opposed to kind of seesawing, with sounds there at mid like they had before.
I mean, you had the Sheriffs and 1 Spectre, so you go for the aggressive play, and all the spam through the smokes just connect. Maru Gaming, I mean, they had the right idea in terms of trying to draw out the crossfire. Unfortunately, just too tough to make the positive trade. Now, back to a bit of a default here for On Slayers. Back to mid and A, but a fast push onto heaven from Bazzi is going to draw their attention.
Wix is ready, just around the corner. He hops down, audible.
Wix, a little over-eager to move back in defense, and he's going to get caught.
Completely out of position there, gets flanked. Now there is Chibab waiting over here into A, and I don't know. Yeah, the judge is pretty good in that position.
He suspects it, but it's still the judge, so not much you can do about that.
Oh my God, they're getting sandwiched over here.
Yeah, but Nokji doesn't have too many options there.
Man. Not enough time to get the spike plant, but another win here. Now 10-11, man, this is getting so close.
It is getting very close, and Maru Gaming has to start wondering, I mean, where did it start falling apart? I think on Slayers, for one, just playing a bit slower again and adjusting to the fact that Maru Gaming was pushing out far aggressively. Maru also made the right adjustments to hold back after conditioning them, but that means that they were giving up also kind of the advantage they were used to in being able to pinch them and flank them. So now you see everyone stacked mid.
Are they just going to YOLO it into A here? I mean, this looks pretty desirable, all things considered here. They've got Bazzi up into heaven. And, A's basically clear, so they can just run in here. Once they confirm that's actually a vacant site, they can get the spike plant. The Viper wall goes up. The Chamber going to rotate around here into screens. This is going to be an extremely tough retake here.
really good entry onto the site and a plant now for ONS Slayers. Shibab just drawing attention here in A main near ramps.
Wix gets that kill. TS takes out Wix though.
You see one close.
Oh my god.
Oh,
just
Bazzi!
insane. He's gonna go for the defuse.
He needs to get half. They bait them in. They bait them in!
Oh! That was insane!
Oh, Nocchi with the brain play gets the half, then baits him with a fake on the second half, and then peeks out on that off timing. I mean, through and through, he knew exactly what he was doing there at the bottom of your screens. That's
Talk
the guy.
about an insane retake there.
I mean, so well done. So well done.
The setup was so good. I did not think they were going to be able to pull that off. And I mean, clutch instinct there at the very, very end to know when to fake and when to back up. And
well, also just the fact that they drew out so much time at ramps that eventually Maru lost the fight on ramps, but that meant the rest of the team had time to go into the site and clear it out without worrying about that crossfire. So Maru plays that really well. I also like the fact that they started getting a little scared of mid, and they stack mid with an op and all rifles, which seems a little scary if it goes wrong. But at the same time, they didn't panic once A was given up for free. They said, okay, we knew if this happens, it's the retake. We're going to go for the retake. Don't worry about it. And they're now at set point here, map point. Mar with the timeout. Anox on stage just trying to coach them through how they should play out this last round.
Well, I mean, it's so important, right? Because you do not want to get into overtime here against Slayers.
No.
This is
no.
It's so important. You win this, you get that hard reset where it's like, okay, we're 1-1 now. Next map, let's do this. But you know, Slayers has been pretty crafty, and every time they get behind, let's not forget they've usually caught up.
Yeah.
That's been the pattern here for the second half, and it's been a pretty impressive one.
Yeah, on Slayers, they also have that res ready from Goddead Sage. King only 1 point away from the Viper's pit, so if he can get the plant, that pit is going up for them to try to draw it out to overtime.
Yep.
Now, you have a pit ready for Wix on defense as well. We'll see if it gets popped right away. He looks positioned to do so on B, but also the trademark, so he might save it until they have more confirmation. But he's ready with the judge, though, so he's got everything prepped.
Okay, looks like our timeout's done. Round 22 inbound here. Heavy stack over here on to B. We do have the attacking Viper over here near A.
Okay, so watch out mid. The op has allowed them to secure an aggressive angle. They might push all the way out. ONS Slayers has to be somewhat wary of this. Sinba is watching that angle. They know, and Shibab's just waiting. Okay, the Trailblazer barely would have caught the edge of Shibab there. Yep, because he was on top of the box, yep. But he does drop down.
They've got a very tight position here. It's going to be hard to get anywhere here.
Okay, but at this point, yeah, you don't expect him to still be there with all this Phantom Spray coming through. What a play from Shibab.
Goddead goes for the res there onto TS. We're still 5v5. Nocchi staying at this very tight angle here. And, you know, there's really, again, only 3 points of access from the bottom of the map up to the top, and they're going to go now through Nocchi. Now, Nocchi gets some kills. It's big, but if he falls, A is theirs to claim.
He just needs one, slows him down, rendezvous out. He gets flash, he has to rendezvous out. Okay, so he's still alive. That's the important part, but unfortunately, the site is open. The Tour de Force, he tries to stay on the snake fight, not able to get a kill yet.
King comes down, plant over here into the very back.
All right, they've got the lineups ready. It looks like King already moving back. Maru doesn't have anyone on the flank, so they need to be able to push through fast.
Yeah, there's a big stack over here on the screens. Everybody lurking down in A.
King just has to wait.
Oh, King's dropped.
All right, well,
the position from screen softens.
Shibab. Yeah, but King is still waiting for the lineup. He throws it and he starts pushing in. Yep, and then there's the gravity well.
Wait. Okay, that does hiccup that.
Okay. He still has time, though.
Oh,
he still has time.
He's just got to go. Can he get some kind of... There's no way.
King needs to push in.
He does not, and that's it. 10-13 is how that story ends.
Maru Gaming brings it back on Split.
My God, what a game.
What a game indeed. I mean, ONS Slayers, look, Maru pummeled them in the first half on attack on Split. And then, yeah, when they came into the second half, the pistol rounds looked a little shaky, but Maru Gaming able to regroup, recoup, and make sure that they are able to get the advantage they want. The style they had prepared, conditioning on Slayers throughout the rounds, and they eke out the victory to go to map 3.
What an exciting match that was to follow. I mean, you got to appreciate Nocchi there at the end, shutting down from screens access to where the spike was planted. Maybe it was a little bit of a mispositioning to be that far away from the plant spot. You don't really have any way to get over there that easily.
Well, I'm confused because I thought King had moved forward because he had launched his lineup, but he didn't. He moved forward to throw it from ramps, which tells me that he didn't have a lineup ready. They were just sitting back to hold a main, which that's where things fell apart. Because at that point, you have to walk back onto site. And the tour de force, yeah, it's a free op, but the other thing is once you get a kill, it leaves that slow field. That buys so much time. So Maru Gaming, big props to them, making things interesting here in day 2 as they tie it up 1-1. Just great performance from them.
It's hard to get a better match than that. Maru Gaming, they're looking, so good. I mean, whatever went wrong in the first half on Bind is so far behind us now.
Yes.
Because Maru Gaming in the present is looking clean. They're looking in control. They're getting their shots, which was one of the big issues when we started this best of 3, was they just weren't able to win any gunfights, which, ultimately that is what a lot of Valorant boils down to, right? If you can't aim at anything, it really doesn't matter how smart you are if you know where to position yourself. But they have cleaned that up, and they are looking superior right now compared to Slayers.
Yeah, I mean, they look on form. Nocchi has definitely warmed up now, and you can see why he's the one on that chamber. He frequently used to flex prior to this back on Gochugaru, but now kind of maining that chamber here for Maru Gaming in this new meta of Valorant as we kick off 2022.
Guys, short break, and when we return, the final match of the night, Slayers versus Maru Gaming, match 3 coming up. Do not go away.
Yeah, I hope you're ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the, yeah, I see it's time. Press play on the tape, no rewind. No delay, put it all on the line. Only going up, ain't no room for the climb. Meet me at the top, or you won't ever see me. I'm making dreams come true like a genie. I'm making moves soon, you gon' have to king me. Checkmate, crown, you gon' have to bring me. Ain't no other way. Up next, then I'm putting you away. Yeah, maybe another day. Give me the trophy, I'ma put it on display. Hope you ready for the comeback. Steve Nash, I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you're ready for the I'm about to bring the sun back. Forecast looking bright for the comeback. Can't ignore it, promise you can never sun that. I pray for it, get ready for the comeback. Yeah, yeah, I think it's time for the comeback. Yeah, I hope you ready for the comeback. I think it's time for the comeback. I hope you ready for the comeback. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. you're smiling big at everybody. 2 more blocks and I'll be at your door. Overcome, brother, nothing keeps me melancholy. Spread my wings, so damn ready to soar. And there couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. In my head, deep inside of my mind, I love you in a way that has been hard to define. Let's go out, let's go dancing tonight. Adrenaline is pumping, engines up for the flight. And there couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together, because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you, because you showed me the light.
rafters. No!
All right, King actually in a forward position. Initially, they're starting to lose control of this so far.
Might as well use it even though it's 3v2.
From the defender side into B. And it looks like it's the thing about the Stinger is that the bullets coming. I gotta reload.
Is unfortunate. Oh, I love it.
Sick.
Just so privy to where he might be. 1v1. Oh, they're gonna rush through.
Oh my God.
Squigs! Oh no! Oh no!
They're in the right spot.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Hiding a nail, but we're on to the next strategy. So Chambers got that free op.
Oh.
Oh my God! No Bozzy with the shorty.
Oh my gosh! He's gonna have to get a reload. Right? Or does he think Bozzy escapes to the left?
All the way through sewers, and yet they're still stuck here outside of. If he does so, has that off-angle sight. See one close. He needs to push in.
He does not, and that's it. Welcome back. We are ready for the final match. Slayers and Maru Gaming are making my life pretty exciting. I don't know about you, Chobra.
Oh, very exciting. I mean, let's be very honest. When you saw the matchup, you thought, okay, on Slayers, they haven't been together for that long, but they just have so much experience.
Yeah.
It might get close, but they should come out ahead. But right now, it's tied 1-1.
It's crazy. We were at one point in time at like 11-1 here, and I was just kind of,
yeah.
I just thought, well, I mean, you know, the writing is on the wall here. And Maru is just going to get dumpstered as we go into game 2. And then Maru fought back brilliantly, and it seems like everything is clicking now.
Yes.
And usually when you see a team that was faltering early on, and then they start to really kind of see things form together, it usually stays that way.
Yes.
So I don't think Maru is going to be looking any worse than game 2. And I think it's a real wake-up call here for Slayers. I think it's a wake-up call to anybody. I mean, everybody's had a game like this online, right? Where it was like a 10-2 or an 11-1, and you're like, all right, it's over. And then they keep winning, or they keep coming back, or they keep playing better, and you go, oh my God, every round in this game really does matter.
Absolutely. The momentum is a very real thing in FPSs.
Yeah.
And the mentality, I mean, sure, every game, your mentality matters, your focus matters. As we look at the MVP here, all you Viper haters voting for Nakji. And listen, I mean, he had the ending moment. I do think he played very well. I just remember some of those earlier rounds where Wix was able to really bring things back for the team. So I gave my vote there. Maybe it's because I play Viper. Maybe not. We'll never know. But Nakji winning that MVP vote.
Nakji, I think, you know, there were so many important moments where if Nakji didn't get the shots that he needed, the whole landscape of that split game would have been completely different. So clutch play there. Really capitalizing on that tour de force. And now we go to map 3, and I don't know what to expect here other than probably a very close game.
I think it will be. I mean, we look at, obviously we don't have too many stats to go off of as we're starting a new, not only a new stage, but a new year here.
Right.
And a lot of these players have swapped roles, as we've mentioned several times. But if we look at the qualifiers, I mean, neither team really afraid of Breeze. We have Maru, who's played it 4 times. OnSlayer's played it 3 times. OnSlayer's undefeated so far. Maru has 3 wins, only 1 loss. So I feel like they're both fairly confident in what they bring here to this map.
Yeah, Breeze is a map where there's a lot of cool, you know, techniques that have already been unpacked on, but I do want to say it is an aim map. I mean, if you're good with a Vandal, if you can take those shots, especially if you're good with a Marshal and an Op, you can dominate. I mean, the big feature of this map was that it is so open.
Yes.
Right? It doesn't have a lot of narrow corridors like, you know, let's take a map like Bind does that has a lot of tight positions to fight in. So, you know, it's definitely going to be a map where I think as long as we don't have the kind of play we saw at the start of Bind where every initiation just didn't go right for Maru Gaming, I think they're going to be fine. And I don't think they're going to play like that this time around. I think they are really high, especially after that victory they had with the 13-10 on Split.
Yeah, they should be feeling great. And the thing I want to point out is, sure, Nakji gets the MVP, and I think wholly deservedly, but the fact that every player, including those members who it's their first time on stage, they had a shining moment, they had a clutch, you know, they were able to bring back some of those rounds. This is a huge confidence boost for a team and roster like Maru Gaming, where they're still just trying to get into the groove of things here on the pro scene.
Let's let's get this going, man. I'm super excited to see who's going to take this on Breeze. I think no matter what, we could say both these teams so strong and really giving us some absolutely interesting games here.
I'm interested to see what we see coming out in terms of agents on either side. Of course, Nakji has played KO before last year, but it seems like he's going for the Chamber through and through. We'll see if he actually locks it in. Delta preferring that Sage, which we do not see often on Breeze. We see it every now and then. You see it a lot in ranked games, but not that often in the pro scene.
Yeah, that's interesting to see the Sage pick over here for Maru this time around. You know, Vipers on both sides, that's not really very much of a surprise. Coming into this, we got Bazzi here with the Jet once more. King gonna go with Cypher, which I think is a completely acceptable play. Silva's all around as well, which I think makes a lot of sense. Aldrone's so important on this map as well as Hunter's Fury and everything else you can do.
Yeah, I mean, Silva, Jet, Viper, I mean, they're pretty much 100% picked all the time in every region. So no surprise with those being on both sides. A big difference is, of course, the Chamber versus Cypher.
Right.
Both historically well accepted on this map. Oh, well, I guess Chamber's only been out for so long, but both very well preferred. Oh, looks like we're ready, Tasos.
All right, guys, we're ready. The final game of the night here to decide who is going to come out victorious here with Slayers versus Maru Gaming. Let's go to Breeze to settle this all.
So kicking things off on Breeze, something to note about the Chambers being played on Breeze is that, I mean, obviously, again, Chamber just generally always really good on defense. The economic advantage you can get is also somewhat amplified by the fact that these are all long-range duels, and his skills, the Headhunter and the Tour de Force, help kind of mitigate that even when you need to save or maybe buy for your teammates. So I want to see how well they take advantage of that on offense, and also for King. I mean, Cypher, again, providing similar value on defense, really able to keep track of multiple parts of the map. A strong push out from defense here in mid.
Yeah, Ice Wall over there to block off some vision. And it looks like they're going to try to come through wood doors here.
Oh, they're just able to jump over the Ice Wall. That was not taken into
that was quite the backfire over there.
Guanga a little stuck.
Yeah, Guangu in hot water now. I got to say, what was a pretty big botch of an opening. You know, that ice wall literally didn't function in any way that it was intended to.
Well, I'm laughing because Guangu's flatfish in Korean, and you said Guanga in hot water, and you know it's.
Oh, I didn't even see what I did there.
Yeah. Well, on Slayers. With the aggressive push in mid, I think taking advantage of that really worked out. The ice wall, a little unfortunate. I don't think they were expecting them to be in mid. They just wanted to block the vision, like you said.
There was a double push outside B tunnel, which I think they weren't anticipating, so that kind of worked out nicely. Now we have a pretty standard Viper wall over here towards the right pyramid here, which should give them easy access. The only thing standing there is Zunba to try to do some spray shots in there. Some of those bullets do connect. Delta takes out Goddead as TS has killed off Wix. A plant coming down here. Zumba looking for the peak. They're going to stay in the back of pyramids.
They need to watch out. They don't have any armor. Okay, well, that is it.
Get light bulb.
Light bulbed.
So it's now 2-0 here. You know, we had a bit of an unusual setup there for the first round. Second round, that's pretty par for the course. In any early game attacker's side is to try to, you know, cut off a little triangle there with the Viper wall and you'll get a safe plant and then maybe back out over into a main.
Yeah, I mean, you get the plant, right? And that's all you can hope for, especially when you chose to not buy any armor, even half armor. I mean, you get hit by the Marshal, that's basically an op during that round. So, I mean, all in all, well done by Maru. They get the plant, so they get that money. But, of course, on the side of ONS Slayers, they're feeling pretty good about taking advantage of the fact that they could buy in that second round.
You know, clutch play here by Zumba. Obviously, he's going to outgun them, but, you know, it's important to not just win, but win hard in moments like this.
It does matter.
Yeah, and to really, you know, not drop any weaponry.
I really like this. They know that they have a gun disadvantage, so they're pushing out, and they get the kill.
Take close fights with the Spectre. Down in the hallway, we've got a Marshal over here. Guanga might have to try to back out, quietly going down the rope. And notice the Jet and the KO now retract from the A position to try to get another rotation. And actually, they're going to just do a quiet push back in here. But I think the Viper here has a good setup. Zumba can certainly sound the alarms and probably get a kill or two. I mean, this is a very tight angle.
Yeah, this is, even if you expect it, it's tough. Now, the thing is as soon as you start to sense anything, you put up your utility like this and you change your position.
Yeah.
This buys so much time against Maru.
You're not just going to get flooded, right? Now you can hang back, try to take some shots.
Right, he hears him coming in.
So he's going to stay quiet over here.
He's just trying to buy time with the snake bite. Oh, he's going to wrap around the middle of the pyramids. Shibab doesn't see him yet.
Shibab shot from behind. Sunba still lurks.
Toxin screen goes down. Now out of Toxin here on the attacker's side.
Delta just over here. Shots fired through there.
Now you still have Nocji all the way back in your shop as well. Delta saw him.
Oh, whiffs the shot. Cloudburst comes down, and he runs through it with a kill.
Wong is still staying alive. He has been spotted. Now it's all up to Nocji. He needs to buy enough time for his teammate.
He sees Chamber on the other side. Chamber's gunned down, and Slayers takes the third round in what was a bit of a nail-biter there. And let's point out, those positions were extremely complicated.
Yeah.
There was a lot of incomplete information on both sides, and they were kind of working around each other. So good recovery there on the defending side for Slayers.
You got to feel for Delta. He doesn't get that first kill, and he pushes through the Cloudburst. I want to say because of the recon bolt, if we see it on the replay, yeah, if you look on the map, he just wants to get through to try to get that kill. Not able to convert that. They go for the calls, make sure you cover each other. Now, that was the bonus round for On Slayers. They pick up the rifles, and they've got the AWP in Batsy's hand. This is starting to already snowball out of hand on a map like Breeze.
Bazi going to come down elbow and get a pretty quick confirm here that nobody has any sight set on B. There is Nocji all the way down here, although he's really, well, there was Nocji
there
down
was
there.
a Nocji all the way down there. Shiba just trying to push. Oh, he wanted to just get one more angle, but a little too greedy on that through the tripwire.
I'm like, are we sure that Slayers isn't the attackers here in this map? Like, they're just already pushing down. And we have kind of an odd spot where I think we're going to see our two remaining Maru Gaming players just go up into Hall.
This is one of their best bets. Now, the AWP has rotated, though. So
Well, I think the fact that, you know, they're going to be able to get behind, they're going to know what's down here. Bazi is, you know, in a real fish in a barrel moment here. And now it's Delta.
He's got to watch all the angles. I mean,
yeah,
you're just caught there.
Just smashed suddenly there. So we go into the fifth round here, and you know, I'm starting to get Bind first half vibes here a little bit.
Bind vibes for sure. And look at this. The AWP is still in their hands. They didn't have to use the Viper's Pit in that last round as it was a save for Maru. So on Slayers, they just have so much round to round. They have so many creds saved up. They have their ults coming up one by one.
Yeah, I mean, they're winning as far as just getting the round wins on that mathematical side, but then they're getting all the little victories in between, the quieter victories that actually allow you to really crush through.
Yeah, you got to think long term. Right? Does this win allow me to win the next round as well? Certain rounds it just happens economically or maybe because of the ult economy. And now with the Viper's Pit in B, this is the one where Maru was poised for B. Do they just choose to go through this? Now they can go through with the Owl Drone, try to fish that out.
Oh my god. Zunba. Okay, gets two.
Wix was in the same line of fire.
Shot right through him. And, you know, it's almost a bit counterintuitive. A lot of times when Viper's Pit comes down, you just ditch that, and then they heavy stack the other side. So I like the idea of maybe trying to force the hand here, killing off the Viper. But it completely backfired, and now we have a pretty sparse team over here for Maru Gaming, kind of hanging back and looking for an opening that I don't know that they're going to find.
Yeah, they don't really have any options, right? On Slayers, you watch the minimap. Bazi's pushed out through shop. He pushed all the way up to spot the trademark, doesn't trip it, and now holds a main. You have the tripwire and the KO near double doors. You've got it in halls. You have the spy cam watching mid. You have the Viper's Pit in B main. There are no entrances here for Maru Gaming. They also are starved for credits, so they have to save. That's what they're doing here.
Yeah.
You see them all spread out, just waiting to see if anyone pushes out. But Onslayer says, listen, we saw what you did on Split. We're not taking any risks.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a tough moment here. Maru Gaming got to tighten their belts and bring those 3 rifles into round 6. But, I mean, kind of funny to see that moment where they're like, you know what? Let's actually go for it. You know, let's see it. Yeah, maybe Viper's daydreaming in there, but that didn't happen.
Well, it's just a bit unfortunate because with the Silva, usually what you would want to do is use the drone to spot them or at least draw out some fire. But unfortunately, they actually line up for him and they go down instantly together. So that's 5 rounds. Now, on Bind, which was the first map of this match, ONS Slayer started with a 6-round streak. So we'll see if they can continue that here.
Yeah. And, you know, that double kill there, very unfortunate. You can kind of suspect Viper might be there, but I think Viper's Pit is still the best ulti in the game in a lot of ways.
Oh, whatever,
it's so
man.
good.
Get out of here.
It's true!
Buff the Viper.
make the pit go bigger. Make it go further and make their vision worse.
Allow me to put pits in 2 places at once.
That's right. The pit should actually just move with the Viper, okay?
Oh,
like this
yes.
The only
Just
way to
this
kill
blob.
Viper is to Hunter's Fury the center of the pit.
All right,
okay, so Nocji actually...
Okay, the trademark was triggered, so
yeah,
he knows that someone peeked out. Botsy's just going to walk back as well. So he gets a little bit of information that there were multiple members pushing out aggressively. Tripwire comes out on a main, but this means mid was cleared. So there is entrance onto the site from Maru.
So it's going to be up to the Sova Viper hold over here. Oh, whips the shots!
Oh, so unfortunate, but his teammates are there to help clear out the site. The plant should be going down here with the pit. Looks promising now for Maru Gaming. If they can get the op away from ONS Slayers as well. I mean, they have so many creds, but you got to do whatever damage you can. Unfortunately, Delta gets picked off. Oh, they have an idea. They have an idea about Wix, but...
Oh, man. And beautifully done. And getting the op to be dropped, of course, could be picked up again by a teammate here. Oh, my God. Almost. Godhead has the right idea. Pop a flash in there. Oh, what?
The flash animation on the face being spotted right at the edge.
Where's your Riddler gas now, Viper? Unreal.
Well done by Goddead on that KO this time around, and that's 6 rounds now in a row for ONS Slayers.
That was sick. That was really, really impressive.
I mean, just making sure he doesn't take any chances. I mean, this was a good trade. Unfortunate that the Jet had to go down, but at the end of the day, Goddead just says, okay,
I mean, this is a huge victory. And we're getting to the point where, like, now it's hard to imagine the second half of the first half going any better. I know that's not the prettiest way to say that, but you know what I'm saying?
Yes. The second quarter of the game.
Yes, that's now everybody knows exactly what we mean. So Nocji going to peer out here by window, see if he can get a pick.
And he's got the op to combat the op from Bossy.
But the Cypher's pretty well set up over here.
They don't know where Bossy is. I don't know if Chibub's going to check it.
Oh, that was funny. Yeah, nobody was really covering mid, so they didn't have any...
a little too lax. A little too lax from ONS Slayers, right? I mean, you even saw them pushing mid in that previous round, still 0 coverage. So a little lax, but credit-wise, no worries about dropping the op. It's just a matter of how you play out the rest of this round. So a heavy rotate from Goddead. That means that Nest and mid is still fully under Maru's control.
Yeah.
It's a matter of timing now on when they want to strike.
It does seem like on the defender side, they really haven't been interested in utilizing Nest that much at all.
Yeah, not putting too much attention there other than the pistol round.
So Nocji's going to creep forward here, and he's got to be careful. Tripwire.
They have to suspect this. All right, and the Cyber Cage. King's inside, so he knows no one's pushed into the corner just yet. He saw one.
Beautifully done. Spike drop. Gets a second kill.
King!
Oh, what is going on? Where are you hiding?
Ooh, that was pretty good.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh, King with 4 holds down the site. The just heads up play, he sees the gun, he doesn't get the kill, instantly rotates to the other side of the wall. So good.
It was just perfect aim mixed in with amazing tactics and kind of knowing the ebb and flow of where they're probably going to try to come into surround and then negating each one of those points. Beautifully done.
And it's going to be a Maru timeout.
You need that timeout. And good support from Goddead with that flash into the site as well to keep Chibob locked down. Now, talking about flashes, this is one of the downfalls of having that Sage. I mean, yeah, you've got the Sage Viper combo, which we're all so familiar with on Icebox. But that's if you can get the plant down. And Breeze is a bit more open, so there's more you have to care about. But now, I mean, getting into the site is a problem. You only really have Silva. Sage can block off one side, but you're not making any more advantageous duels.
Right.
You're just getting into the site.
I mean, a pretty insane hold here. And I think, you know, this timeout, I'm not saying they should have done it earlier, but it's certainly, it's not too late, right? But, like, Slayers is murdering, right? And I think at this point in time, it's like, all right, what's going on? Because on Split they had it. The magic was really there. But it is actually going back to that first half on Bind where it's like they just are losing the fights overall.
Yeah, well, I think it's a matter of not really understanding the strength and differential between the two compositions you have, right? It's not just a matter of pacing. It's not just a matter of aim. I mean, there is on Slayers is back on form again in this third map. But the big problem here being that you don't have answers to deal with the Cypher. You're just having the Jet get caught, and sure, someone clears the tripwire afterwards, but that slows things down so much. You weren't ready for the spy cam. You're not sure of how to make sure that your entry into a site gives you an advantage.
Right.
You see Maru Gaming just kind of waiting for time and being like, well, now we probably have a numbers advantage, so let's move in, which is not how you want to play that default phase. You want to take a little more advantage there. Okay.
Chibob rushing down Hall here.
Okay, so he doesn't get spotted, but you have an idea, especially as quickly as that drone was shot down. So a little bit of attention, but here's the thing. That tripwire, still there. You got to use a shock bolt to be able to take that. That's the only thing you can use to take that out. And if you don't do that, OnSlayers will never care about Halls until it's broken.
Yeah, they can basically cover their other positions, and they're doing that pretty well.
So while Maru thinks they have some form of advantage in Halls, it's not really adding too much value. Everyone else still happy to keep their positions on the side of OnSlayers.
Things are a little bit loose over here at B, but Zimba's still checking there. There's a double stack now in Hall. They might try to come out a door and okay, whiffs that shot. Oh, Goddead doesn't. Goddead gets it where his other teammates can't. Goddead is just murdering here. Oh, but hold on, Nakji evens things out 2-2. A res comes in here as they're going to have maybe their first success here on the A site.
They rezzed. They need to be able to pick up weapons after the plant here. Hunter's Fury. Just to buy some time.
Oh, counter Hunter's Fury.
Oh, he doesn't know exactly where it's coming from. He's not getting any hits, and Zimba already on site.
Clips him. Pops over.
They know exactly where he is. They know he's been tagged by that snake bite. He's so low. Oh, and he walks right to the edge of the second snake bite, or the first one rather.
Oh,
thought it was gone. He
that
thought
actually
it was
took
gone.
me a second. I got confused. I was like, what?
No, he thought it was gone. Just backsteps onto his heel. The snake bite just takes a little nibble at his heel and he
Right to
goes
the
down.
shoe and kills you. Rubber Soul's no match for that.
No match for Viper.
I mean, you know, it was a close match, kind of a catastrophic ending there. Even though I think that, you know, they were going to win that anyways. It's a bit of an embarrassing way to go down in what is already becoming a completely one-sided match here.
Yeah, there's just so many tools that OnSlayers has to make sure that they don't have to waste their utility, you know? The Cypher is holding the right spots. Maru's not clearing any of the Cypher utility, so the rest of them can just hold their position. Another Viper's Pit on B. Now, this is going to be another rush through Halls, but again, they never cleared that tripwire, and Bossy gets a kill in mid!
Well, they're all stacked up and ready to come out. I mean, this is getting out of hand here. Chibob now stuck down here, does manage to find TS. Chibob whips that shot, Goddead closes that out, and I mean, almost a round that's hard to describe because things kind of fell apart so quickly, and I'm a bit bummed to see Maru Gaming underperforming to this degree when they looked so good on Split, but I guess it really can make you appreciate just how differently you have to play on each map and how much you have to be the complete package in order to be successful in any kind of competitive format in Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, you're really seeing that happen. I mean, Split, sure, it was a close map, but I mean, you saw what Maru was capable of and bringing things together. So now on Breeze, they're falling apart. And here's the thing. I mean, globally, just in all the regions, there's been a lot more contention on attack through that door, trying to get that pinch. But if you're not taking care of that tripwire, all you're doing is opening the door. And then if you lose the aim duels, it goes back to what we said on Bind. You're playing with a man down.
Shibab trying his best, but Goddead always there to shut down any action on A. Sagewall comes up. King gonna close in here. I think we've seen this story before here.
Yes, we have.
Yeah, just.
Well, Tasteless, I'm going to say it as it is. I mean, ONS Slayers is just running away with this map right now. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy.
And you can tell even with the way Maru is playing, like initially, you could tell they wanted to do certain things, but right now they're kind of just clamoring for bits, and then they're losing the duels, so they can't really make any sort of picture happen for themselves.
They also seem a bit out of sync when they're diving into the site now. Like they seem to kind of come in, and then especially on A, they're not clear on who's covered what, and so we're seeing a lot of shots into the back or the side of the head. Pretty rough. And again, you know, I think emotionally this is getting to be a bit rough here for Maru Gaming. It's like they had this stroke of genius in Map 2, and the moment we got into Map 3, it's like they got downloaded from Slayers. I mean, Slayers just completely understands what they're doing and is stopping them at every turn.
Okay, so they have an aggressive push out into mid. Only King got spotted, but now they heard the op. Oh, but meanwhile, TS with a second one up on Nest.
Delta going to pull back over here and heal up. Aldrone comes in here to probe into elbow. Dude, Goddead, what is going on with Goddead in this map?
Just everything around A-Site is in his hands.
Yeah.
It's like TS just took him to bridge on A, and he goes, Goddead, everything the light touches is yours. That's our kingdom. Goddead's like, okay, Mufasa, I'll make sure I control it.
Everything your crosshair touches is yours. Oh!
Oh,
aim
right
it a
through
bit
the
low.
legs.
Yeah.
Right through the legs. And, I mean, Nocchi just holding an off angle, but TS is ready for it. TS is ready for it.
I was going to say, is TS being cocky here, but apparently not.
King being a little cocky there on that peak. He thought the spy cam would buy him enough time.
So it's going to be Spike plant over here. I don't think that's going to hiccup it. Yeah, just barely out of range, as is that one. So Sage Wall comes down. That's going to be 2 ops as well as a Vandal trying to come in here.
I mean, ONS Slayers is going to go for this. They've already have 10 rounds. Even if they give up an op,
no,
it's not a big deal.
It's fine.
They have so much money.
Okay.
They know where they are. They're all in this back
back
side.
is where they want to be. Pop flash comes out. Viper goes down. Oh,
there it
is. That's it. Easy defuse, easy life. 11-0. Are we going to go to 12? I think we are, man.
I think we are, just given how ONS Slayers is playing. I mean, I don't want to kind of lead everyone on this wild goose chase. The truth is ONS Slayers is playing so confidently, and not to say that they're playing entirely cocky. I mean, this push out into mid was orchestrated, right? You had 2 people already out through mid, and then 1 still covering the back from Nest. So they know what they're doing, but now they're so far ahead in terms of score and creds that they were able to go for that double op, and now we're just waiting for this last round in the first half.
Yeah, in what has so far been an absolute humiliation of a game 3 here for Maru.
Zimba has an Odin on A site with Viper. Waiting for people to walk through that screen. All right, he's swapped it off for the rotate. I mean, and look at these calls. Just nothing spotted on A from KO and Viper, so they instantly rotate the halls. They still have that tripwire. So KO's focused now over on B.
Oh, pulled the trigger a little bit too fast. Nothing there to actually hit. King actually going to try to poke?
Yeah, but they're only worried about the op. Okay, King not able to win that duel. It was a little bit of a tricky push, but Goddead with the cover from Nest gets traded out.
Yeah, a lot of patience there with that smoke. Quick res here.
Oh, Nocchi. Noctua getting caught is huge. Now they know exactly where the rest are. And Zunba just has to wait for him. Just has to wait for him.
Okay.
You just have to buy time, honestly, for the rotate.
Meanwhile, Tia's going to come up here from heaven. Whiffs the shot, though.
A bit unfortunate, but the the bolt also staying alive, so
30초 남았습니다.
Okay, spike being planted.
TS has picked up a Vandal as well, and Botsy, of course, has that Blade Storm.
We saw that slow orb chucked up into Hall. Bozzy. Oh, Bozzy.
Oh, it's just Wix with 50 HP.
Trying to make it work.
He has to now peek, and he doesn't have any more shock bolts.
Oh, I don't think he's going to make the connect. Oh, hold on.
Oh, but he's going to peek out with the Blade Storm. Okay, he jumps out just in time.
Go, 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 go. Gonna get it in time.
Oh,
Bozzy!
Botsy clutching
That was
it
so
out
sick.
for the 12-0. I mean, real good heads-up play from both players.
So good.
Botsy on top of it.
That was
12-0.
insane.
12-0. Is this going to be another 13-0? We had one yesterday from DRX.
Yeah.
There's been some 13-0s going around all around the globe. We had one not too long ago in NA.
I think you get early on in any of these tournaments, and you got to separate the good players from the great players.
Okay, I was wondering which direction you were going to go from good. Do you go above or below? But I think you're correct. The good players are the great players.
I think I'm right. Halftime. Look, guys, I don't see it coming. Maybe Maru wins a couple, but I mean, it's just, you know, with play like that, the 12-12 is always a possible score. Winning 12 and then when the other side wins another 12, that is hard to imagine.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. On Slayers on attack now. They have everything set up for B, and it's a free site. So this has to be a retake.
Oh, looked like my game. Hey, Bozzy backing up. Bozzy just insane shots here.
It's just
Slayers.
Nocchi. 12-0 just Nocchi. He only has one shot left on the Headhunter, so he's going to stick with the Ghost.
Okay, he gets one. Can he get two? Bring us there, Nocchi. He cannot. Bozzy.
Oh.
Bozzy gets that kill. I mean, all right, 13-0.
Well, I mean, it is more one-sided than any of us had hoped for, especially after that split. But Maru Gaming, I think what you have to focus on is what you did on Split, and how do you start to translate that over to different maps? How do you make other maps just as comfortable for yourselves?
That was something else. I mean, it's one thing to dominate and then to see your opponents really galvanize and start to play incredibly, but then to see a full reconfiguration coming out there from Slayers where they have fully adapted. And I think they clearly have better game on Breeze in general. They are way more comfortable. It does seem like maybe Split is like where Maru Gaming is the most comfortable on. I think that's not untrue for a lot of people that just play Valorant in general. You know, it's been around for a long time, and I think it's a map we all understand very well. But, you know, when you've got better gunplay on a map that is as spacious as Breeze, I think that's where a team like Slayers, who just has basically had overall better gunplay throughout this whole series, that's where they dominate.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? On Slayers is made up of all these players that were at the top of Korea's game, but also of their respective teams, right? You've got Botsy from Crazy Raccoon, King from Vision Strikers on loan here, Zunba, F4Q, I mean, TSTNL, Goddeath, the old F4Q. I mean, these guys were all players who were making a name for themselves last year in their respective positions. So it's no surprise that they were a step ahead. But the thing is, Maru Gaming, listen, the way you played on Split, what you were able to do against a team like On Slayers proved that you were on the right direction. And with Anox as one of their coaches there from the old Go and Go squad, I hope they can continue to improve, because it's round-robin league format. There's a lot of chances to make a comeback.
That's right, yeah. I mean, these games matter, but there's a lot more room to recover if you are behind. And if you're ahead, there's a lot more games to make sure you keep that lead. So, look, I think these results are a bit stunning considering how amazing that Split game was, and the fact that Maru actually came out on top. But man, if you're going to dominate in Valorant Korea and you're going to thrive as a team out here, you need to be the complete package. And that means playing on, the maps that we've seen a lot of, like your Ascents and your Splits, and then the maps that are new and have a lot of different design ideas and skills that need to be mastered to compete on, and that counts your breezes as well as your fractures. It's funny to think that a year ago, it was like, no one's going to play on Icebox. It's too cold on Icebox, Chobra. And now that's just, one of our more ordinary maps. But, Riot, rather, is going to keep making agents. They're going to keep bringing maps out here. And that means that you really have to be the ultimate player in a tactical shooter.
5.8
What's so funny?
for Goddead. 5.8 KDA.
Oh, seriously? Well, it makes sense when you think of how many times he was just in the kill feed. It's funny because I think our observers here do a very good job, but they are really trying to capture an even amount of the action. But there were so many moments where it's like, Goddead murdered 3 people somewhere on the map.
351 score, but 17 kills, only 5 deaths. And then, of course, 12 more assists to bring that number back up. So, insane performance from Goddead. Really, everyone else, 2.9, 2.5, 2.6, 5.0 for Botsy. This was a slaughter. There's no way around it. On Slayers, proving that they're here to contend. They're coming for Dom 1. They're coming for DRX.
They're coming, dude.
They're here. They're on stage right now, actually.
Hide your Spike. Hide your kids, man.
Spike.
Well, old internet memes there. Look, this was...
That is old now.
Yeah, it's not. People are like, what? Look, dude, these were crazy rounds here on Breeze. And I think that really is where you could separate these two teams, not just as far as the winner and the loser, but the fact that, Slayers really is a more complete team when it comes to the different, types of Valorant games you can have in the different maps.
Yeah, absolutely. And we heard it in the previous interview on the first match as well. Of course, Exi and Esperanza for Dom1 saying, well, if we want to win, we need to be able to play every map. And that holds true. Korea finally really accepting that as a necessity. And we look at Botsy and Goddead as the MVPs here. Both players who haven't played, at least in Korea, for a bit. Botsy went over to Japan on Crazy Raccoon, and Goddead took a break from the VCT scene for a little bit after playing on F4Q early last year.
Yeah. So good to be back casting some Valorant, and I'm sure our viewers could share in this, and that it's going to take a little bit to kind of get truly familiar with where each of these teams are. We know the players, of course, very well, but there has been just such a shuffle of these names, and even some of these teams changing their names and everything. It's going to be fun to see kind of where everybody stands.
And something to remember is 6 out of the 8 teams move on to the playoffs, which is also double elim. So, sure, we talk about the top 3, which is probably a given that it's DRX, Dom1, and On Slayers, or that's what everyone expects. But then you still have 3 more slots, and who's going to take that? Is it Maru who can maybe bring things up? Can Desperado really scrap something together to make this huge upset? There's a lot of questions here floating around for Korea. And once you go to double elim, you still have another extra chance to try to get further into the bracket.
And there's this whole other meta going on in that all the games are being casted and covered, and so we're going to see how these teams try to study that and figure out each other's play styles and the strats, and that all feeds into this giant informational meta where, because we're able to cover this not just here in Korea, but globally in all the different regions, we're able to really truly do a deep dive into the whole game overall and see who can really be the most prepared when we do get to the end of the year and see who's actually going to be the very best.
Yeah, this is just a start for 2022, right? And this builds into Masters. The winner in Korea, of course, after the playoffs will go to Masters to represent the region. But there's a lot of work here. And one thing I'm happy about, Tasteless, is that Korea seems to have finally accepted, we can't ever just be behind in our own region, right? We can't just avoid Icebox all the time. We can't just avoid learning the new agent.
Right.
We have to pick it all up together. So that's good to see.
We're going to take a quick look at the highlights of our previous series, and then we're going to be wrapping up the show here. A little interview from you.
After an interview.
Yeah, not so fast.
Don't take away my job, Tasteless.
You try to pump the brakes, Tasteless, but you can't do it this time. Trover's going to do the interview. So this was, so we're just going to do Breeze, so let me tell you something. Anytime I say that this was one of the parts where Slayers murdered Maru, I'm right. Okay,
That's true. There was not a time that Maru was able to win back.
No.
It was a 13-0. It was a
Look
shutout.
at this, the pop flash. She's like, what's up, Poison Lady?
Goddamn, just on top of it, and so quick on his decisions, and really learning from a lot of the other players, I'm sure, and himself on how to utilize that KO on Breeze. I mean, last year it was C9 Blue in North America who really brought that to light globally, but now more and more teams around the world picking that up.
This was peak Valorant, just Hunters, Furies.
All you need
Furious Hunters back there.
And then you needed 2 Toxic Screens and 2 Viper Spits.
That's
to
right.
really
That's
put
right.
it all together. Yeah, but I mean, it's
just insane stuff.
I
though,
mean, this,
seriously.
you could straight up just clip this and put it up on Slayer's YouTube channel, right? And they'd be good to go. This is just a highlight of all 5 players really on top of their form here.
Just crushing through here. And we ended on, I think a pretty hype note here. Like, dodges the Hunter's Fury, then comes back, fakes defuse again, and then, winning with that Blade Storm. So cool to see. And again, I look forward to casting more of Slayers in the future, but also Maru Gaming. I think if they can really work out the errors in their play and try to iron over the wrinkles and the problems they have on the other maps, I think they are going to be viable. And we got time for them to do that for sure.
Yeah, again, round robin, full league format. So they play against everybody. On Slayers is one of the tougher opponents that people expect. So for them to still be able to take a map and get a lot of this learning experience on their first day of matches, it's not a bad start for Maru Gaming when you're considering that 6 teams move on to the playoffs.
That's right. So just for recap here, guys, we had a fantastic night here tonight. If you did miss the first series, it was actually pretty close, especially Game 2. So I would recommend that you check out the VODs for that. HolyMolly, even though it says Molly, it's actually pronounced Molly.
Yeah.
Just covering our bases there before they come after us.
But it is a Molly, but it's pronounced Molly in Korean.
Yeah, we get it, guys. We check. And, of course, Damwon Gaming Kia. I mean, there's a lot of promise for them here again.
I'm excited for that team, man.
Yeah.
I mean, very personally, I respect that DRX is still at the top of Korea, but I'm excited to see Damwon go up against them later on. But, of course, we have so many more matches coming up. Personally, my match of the week is actually coming up tomorrow, WGS versus DRX. WGS, do you finally have what it takes to really contend for a top spot rather than being right in the middle of the pack?
And that's going to be coming in here tomorrow. I unfortunately won't be here. I'll be watching for sure, guys. But we're also going to have Saturday, Sunday, more Valorant. I mean, there's just going to be a lot that we're going to be going through here. So if you've been watching this, especially if you're live, I mean, you could come in at the same time, 24 hours. It'll be us or Paper Thin and Achilleos here casting again. And it's good to be back.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot to look forward to. And for those who haven't really been following closely, I mean, Desperado has some of the ex-streamers that used to be under Vision Strikers, now called DRX. Team T5, I mean, that's a brand that's been around in other FPSs here in Korea. And then they're led by Redwater, who used to be able to still hold his own in top placings in some other games prior. So that's another underdog team that a lot of fans in Korea...
It's a bit of a dark horse, I'd say, coming into this. And I do want to... I'm going to be saying this probably a lot throughout, the seasons, but Korea does have a history of tactical shooters. It's just not the ones you're used to hearing about.
Right.
So,
and even the ones you are used to, they've still had some dedicated fans that were playing in their own pockets. So it's not like it's entirely new. I mean, was it as dominant as we've seen in other regions throughout history? No. I mean, there are other games that a lot of the Korean community used to play, but there is a kind of hardcore following, and it's starting to grow here with Valorant. So I'm excited to see where that goes as a community as well.
So in the weeks to come, guys, we hope you spend your mornings, afternoons, or evenings here with us doing some Valorant. I really do think this region has a lot of promise, and Korea has always been a threat in any game they really take interest in. And Valorant is going to continue to grow out here.
Oh, yeah, I believe so. I surely believe so, and especially with, we continue to improve the format of the competition like this. We provide more games for both the players and the fans. There's just a lot to look forward to as someone who wants to get into Valorant here in Korea.
So we do appreciate you guys joining us here, and we are going to be having the interview in a little bit here. I think there might be some small delays. Maybe we're going to be ready for it in a second here.
I would hope so.
Chobra is just going to touch the Rosetta Stone and begin to... He's going to
I haven't heard that one in a while, man.
And He will have the power of language.
Yeah, I mean, if we do get that chance, it'll be with Batsi and Goddead both kind of returning to VCT Korea. So interested to see what they have to say, especially on a roster that hasn't been together for that long.
All right, Chobra is going to leave now and go for his star moment. He's going to go down the steps. Good luck, Chobra. Make us proud in the interview. All right, now that he's gone, guys, I'm going to tell you what I really think, all right? Just kidding, Chobra. All right, he's headed down, guys. This is going to be the last you're going to hear from me in this cast, but I want to say thank you guys so much for joining us. And there's going to be a lot of Valorant going on here in Korea as we're only here in day 2 of Season 1. And I think momentarily Chobra's going to be ready. I'm nervous for him. He's going to be out on that stage all alone without me there. I hope he can do this interview okay. Hope he asks the right questions, translates it right. And it looks like he should be ready now. Are you ready? Are you sitting down? Chobra's going to do this interview. He's going to translate. He's going to ask the questions. He's going to be on the stage. The cameras are going to be at him. Let's see how he does. Thanks for watching, guys. Bye-bye.
And we're on the stage for the MVP and winners interview here. Of course, it's going to be on Slayers. We have Batsi and Goddead who took 1 MVP each on 2 of the maps that they played today. So let's hear from them first, just hearing how they're feeling as they kick off the season with a win. 네, 먼저 승리 축하드리고요. 저희 먼저 승리 소감을 들어보고 싶은데 배치 선수부터 들어보겠습니다.
승리하면 기쁜 게 정상인데 1세트를 내줬다는 거에 살짝 기쁘긴 기쁘지만 많이 기쁘진 않다.
아, 그렇군요. 야, 살짝 좀 뭔가 아쉬운 부분이 있는 것 같습니다. So Batsi says it's normal for you to be happy when you win, but I gotta be honest, giving up that map too, we can't be that happy. So it feels a little off for us. 네, 갓데드 선수도 승리 소감 한번 들어보겠습니다.
일단 기분은 좋으면서 저도 좀 아쉬운 게 이 매치 두 번째 매치 스플릿을 너무 쉽게 좀 준 것 같아가지고 그게 좀 아쉽고 그래도 이겨도 기분은 좋습니다.
네, 알겠습니다. And same thing for Goddead. Yeah, I mean, sure, I am happy, but the fact that we gave up split, I mean, that still just kind of holds me back. But yes, we are happy because we won. So let's talk about that split a little bit and why it was so tough to go up against Maru Gaming. 그럼 지금 말씀해주신 것처럼 스플릿에서 좀 어려운 모습을 보여주셨는데 갓데드 선수 혹시 그 요인이 뭐였는지 왜 스플릿에서는 바인드에 비해서 좀 더 어렵게 게임을 해야 했었고 결국엔 패배를 하셨는지 여쭤볼 수 있을까요?
연습을 하면서 그 상대팀의 체인버라는 캐릭터를 상대를 많이 못 해봐가지고 스플릿이라는 맵에서 그것 때문에 좀 많이 오퍼에 좀 당하고 스킬이나 이런 거에 좀 당하지 않았나 이렇게 생각합니다.
알겠습니다. So to be honest, when we were scrimming, we haven't had a lot of chances to play against Chamber, especially on split. So I think we just weren't as used to playing around his skill sets, and especially, of course, the Tour de Force, such a powerful ultimate on that map. So I think that's where we had some trouble on that second map. Well, I also want to talk to Batsi as he returns to Korea after some time in Japan, how it's been coming back to Korea and now playing here in VCT. 그럼 배치 선수는 저희 일본에서 이제 활약을 보여주시다가 다시 한국으로 돌아오셨는데요. 지금 새로운 팀과 뭐 합도 맞추고 한국 VCT에서 다시 경기를 치르면서 좀 기분이 어떠신가요?
집이 제일 편하듯이 저도 이제 한국인이니까 한국이 제일 편해요.
알겠습니다. Well, you gotta be honest. I mean, you're at your most comfort when you're at home, and you know I'm Korean, so I'm back at home. I'm in Korea, so I feel very good about returning to VCT Korea. Let's touch upon the last map just for a brief moment. Of course, a 13-0 against Maru Gaming on Breeze. I want to hear from Batsi just what was different on that one after that loss on Split. 그러면 저희가 이제 마지막 맵에서는 또 다시 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여주시면서 13대 0으로 매치를 끝내셨습니다. 뭐 어떤 얘기를 하면서 브리즈를 다시 준비하셨는지 어떤 마음가짐이었는지 들어보고 싶은데요.
사실 제가 멘탈이 흔들렸었는데 들어가서 이제 저희 감독 코치님들이 말을 잘 해주셔가지고 다시 분위기 타서 잘 한 것 같아요.
그러면 이제 코치진 감독님하고 코치님께서 좀 많이 도움을 주셨다 그렇게 말씀하시는 건가요? 네. 알겠습니다. Yeah, so honestly, we were pretty shaken up after that second map, but we went backstage and our coaching staff just came to us and really encouraged us and brought us back together, really allowed us to focus on the game, so we were able to show our best back on Breeze. Well,
before the season started, TS had mentioned that Maru Gaming is not a team that we have to worry about. I want to ask, is that still hold true after having faced them here on the main stage? 네, 그러면 갓데드 선수, 저희가 이제 사전에는 TS 선수가 마루 게이밍은 별로 뭐 평가 대상이 못 된다고 말을 해주셨었는데 지금도 같은 생각이신가요?
저는 그 발언에 대해서 저는 아무 그게 없습니다.
아 그렇군요.
저는 그 발언에 대해 저는 아무 그게 없어요.
아 이건 오로지 TS 선수가
혼자 생각하고 판단하는 겁니다.
아, 알겠습니다. I have no comment about that. I have no opinion. That's entirely up to TS. It was his personal opinion, so I'll leave it up to him to decide if Maru Gaming is still someone that they have to contend against. Well, let's hear some last words to the fans abroad as they take that first win here in VCT Korea. 네, 그럼 마지막으로 갓데드 선수부터 해외에서도 응원해 주신 팬분들께 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 한국어로 해주셔도 됩니다.
해외에서 이렇게 응원해 주시는 분들 너무 감사드리고 오늘 같은 성적이 안 나오게 앞으로 열심히 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
So first of all, just thank you so much for all the fans abroad, and we will make sure we don't show a score like today, and we continue to improve as the season goes on. And next up, it's going to be Batsi. 네, 패치 선수도 부탁드립니다.
더욱더 발전하는 모습으로 네, 더 잘하겠습니다. 네.
Yeah, I also just want to add, we will continue to improve. That's what we'll show, and we'll continue to play even better matches here in VCT Korea. That wraps it up for us here on day 2 of VCT Korea, but there are so many more days and more matches coming up, so we'll see you tomorrow with the next day of VCT Korea. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm cleaning up every mess you made. If those are the cards you're always gonna play, then best stay away, best stay away.